Biyao's Wuxia Chronicles. Chapter 63, the three sectional leaders shrieked miserably. The sound of bones breaking into pieces was incomparably hard for these people to hear. Everyone couldn't help but feel their blood run cold. Without a doubt, the bones in the three sectional leaders' entire bodies were broken under this one kick. Everyone shivered after they heard the sound of bones being fragmented. Warrior canopy experts couldn't even stop one kick from Wuxia. Just how frightening was this kick? Hell-suppressing immortal physique. Li Shuangyan muttered to herself with a shocked expression. At this point, she had become clear on Wuxia's peerless immortal physique. It was one of the 12, the hell-suppressing immortal physique. The hell-suppressing immortal physique's heaviness could suffocate gods and devils. Once the physique appeared, it could suppress all magical laws. One had to know, to cultivate a peerless immortal physique was simply impossible for a mortal body, unless he was in possession of a peerless immortal physique merit law. Since the eternal past till now, many immortal emperors have created peerless immortal physique merit laws. However, if it was a mortal body, the chance of success at cultivating an immortal physique was still minuscule. Without a doubt, Wuxia's immortal physique was surely the original form. Reaching grand completion was only a matter of time. The meaning behind this was that Wuxia's physique merit law was even above an immortal emperor physique merit law. To be above an immortal emperor merit law, just what kind of physique merit law was this? As Li Shuangyan thought up to this point, her expression greatly changed. She knew the implication behind this. The weakness of the hell-suppressing immortal physique was that its speed was too slow. However, the Kunpeng was an existence that possessed the fastest speed in this world. Wuxia used the Kunpeng's 6 variants as his fate merit law, and this made up for the shortcoming of his immortal physique. The Kunpeng's 6 variants synergized with the hell-suppressing immortal physique. What kind of frightening existence was this? Wuxia's body was truly the most domineering and violent weapon in this world. Celestial deity's imprisonment. The moment Wuxia had performed a mortal blow on the 3 sectional leaders, Ling Shiji, who had escaped previously, sneaked an attack on Wuxia. The 36 celestial deities' swords formation slashed towards Wuxia with torrential sword auras that destroyed everything in its path. However, Wuxia's body was just like a Kunpeng, and he escaped the formation in the blink of an eye. Kunpeng's 6 variants, be careful, protector who became alarmed, he had seen this merit law before. Out of everyone in the entire cleansing incense ancient sect, there was only the first elder that had practiced this law. This was the strongest emperor merit law in the sect. Wuxia's speed was too swift while Ling Shiji was too slow to avoid. 2 cold auras flashed, a "fush" sound rang, and the 2 invisible dual blades pinned his body into the ground. He was still wearing the godly armor on his body. One had to know, the godly armor on his body was crafted from godly gold metal. However, under the invisible dual blades, his godly armor was like a thin piece of paper that was suddenly nailed to the ground. With his body nailed to the ground, Ling Shiji miserably bellowed. You couldn't even understand 1/10 of the sword formation's profound truth, yet you still wanted to trap me? Wuxia smiled insipidly with a severe gaze that showed he wanted to cut Ling Shiji. Fush! In the blink of an eye, a gust of wind rushed forward with blood energy blazing chaotically like a storm. Suddenly, Protector Hu made a move and snuck an attack behind Wuxia. He wanted to pierce through Wuxia's chest with one move. However, this one move was stopped by a single palm. Protector Hu had to take a few steps back. The person who stopped this blow for Wuxia was not Li Shuangyan, but it was Tu Buyu, who was always wearing an amicable smile. Unknowns to all, second brother Tu Buyu had already stood to the side. Protector Hu, as a protector, sneaking an attack on a disciple can't be considered part of the rules. No matter the occasion, Tu Buyu's smile was always present. Protector Hu let out a deafening roar, die. He didn't want to waste any words and he let out a long roar. He opened his mouth and spat out a pagoda. The appearance of this pagoda exuded an unending and boundless killing aura. The sound of the ghosts that continuously wailed tortured the ears as if one was in hell. The pagoda's appearance caused each magical law to descend. A loud bang sound occurred. This caused endless magical laws to transform into a humongous whirlpool. Within this whirlpool, completed runes were absorbed and spat out as the incomplete runes interweaved with each other into a composition. Once this composition appeared, it felt like it could annihilate all existences and swallow their souls. In the end, Protector Who was a heaven's primal expert. This was the defining boundary for cultivators. Once a heaven's primal expert made a move, a strong and unyielding aura immediately would come to be. Protector Who's suppressing evil technique isn't bad. Tu Buyu wore his smile again and suddenly emanated sword vibrations. In a flash, his entire body brought in and sent out the sword spirit with his whole body that became a sword domain. Tu Buyu flew inside the sword spirit, into the sky like a proud god of war. Clank, one sword slew the whole 9 worlds. One sword struck down. The universe's light came to an end. Under one sword, the entirety of heaven and earth were completely swept away. Tu Buyu's hand was not carrying a sword, but his sword spirit encompassed the whole of the heavens and the earth. Formula of the god of war. Seeing Tu Buyu's move, Li Qie beamingly smiled. His expression became serious, and his eyes stared straight at Tu Buyu. In reality, the moment when Tu Buyu's god of war formula came out, Li Shuangyan was also shocked. She had suddenly remembered a legend regarding the cleansing incense ancient sect. Protector Who cultivated the suppressing evil technique. One could say that this was a powerful heavenly king method. Even though the cleansing incense ancient sect had fallen, and their emperor laws were gone, as an immortal emperor sect that had ruled over an ancient kingdom for millions of years, they still possessed many ancient saint, heavenly monarch, and virtuous paragon methods. These were also the powerful heritages of the sect, and, even though they had the methods, the sect lacked the inheritors. The scenario of the god of war formula that faced the suppressing evil technique was not in the least suspenseful. In reality, Tu Buyu's cultivation was not shallow either. One bang sounded. Tu Buyu didn't have a physical sword, but once the god of war formula was activated, the pagoda of Protector Who couldn't stop it. The suppressed pagoda was struck away by the spiritual sword, and Protector Who wasn't able to stabilize it. He was knocked away by the powerful sword spirit while he also violently sprayed a mouthful of fresh blood. In a flash, Li Qie disappeared. As his body turned into a Kuanpeng, the heavenly transformation's shocking absolute speed came into full display. The moment Protector Who fell down from the sky, Li Qie instantly appeared in front of him. In this quick moment, Li Qie's single kick ruthlessly struck downward like a whip. Protector Who was already gravely wounded and was falling down from the sky. With Li Qie suddenly making a move, he had no chance to escape, nor could he activate his life treasure. Li Qie was too quick. At this moment, Protector Who raised his 2 hands like a heavenly king erecting a pagoda. He only wanted to stop the one kick of Li Qie from thrashing down. Snap! The sound of bones being broken rang out. Without any doubt, the technique essentially couldn't stop this single kick from Li Qie. A pitiful sound was soon heard. Li Qie's kick ruthlessly struck Protector Who's body, and the crackling sound of bones breaking sounded endlessly in the air. Bang! The moment they fell to the ground, the earth trembled. Protector Whose body was hammered by Li Qie on top of the earth. At this moment, there was no saving Protector Who. His whole body was deformed and had nearly become a fleshy paste. The hell-suppressing immortal physique, the supreme physique. Once the grand completion stage was reached, it was enough to make the gods and devils tremble in fear. The physical body alone was enough to crush the galaxy and suppress the heavenly skies. Even though Li Qie's body had not reached grand completion, the weight of his body could be calculated in the millions of June. Protector Who was extremely unlucky. He was a heaven's primal expert, yet still died in the hands of a physique accumulation disciple. No one could ever have the same misfortune as him. Even if Li Qie had the supreme physique, it wouldn't have been this easy for him to kill Protector Who. It was a shame that Protector Who had also met the mysterious Tu Buyu. Tu Buyu's move caused him to be mortally wounded, and, facing Li Qia in addition, he didn't have the strength for another fight. It would even be considered strange if he survived. Why the need to go this far? Tu Buyu shook his head smilingly after seeing Li Qia kill Protector Hu. Still, he didn't try to stop Li Qia. At this point, no matter if it was Luo Fenghua or a different disciple from the cleansing Jade Peak, their hearts shivered. Even though Li Qia normally disciplined them to the point of bloodiness, they had never seen Li Qia radiate such terrible killing intent before. However, Li Qia's first move was killing all 3 sectional leaders and a protector. This vicious method was completely incongruous with a supposed 13-year-old boy. Killing Protector Hu had no impact on Li Qia. Li Qia walked in front of Leng Shizhi, who was nailed down to the ground with fresh blood all over the place. Even now, Leng Shizhi was still confused. He was a warrior canopy expert, so why did he lose to a new disciple that had only joined for less than 1 year? Li Qia's cultivation was obviously far below him, but he was, on the contrary, no match for Li Qia. In many cases, with a lower cultivation rank, merit laws alone weren't enough to fill the gap. Even if he was practicing an emperor merit law, there was no chance to be at the physique accumulation rank, yet, to still be able to defeat someone at the warrior canopy rank. Even then, Li Qia was Li Qia, other cultivators couldn't be compared to him. He understood the ultimate Tao truths of the Kuan Peng's 6 variants. Li Qia looked at Leng Shizhi and cheerfully said, "The sword formation was not bad. If you could have understood 3 parts, then maybe you could have actually trapped me. Unfortunately, you couldn't even understand 1 part, yet you dared to be arrogant in front of me. I can only say, you were courting death. Don't be rash. My master is an elder, you." At this moment, Leng Shizhi's courage was completely broken. He didn't think of such a result as this. Shouldn't it have been as easy as turning one's hand for 3 sectional leaders and his older brother to kill a disciple like Li Qia? I know, Leng Shizhi hadn't finished his words when a snap rang out. Li Qia twisted his skull. Leng Shizhi didn't even have the chance to scream. Even if your master was a mortal emperor, I would still kill him without mercy. Li Qia threw Leng Shizhi's head to one side, then rubbed both of his palms together in a carefree and calm manner like nothing had happened. At this point, the cleansing Jade Peak disciples' legs became weak. In their eyes, Li Qia was a death god that killed 3 sectional leaders and a protector as well as slaying Leng Shizhi in one breath, and, while doing so, his expression didn't change even once. One had to know, killing a sectional leader or a protector called for the death penalty in violation of the sectorial laws. To Li Qia though, this matter was seemingly meaningless. Do you want me to personally take you out of the cleansing Jade Peak or not? Li Qia brilliantly smiled at the group of law enforcement disciples. His expression was both amicable and adorable. Seeing the amicable and cute countenance of Li Qia, the legs of these disciples greatly trembled. How was he merely a 13 or 14-year-old boy? Li Qia was clearly an evil butcher. Li Qia didn't need to say a second sentence before these disciples immediately rushed out of the cleansing Jade Peak. Chapter 64. Even sectional leader Zhou, who was lying on the ground, found strength from an unknown source, and he tumbled out of the cleansing Jade Peak. First brother, you should run away. After the law enforcement group, along with sectional leader Zhou, had escaped, the Luo Fenghua group also regained their wits and immediately knew that this would be trouble. Killing sectional leaders and a protector, this matter, regardless of what sect it happened at, would be a huge crime that was punishable by death. Escape? Why do I have to escape? Li Qia nonchalantly said. His current appearance didn't look like he had just killed people, it was exactly as if he just did some tiny trivial things. But, you just killed Protector Hu and his group. Luo Fenghua and his group felt fear and trepidation in the face of a disaster. At this moment, they finally realized what a vicious person was like. Luo Fenghua's heart was pounding. Fortunately for him, that day when he had challenged his first brother didn't care. Otherwise, the consequences would have been inconceivable. His first brother killed protectors and sectional leaders like they were nothing, for him to kill just a disciple, it was not a big deal. Li Qie smilingly said, "This is called self-defense, not murder." The cleansing Jade Peak disciples suddenly became silent. A calamity was about to come, and the punishment was an inescapable death. Yet, this first brother was still acting as if nothing had happened. At this point, Li Qie looked at Tu Buyu, and he said, "Your god's fist was excellent." An unforgettable memory for Li Qie, regarding the god of war formula, it appeared in his mind. Unexpectedly, Tu Buyu was practicing the god of war formula. This was outside of Li Qie's expectations. Tu Buyu maintained his kind and cheerful smile while replying, "Of course not, of course not. Compared to the immortal techniques of first brother, my ability is like an insignificant worm's." Li Shuangyan's face became serious. Today, the god of war formula might have been forgotten by the cleansing incense ancient sect, or maybe they have never heard of it. However, she had heard of a legend. In his youth, immortal Emperor Min Ren practiced the god of war formula. He used this technique throughout his life. Moreover, this formula was rumored to be a renowned ancient method from the past. It was extremely heaven-defying. For unknown reasons, after immortal Emperor Min Ren had shouldered the heaven's will and became an immortal emperor, he didn't pass down this formula. Out of all of Min Ren's disciples, none have practiced this technique. Immortal Emperor Min Ren had even passed down his heaven's will secret techniques to his disciples and left them in the sect, but he never chose to pass down the god of war formula. This matter left everyone perplexed. Regarding Tu Buyu's ambiguous attitude, Li Qie only smiled, and he said, "The god of war formula is fine, and the god slaughtering formula is also fine. However, your cultivation is not important. What is important is that you don't stand in my way. Otherwise, death without mercy." First brother said too much. Tu Buyu hurriedly said, "First brother is wise and powerful like a god. Your talents exceed the sky. This little brother has always wanted to be your heavenly thunder, and I will strike whenever you command. One word from older brother and I will rush into the fire and smoke without any hesitation." Tu Buyu's words rendered the cleansing Jade Peak's disciple speechless. Tu Buyu was clearly much older than Li Qie. He could even be the grandfather of Li Qie, but his ass-kissing ability was without equal. I originally thought that Nanhuiren's ability to ass-kiss was matchless, but, today, it seems like Nanhuiren has met his match. Li Qie looked at Tu Buyu. In reality, to him, whether Tu Buyu's words were true or not was not of importance. Hearing Li Qie's words, Tu Buyu didn't become angry, and he maintained his amiable smile. This caused others to be unable to predict his mysterious intentions. "Traitor, accept your death." At this time, an angry roar exploded throughout the entire cleansing Jade Peak. A gigantic hand traversed the heavens and came crashing down. It seemed capable of crushing the entire cleansing Jade Peak into dust. Chao Xiong had rushed to the scene after hearing about his disciples' deaths. His fiery rage soared, and he hurried to the cleansing Jade Peak in order to behead Li Qie. Chao Xiong was like a furious lion with imposing momentum, and his every strand of energy made others incapable to even breathe. Chao Xiong's huge palm swatted downwards, carrying the power of tens of millions of June. This one palm could smash the entirety of the cleansing Jade Peak. A named hero was still a named hero after all, and, at this level, one stomp would cause the grand earth to shake 3 times. This was a lord of an entire region. When Chao Xiong's gigantic hand covered the whole sky, the cleansing Jade Peak disciples lost their color, their faces became pale, and they were without any signs of blood. An angry named hero could cause blood to flow for 1,000 miles. One palm from a named hero was enough to destroy mountains and rivers. Open, hearing the roar, Li Shuangyan, who was standing beside Li Qie, immediately made her move. In a flash, Li Shuangyan was unyieldingly solitary. Her whole body was like a flourishing lotus flower, with each of its petals being blindingly translucent. The worst part was that the petals were gigantic and were enough to uphold the heavens. The moment the lotus flower was in full bloom, it could support the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Bang! Li Shuangyan didn't make any visible movements, but she was able to easily deflect the gigantic palm from Cao Xiong. The palm could no longer reach the ground. Li Shuangyan, with a natural-born pure crystal physique, one of the 24 emperor physiques, had already reached grand completion after cultivation. She currently practiced one of the 18 saint physiques that was the pure jade physique with a little bit of success. The pure crystal physique, when reaching grand completion, could rank up into the pure jade physique. Once this physique appeared, it would be like a lotus in full bloom. It utilized an incredibly powerful stance to obstruct Cao Xiong's one palm. Princess Li, this is our cleansing incense ancient sect punishing a traitor, do not intervene. His disciples were killed, how could Cao Xiong remain without rage? Even though Cao Xiong didn't dare to completely turn against Li Shuangyan, his speech was still full of confidence. Li Shuangyan still hadn't said a word. Her blooming lotus physique blocked Cao Xiong. He had reddened his complexion to the point of shivering anger. As a named hero, he was still no match for Li Shuangyan. One couldn't blame Cao Xiong for being weak, it was just that Li Shuangyan was too strong. Within the younger generation, she was renowned, even throughout the entire mortal emperor world, she would still be considered strong. The 9 Saint Demon Gate's reputation is naturally well deserved. At this moment, a cold voice spoke up. He took one step forward, and the constellations immediately changed directions. His blood energy immediately enveloped the entire cleansing jade peak. His royal noble pressure was like a sharp sword that caused pain and soreness to the bystanders. The cleansing jade peak disciples were frightened as one disciple involuntarily cried out, "Guest advisor." Guest advisor Dong Xinglong, the number 1 character of the cleansing incense ancient sect. As an experienced royal noble, the moment he stood forward, countless amounts of people drew cold breaths. At the cleansing incense ancient sect, a royal noble was truly unbeatable. That was not even mentioning that Dong Xinglong was an experienced royal noble, and even his title was bestowed upon him by the mortal emperor. It was exceedingly difficult to see through him. Dong Xinglong walked step by step, with the Grand Tao crying out harmoniously. Under his feet was an interwoven Grand Tao formation. It carried the momentum of mountains and rivers as well as the boundless world spirit energy from under the cleansing incense ancient sect. This combination of powers pressed down upon Li Shuangyan. This vast energy was like the rolling vast ocean and an earthen bull that capsized its gigantic body and caused the entire cleansing incense ancient sect to be caught up in its shocking momentum. Li Shuangyan's elegant countenance sent out bleak coldness with her slender arms gently motioning. Under one dragon-slaying technique, she had successfully blocked the advancing formation of Dong Xinglong. Bang! Under this technique, the force went straight downwards into the cleansing jade peak. This caused a chasm to form in the ground. Dong Xinglong's eyes couldn't help but become cold. After one move, he realized that he had met a worthy foe. What was frightening him inside was that Li Shuangyan was so young, yet she was an aspiring royal noble. This aptitude was too terrifying. One had to be aware that the difficult Tao era had just come to an end not too long ago, yet Li Shuangyan was already aspiring to be a royal noble. This talent could cause others to tremble. Brother Dong, what matter is worth troubling you? At this moment, a profound sound loudly rang out. Immediately afterward, 5 people came down from the sky. This was the first elder along with the other 4 elders. The first elder had arrived, and Dong Xinglong recovered his step and slowly said, "Brother Gu, your traitor is fierce. I was only interested in helping your sect." Cao Xiong could come here, so the first elder would have also received the news from a disciple. He knew an important matter had happened, so he brought the other elders along as well. At this point, Li Shuangyan withdrew her physique stance, and the lotus flower disappeared. Cao Xiong severely shouted, "Traitor, accept your death." His yelling finished, and he sent one strike that was aimed to behead Li Chia. Regarding Cao Xiong's attack, Li Chia didn't even twitch his brows once. The first elder immediately stopped Cao Xiong, and he gravely said, "Little brother Cao, don't be hasty. Let us hear what Li Chia has to say." Cao Xiong angrily yelled, "Older brother, he is a subordinate that offended his superiors, killed sectional leaders, and he murdered a protector. These are sins of cheating one's own master and destroying his ancestors. What else is there to say? This animal must be decapitated in order to cleanse the sect. First elder maintained his deep tone, and he said, Brother Chow, right or wrong, the sect will have an answer. If he had committed a great sin, then why do you feel the need to rush and take his life? Wait until a verdict is available, executing him then wouldn't be too late. Brother Gu, this person is vicious. Not only is he ruthless and cold-blooded, but he killed his own sect members. Moreover, he conspired with outsiders, betrayed the sect, and he planned to cause chaos. If this person is allowed to live for one more day, then it would bring greater risk to the cleansing incense ancient sect. Dong Xinglong, who was standing to the side, assisted Chao Xiong. This matter is of the cleansing incense ancient sect. This is not the time for an outsider to point their finger. The moment when a storm was looming, Li Chia, as the main character, was acting leisurely without any care. He continued, the business of the cleansing incense ancient sect is not up to an outsider to run their big mouth. Li Chia gazed directly at Dong Xinglong. He was clearly provoking him. Li Chia's words frightened Luo Fenghua's group. First, he killed the sectional leaders and a protector, and now he was provoking a royal noble advisor. This was courting death. Luo Fenghua's group was shocked and thought, didn't First Brother think the matter was grave enough already? He was even going against Dong Xinglong. If I am an outsider, then what about Princess Li standing beside you? At this moment, Dong Xinglong's gaze exuded a chilling aura that pressured others, and he coldly said, Junior, you conspire with an outsider, plotting to cause chaos, and you still have the nerves to talk big? Where did this old turtle came from to grumble in front of my presence? Li Chia was utterly tired of Dong Xinglong's appearance, and he said, the cleansing incense ancient sect and the 9 Saint Demon Gate are in-laws, this is no secret. Princess Li is still considered part of our cleansing incense ancient sect. What now? Our in-law relationship is causing the heavenly god sect to feel pressured, so they sent a damned old man like you to break up the relationship between our two sects. Therefore it is clear that you, this old turtle, dispatched the traitors in our sect and wanted to murder me, destroying our marital pact. The part about the ocean and bull might be weird, but they rhyme with each other in the raw. Actually, this whole paragraph was nearly all 4 words poetic phrases. Chapter 65. Regarding Li Chia's statement, Dong Xinglong's eyes became severe, and he deeply shouted, a bunch of nonsense and rubbish. You are spewing blood on my good name. Li Chia was unperturbed as could be. He faced the first elder and the other 4 elders before saying, Elders, my words are the truth. If our cleansing incense ancient sect and the 9 Saint Demon Gate becomes in-laws, who would be the most unwilling to see this? If one wants to break the marital pact, the most direct and effective method would be to slay me on false charges. What is cheating one's master and killing one's ancestor? What is disrespectful to seniors? These are all false accusations. The true goal is to destroy our 2-sex marriage. These small schemes to Li Chia, who had lived for countless years, were simply insufficient to reach the apex. If Dong Xinglong didn't come, then he would need to waste his breath to justify everything. However, once Dong Xinglong had actually arrived, this was the same as giving him a living target. Li Chia leisurely and comfortably said, Elders, protectors, I'm afraid the one wanting to betray the cleansing incense ancient sect is not me. It is an entirely different person. There is a person here that conspires with the heavenly god sect. That person conspires both internally and externally in order to hurt and massacre disciples. At this point, since it was such a big matter, the other protectors were all rushing over. Now, the entire upper echelon of the cleansing incense ancient sect were gathered at the cleansing jade peak. Chao Xiong reddened with anger and loudly yelled, Traitor! Spewing blood on others is an unforgivable crime, one that can't be redeemed even with 10,000 deaths. He wanted to cross over towards Li Chia, but he was stopped by Elder Gu. Chao Xiong furiously yelled, Older brother, could it be that you really want to protect a traitor that killed his own sect members? At this moment, First Elder Gu Tiesho's expression became cold, and he unemotionally said, little brother, the sect's elders and protectors are all here. Regarding this matter, right or wrong, black or white, everyone will discuss towards a conclusion. Why is there a need for little brother to be so hasty at this moment? First elder was not a fool. This matter was strange, and it was seemingly unordinary. Dong Xinglong wouldn't bring this matter upon himself. At this moment, first elder's complexion greatly soured. Yet, at this time, Li Chia interrupted and unhurriedly said, Elder Chow is in such a rush to kill me for the sake of silencing. Elder Chow and this old fellow Dong conspired together to do evil things. They planned to murder me, and destroy the marriage between the two sections. Respect to all of our elders and protectors, right or wrong, black or white, I trust that everyone's eyes are as bright as the snow, who is loyal and who is traitorous. It is easy to distinguish after one look. Animal, since you are spewing blood on others, you cannot be left alive. Dong Xinglong deafeningly roared, and, in the blink of an eye, his blood energy soared to the sky, his royal noble pressure ran rampant, aiming for Li Chia. Brother Dong, please have some self-control. At this moment, First Elder Gu Tiesho's eyes shone fiercely with killing intent. At this moment, the normally peaceful First Elder had become a different person. Dong Xinglong's royal noble pressure hadn't decreased, but rather it increased. A bang-bang sound reverberated in the air. The frightening true energy floated above his head like the unyielding roar of a dragon. His royal noble pressure caused all of the protectors and elders to lose their colors. First Elder Gu Taizhou scowled coldly, his blood energy immediately surged, and the sound of his longevity blood crashed against the shore, like a gigantic ancient thunderous ming. The moment when his blood energy soared, there was the sound of a Kuan Peng screaming. In the fate palace of the First Elder, a Kuan Peng jumped outside. The Kuan Peng covered the sky, and it antagonized Mother Earth itself. At this moment, the body of First Elder had a continuous and powerful royal noble's pressure. Royal noble, that's right, First Elder Gu Taizhou was indeed a royal noble. This matter not only shocked the disciples, but it even shocked Elder Sun's group. Chao Xiong especially squinted his eyes. Right now, Gu Taizhou was meeting Dong Xinglong, each step was creating a new world. The Kuan Peng floating on the peak of his head seemingly wanted to crack the earth and smash the sky. In the presence of a Kuan Peng's heavenly pressure, all existences were its devout worshippers. Everyone didn't expect First Elder Gu to be a hidden expert. Everyone had thought that he was just a named hero, a peak-named hero at best. They didn't believe that his true strength was that of a royal noble. Right then Dong Xinglong, as an experienced royal noble, immediately changed his expression. As both of them were royal nobles, he felt a certain sense of threat because Elder Gu practiced an emperor merit law. On top of this, it was the strongest emperor merit law left behind by immortal Emperor Min Ren, the Kuan Peng's 6 variants. This was the core emperor merit law of the cleansing incense ancient sect, and it was a great threat to Dong Xinglong. Good. Brother Gu is very secretive about his power. It causes others to misunderstand. Today, it seems like I have meddled in others' business, and my kindness is being treated as being two-faced. If this is the case, then this Dong will first take my leave. Dong Xinglong's eyes sunk. After speaking, he turned around and left. Dong Xinglong was a clever man. He knew that the current situation was disadvantageous to him. If he remained here any longer, he would be trapped inside. It was better to take a step back. Chao Xiong's expression was hard to look at to the extreme. First Elder's hidden strength was able to repel Dong Xinglong. This situation suddenly became much worse for him. At this moment, Li Chia casually said, "It seems like there is someone who felt guilty and ran away first." This sudden reversal left Luo Fenghua's group to be dumbfounded. What was called blocking the fierce waves? What was called repelling the powerful enemies with words? They finally experienced it today. Their first brother had already expected this, and he naturally was not afraid of the powerful opponents. Chao Xiong fiercely yelled, "Traitor! You cheat your master and kill your ancestors, yet you still dare to say nonsensical words and spew blood on others? Today, I will obtain justice for my dead disciples. Li Qie watched Chao Xiong, and he slowly spoke, Elder Chao, master cheating and ancestors killing? I have never done such a thing. If you want to frame someone, there are plenty of ways. Maybe Elder Chao is afraid that your schemes will be revealed, so you are hastily trying to silence me? Animal, with these words of yours, this great seat can immediately kill you. Elder Chao let out a deafening roar, and he headed towards Li Qie to make a move. Little brother, calm your mind, don't be angry. First Elder Gu Taizhou let out a roar. At this moment, Gu Taizhou had finally let loose a storm, and his royal noble pressure directly suppressed Chao Xiong. Under this pressure, Chao Xiong squinted his eyes and aggressively said, First brother, do you truly want to protect this animal? He is killing his own sect members. If this type of disciple isn't punished, this will render the hearts of other disciples cold. We will be shunned by others. From now on, our cleansing incense ancient sect's rules will no longer be enforced. Li Qie let out a laugh then said, Elder Chao had vowed that I had killed sect members. Please tell me then, how did I kill our own sect members? If you can't, then using your position as an elder to conspire against a disciple, what is your plan and ambition? Li Qie instead returned a blow. The elders and protectors glanced at each other. In reality, everyone felt that this matter was not so simple. Dong Xinglong's appearance was a hint that this was the case. Good, good, good. You are good for an animal with a razor-sharp tongue. Chao Xiong coldly smiled, and he said, even if you could speak lotus-like and flowery words, it doesn't erase the fact that you killed 3 sectional leaders, massacred Protector Hu, and murdered Jier. The evidence is as visible as the mountains. How is this not killing one's own sect members? Li Qie spoke without any signs of panic or haste. It could only be said that the 3 sectional leaders, Protector Hu, and Leng Shizhi had it coming. I was only acting in self-defense. Good, good, good. As you can see Brother Gu, he still dares to defensively quibble. The evidence is like the mountains in front of our eyes. First Elder Gu Taizhou looked at Li Qie, and he gravely said, What happened? For what reasons did you kill the 3 sectional leaders, Protector Hu, and Leng Shizhi for? Li Qie innocently said, Dear Elder, I was only acting in self-defense. Protector Hu brought along the law enforcement team, and they suddenly appeared at the cleansing Jade Peak. They suddenly wanted to make a move on me. They wanted to kill, so I could only fight back. Their reasonings and Elder Chao's were the same. What is cheating one's master and killing one's ancestors? What is disrespectful? This must be a conspiracy. You fart. His face turning red, Chao Xiong yelled. From the report of the law enforcement disciples, sectional leader Zhou asked for help, so Protector Hu and the law enforcement team went to the cleansing Jade Peak. You. This animal with the heart of a vile serpent only wants to cause chaos. After you had been seen through, you wanted to kill and silence everyone. At this moment, sectional leader Zhou, who was hiding behind Chao Xiong, came out and said, Dear elders and protectors, the truth was really just like this. Li Qie wanted to conspire against me. So I asked for help. Protector Hu and the law enforcement team ran here to help, but I didn't think that this person's heart was vile just like a serpent. He massacred Protector Hu's group. Gu Taizhou stared at Li Qie, and he gravely asked, There was an event such as this? At this moment, the elders and protectors couldn't help but glance at each other. Li Qie, an ordinary disciple, wanted to murder sectional leader Zhou? This matter was just a little bit unreasonable. Li Qie smiled, and he slowly explained, Elder, I don't know what this conspiracy is about. Even if it is a conspiracy, then how could sectional leader Zhou survive until now? I was able to kill Protector Hu. If I truly wanted to murder him, I could kill him easily like it was nothing. I spared his one life. The disciples of the cleansing Jade Peak all saw with their own eyes. I was only teaching sectional leader Zhou a little lesson. I didn't think that sectional leader Zhou was such a bag of straws to the point that even a physique accumulation disciple like me was stronger than him. Sectional leader Zhou's skill was not refined. You can't blame this matter on me. Chao Xiong gravely said, nonsense, you are clearly a spy sent by another sect with hidden cultivation. You wanted to conspire and cause chaos. You were found out by sectional leader Zhou, so you wanted to kill and suppress his voice. Li Qie smilingly said, Elder Chao, you are the one spewing blood on others. Ask the cleansing Jade Peak disciples, what was the reason behind my teaching sectional leader Zhou a lesson? From my perspective, I'm afraid that sectional leader Zhou was instructed by others, and conspired against me. I have the responsibilities of Dao instruction for the cleansing Jade Peak. It could be said that I was nervous with trepidation. For Dao instruction, I exhausted much blood and sweat, but sectional leader Zhou was definite in his accusation that I was teaching the devil arts. He said that I brought a devil Dao to the cleansing incense ancient sect. Since he insulted my sweat and blood's effort, as long as I have a single drop of courageous blood in me, how could I endure this? You clearly brought the devil arts into the cleansing incense ancient sect. I was afraid that the disciples would succumb to the devil Dao. In order to save them from your poisoning, I had to stop them. Sectional leader Zhou contended with absolute confidence. Li Qie loudly laughed, and he said, whether it is the devil Dao or not, everyone's hearts know the truth. One person can lie, but the cleansing Jade Peak's 300 disciples cannot all lie. Whether I was teaching the devil Dao or not, dear elders and protectors, don't be hesitant to ask the disciples a little bit. Hearing Li Qie's words, Gu Taizhou examined the disciples currently present. He randomly called for one disciple and inquired, what method did your first brother teach you all? More direct translation, one speaking recklessly, one speaking foolishly, holding blood in mouth to spew on someone else, 3-4 words phrases. Two-faced here original words were the lung and river of a donkey, meaning he had hidden bad/animal intentions. Chapter 66, the disciple busily said, my respect to the elder, first brother did not teach me any new methods. First brother was simply only deducing the defects in my jade spiral merit law and flying moth swordplay that were present during my inception to the sect. Repeat what your first brother had said regarding the methods, so I can hear a little of what he said. This disciple didn't dare to be disrespectful. He hastily recited the merit laws Li Qie had revised, as well as the individual corrections in the techniques to First Elder. Having heard the words of this disciple, First Elder Gu Taizhou couldn't help but change his expression. In reality, the First Elder wasn't the only one that was astonished, but the other elders and protectors were as well. The First Elder didn't dare to believe what the disciples had spoke. This is truly the method your first brother had said? The disciple sincerely replied, my respect to the elder, this disciple doesn't dare to lie. My words are thousands of genuine and innumerable truths. Gu Taizhou couldn't believe it. After he recovered from his astonishment, he picked a few random disciples from the 300. These disciples recited their merit laws and flawed techniques. This caused Gu Taizhou and the elders, as well as the protectors, to be shocked. Elder Qian, one of the 6 elders, inconceivably said, how is this a foundational merit law? Ah! This is an entirely complete Grand Dao guiding principle. Elder Wu, who was shocked, also said, I have cultivated for more than 1,000 years and have read the Jade Spirit Merit Law no less than 100 times, but I have never thought that it was possible to understand this merit law like this. This interpretation, I'm afraid this is the ultimate profound truths of the Jade Spirit Merit Law, and this is the true essence of this method. Also supporting Li Qie, Elder Sun said, if this was an evil sex devil Dao, then our practices must be the real evil sex devil Dao. I'm afraid there is no one in this world that could create a foundational merit law and make it so mysterious with such an imposing Grand Dao. This was not the first time Elder Sun had experienced the magic of Li Qie. However, when he had heard these interpretations, he was still shaken. Elder Sun supported Li Qie the most out of any other elders. Even more elders and protectors were at a loss for words. Li Qia's interpretations of the foundational merit laws were mysteriously refined 10,000 times in a manner that lacked any defects. Li Qia's pointers on the flawed techniques could be said to hit the mark every time. They cultivated for hundreds and even thousands of years, but they still couldn't interpret merit laws to this level. Today, they had finally found out that even the most basic foundational merit laws could be derived to this stage. Before, they thought they knew the essentials of the merit laws, but in reality, what they knew was only the skin and fur of the foundational merit laws. A protector emotionally said, "If I could have understood the Jade Spirit merit law to this level that year, then it would have been enough for my entire life." It took a while for Gu Taizhou to regain his thoughts. Everyone knew that Li Qia had a mortal physique, a mortal life wheel, and a mortal fate palace, yet he was able to deduce such fine interpretations. No one would ever believe this. Even a genius with talents as high as the sky still wouldn't be able to have deductions at this level. It was unreachable. Gu Taizhou emotionally stared at Li Qia, and doubtfully asked, "These are really your meditation experiences?" Li Qia smiled, and he said, "Dear elder, this is merely one tiny part of my understandings. This is just a little experience, and it can't be considered profound." Li Qia having said this caused First Elder Gu Taizhou to suddenly choke on his words. If this was only a tiny part of understanding and a little experience, then the word genius was not enough to describe him. He could only be called demon spawn. "Older brother, it seems like we had missed a genius. Li Qia's perception is extremely frightening. Some time ago, I had a little problem with my cultivation, and it was Li Qia who gave me valuable advice." At this point, Elder Sun also revealed his matter in order to support Li Qia. The elders and protectors couldn't help but become amazed after they heard Elder Sun's story. This truly was unfathomable. Elder Qian said with a changed expression, "There was a rumor that a person's physique, life wheel, and fate palace were not the only criterion to measure talent. I didn't believe it and considered it to be a load of crap. It seems like today, the ancient wise men didn't fool me." Elder Wu of the Six Elders looked at Sectional Leader Zhou, and, at this moment, he said, "Sectional Leader Zhou, if this was an evil sex devil Dao, then there is no correct path in this world. If you are confused, don't be confused to this extreme." The sudden reversal of the situation caused Sectional Leader Zhou to be unable to react. Li Qia, at this point, said with indistinction, "I'm afraid this wasn't confusion, but a scheme to get rid of me." To Sectional Leader Zhou, what I instructed was not important. The important thing was to eliminate me. Gu Tieshou's eyes became fierce, his pressure immediately suppressed Sectional Leader Zhou, and he gravely said, "Sectional Leader Zhou, what is going on?" Li Qia's understanding of the foundational merit laws alone was an extremely valuable treasure to the declining cleansing incense ancient sect, and, at this time, Gu Taizhou absolutely wanted to protect Li Qia no matter the circumstances. He knew that Li Qia was important not only because of the marital pact, but also because of his profound knowledge. Sectional Leader Zhou, at the moment, couldn't speak half a word, and he couldn't help but to stare at Chao Xiong. Chao Xiong knew the situation was not good, so he immediately said, "Sectional Leader Zhou was so foolish, and he couldn't even see through the profound merit laws. This is worthy of punishment, but the traitor remains to be rebellious against the Tao. He killed the 3 sectional leaders, Protector Hu, and Zhi. This is absolutely unforgivable." To Chao Xiong, today was the day where he lost his money and only became ill. Not only could he not kill Li Qia, but both of his disciples were killed. Especially Leng Shizhi, who was the disciple meant to inherit his legacy. With such a highly valued disciple being killed, it made his heart bleed. Li Qia leisurely retorted, "If I truly conspired to betray, then this was a crime worthy of 10,000 deaths. Unfortunately, I am a victim." Originally, it was Sectional Leader Zhou who couldn't tell black from white, and he accused me of bringing evil sect devil Daos into the cleansing incense ancient sect. After this, it was Protector Hu who suddenly brought a big group of law enforcement disciples that wanted to join the fray and kill me. They didn't give me a chance to defend myself. This was definitely an evil plan, there were too many coincidences in this matter. Isn't this just trying to push me towards my demise? Why were Elder Chow and Old Man Dong together? The two of you were even faster than the other elders. Just like before, you two didn't differentiate black from white, and you also wanted to kill me. Isn't this just wanting to kill me before I could talk? Elder Chow, are you not conspiring with the Heavenly God sect, ah? Elder Chow, you betrayed the sect and conspired with outsiders. This is a capital crime, infamous throughout eternity. Li Chia carefully conveyed the scheme, causing the disciples of the cleansing Jade Peak to be frozen. Their first brother easily reversed the situation. Such a meticulous and articulate plan was just too dreadful. Their first brother's intelligence was as vast as the sea. Li Shuangyan, as an outsider observing the situation, was even more moved. Li Chia killed the three leaders and protector who without any restraint, like it was just some minor inconvenience. Currently, his frank and confident explanation easily reversed the situation. This was simply one palm covering the clouds in the sky and one fist calming the torrential rains. Moreover, from the beginning to end, he was carefree. This matter to him was akin to eating breakfast, leaving Li Shuangyan horrified. Li Shuangyan realized that Li Chia was not simply mysterious. Today, she witnessed his calculating means when dealing with others. He was killing without seeing blood. Even Tu Buyu, who was standing to the side, had his eyes flash. Li Chia's actions today, even after living for 1,000 years, astonished him. In reality, this trivial planning was essentially nothing to Li Chia. Back when he schemed against the whole world, that was a truly grand plan. Animal, your death draws near, and you are still running your mouth. Chao Xiong was shivering from anger. This plan was formulated by his own hand, but right now, Li Chia had put his king in checkmate. How could he not have his hands tied? First Elder Gu Taizhou coldly said, "Little brother Chao, there are many doubts and unknowns. To say that Li Chia is a traitor at this moment is just too simplistic." The thing he didn't want to see the most was Chao Xiong and Dong Xinglong being together, but that was obvious at this point. Aside from Gu Taizhou, the other elders and protectors were all also biased for Li Chia, but they didn't have any condemning evidence. They couldn't say much. Old brother wouldn't really trust this animal, right? Chao Xiong was vomiting blood from anger. All of his planning came to nothing, and his two disciples died in vain. Gu Taizhou coldly said, "At the very least, there are some dubious suspicions in this matter." Without evidence, he couldn't punish Chao Xiong for conspiring with Dong Xinglong, but this matter left him extremely unsatisfied. Chao Xiong retorted severely, Good, Protector Hu and the others died for no reason then." At this point, he unleashed another hidden card, and he gravely spoke, "Even if sectional leader Zhou was confused, this animal having hidden intentions is the hard truth. This animal secretly stole the Kuan Peng's 6 variants. Stole the Kuan Peng's 6 variants. The protectors and elders that were currently present were shocked. First Elder Gu Tieshou's face became tightly constricted, and he glared intensely at Li Chia. The Kuan Peng's 6 variants was the core Emperor Merit Law of the Cleansing Incense Ancient Sect, and it was also the only Emperor Merit Law left behind that wasn't incomplete. This matter was of grave importance, and this couldn't be neglected. Gu Taizhou stared at Li Chia, and he asked with a serious tone, "Is this the truth?" Regarding the Kuan Peng's 6 variants, Gu Taizhou couldn't afford to not be careful. Li Chia asked in a very innocent manner, "What is the Kuan Peng's 6 variants?" "Elder, don't be fooled by him." Sectional leader Zhou found a chance to tie the board, so he loudly exclaimed, "I saw with my own eyes his usage of the heavenly transformation to escape from the 36 celestial deities' sword formation of Nephiuleng. These are thousands of genuine innumerable truths. Elders, are you talking about this?" At this point, inside the fate palace of Li Chia, a Kuan Peng leaped out. The Kuan Peng was as large as a fist and was extremely vibrant. The moment it jumped up, floating unstable magical runes gently followed the Kuan Peng swaying back and forth. The galaxy rotated and brought the spectators to another universe. Each transformation of the Kuan Peng was profoundly abstruse, with even the elders not being able to understand them. Idiom meaning absolutely true from many points of view. Demon spawn has two possible meanings. It is either used to describe an incredible genius or an extremely evil/terrible person. I took the liberty to use spawn here because it makes more sense than demon son. A load of crap here was actually silent dog's fart, interesting phrase. Lost money and only got illness, basically betting money but you lose both your money and something on top. Basically scheme going really wrong. Killing without seeing blood, a praise for a calculating strategist, not having to take physical action. Chapter 67, The Kuan Peng's 6 Variants. Seeing this scene, the elders and protectors currently present couldn't help but become greatly alarmed. In the entire cleansing incense ancient sect, only First Elder Gu Taizhou had access to the complete Kuan Peng's 6 variants. When he was practicing it, it was the previous sect master that personally granted permission with the agreement of the other Grand Elders. Besides First Elder Gu Tieshou's complete version, Elder Zhou also practiced the first 3 transformations of the Kuan Peng's 6 variants. That year, Elder Zhou risked his life and achieved a great contribution for the sect, and, with the unanimous agreement from the elders and protectors, he was allowed to practice the first 3 transformations. To the current sect, the Kuan Peng's 6 variants was an integral secret. Even the elders couldn't approach the method without the agreement of the upper echelon of the sect. It was stored in the most safeguarded and secretive location in the cleansing incense ancient sect. The location was unknown to all with the exception of the 6 elders. After seeing this merit law in action, First Elder Gu Tieshou's countenance was shaken. He practiced a complete version, so he had a higher understanding regarding it than anyone else. Seeing the Kuan Peng floating up and down above Li Qia's head, his heart was incomparably stirred. Li Qia's Kuan Peng was even more profound than his. This meant that regarding this method, Li Qia had traveled farther than he had. This matter was inconceivable. The Kuan Peng's 6 variants was one of the strongest emperor merit laws in the sect. It was extremely profound. He immersed himself for hundreds of years in this method before learning the 6 transformations. He wouldn't dare to say that he truly grasped the real mysteries of this method. However, this novice disciple was well versed in its mysteries. How did you cultivate the Kuan Peng's 6 variants? Gu Taizhou kept staring at Li Qia. At this moment, his eyes were extremely frightening with even a hint of killing intent being revealed. Before, Gu Tieshou's intention was to protect Li Qia no matter what. Currently, if Li Qia's Kuan Peng's 6 variants was stolen from the sect, then he would have engaged in a taboo of the sect. Without any decisions from the other elders and protectors, he would still eliminate Li Qia. To Gu Taizhou, if he secretly practiced any other methods, there was room for discussion. However, the Kuan Peng's 6 variants was too crucial to the cleansing incense ancient sect. Stealing the core emperor merit law, kill him without mercy. Chao Xiong was secretly ecstatic from seeing the change of the tides, and he said to Elder Gu, older brother, this person cannot be left alone. Even 1 second longer, and he'll bring more danger to our cleansing incense ancient sect. Gu Taizhou ignored Chao Xiong, and directly asked Li Qia, Qia, how did you practice this method? Li Qia opened with a smile, and he carefully spoke, Elder is calling this method the Kuan Peng's 6 variants. Chao Xiong continued to add wind to the fire by saying, still playing the fool. Older brother, we should first capture him and then torture him after. Gu Taizhou suddenly snapped towards Chao Xiong and said, shut your mouth. At this moment, Gu Tieshou's entire body was akin to a fierce lion with frightening pressure. His heavenly aura burned. As the first brother, there was a line of respect that couldn't be overstepped. Gu Tieshou's sudden outburst caused Chao Xiong, the other elders, and the protectors to feel that his presence could not be provoked. At this moment, Gu Taizhou thunderously roared, Qia, speak, how did you cultivate the Kuan Peng's 6 variants? This was the first time Gu Taizhou had become angry. He was frighteningly serious. Li Qia slowly spoke, this matter began with the Kuan Peng's minor 6 forms. Regarding the heavenly aura of Gu Taizhou, he was not afraid. He paused for a moment, and then he continued, that day when Elder agreed to let me practice the Kuan Peng's minor 6 forms after my selection of the manuals, I immediately researched this method. During my meditation, I inadvertently fell asleep. At that moment, I experienced a strange dream. I dreamt of an old grandpa. This old grandpa told me our destinies were fated together, so he taught me a merit law close to the Kuan Peng's minor 6 forms. I didn't know the name of this merit law. Just now, since the elder had told me, I have finally learned its name. Li Qie continuously spoke as if it was the truth. He made the elders and protectors, that were currently present, feel as if his story was too outrageous. Chao Xiong yelled, nonsense, there is no such ridiculous thing in this world. This story of Tao instruction in your dream could only fool a 3-year-old child. Gu Taizhou didn't pay attention to Chao Xiong, he was still staring at Li Qie. He then gravely said, what did this old grandpa look like? Well, it was in my dream, I can't remember it very well. Li Qie tilted his head, pretended to ponder for a while, and then he finally described the image of immortal Emperor Minren. In this world, no one was more clear than him on what immortal Emperor Minren looked like in his old age. He said a few lines, and this was enough to have Minren sketched out. Li Qie's description shocked the group of elders. There was a statue of Minren at the cleansing incense ancient sect, but this was made from the hands of others, it did not contain his godly presence. However, the sect had secretly hidden a portrait of immortal Emperor Minren. This portrait was personally painted by Minren. It was not just a simple painting as it carried the emperor's power and the immortal spirit of immortal Emperor Minren. It was the bulwark treasure of the cleansing incense ancient sect. When this portrait was respectfully summoned, it could expel powerful enemies. This portrait could not be used carelessly. If activated often, then its power would greatly decrease. The emperor's power and immortal spirit would gradually disappear. Thus, unless it was a sect-destroying calamity, the cleansing incense ancient sect would not easily utilize it. The 6 elders had all seen this portrait. The emperor aura of the patriarch had left them an unerasable impression. Currently, with Li Qie's few lines, they immediately realized that he described the heavenly aura of the patriarch. Unless one had seen this portrait, they couldn't possibly describe the heavenly aura of the patriarch like this. Hearing Li Qie's vivid details of the heavenly aura of immortal Minren like this caused Gu Tieshou's group to be shaken. Could it really be that the patriarch had appeared in his dream? In the end, the first elder issued this command, all the other disciples take leave, protectors and elders stay behind. Without my command, no disciple can come closer. After the departure of the disciples, only the protectors and elders remained on the scene. The atmosphere of the yard intensified. At this moment, First Elder Gu Taizhou had quarantined this location, no one was allowed to come close. Finally, the First Elder said with a deep tone, bring out your Kuan Peng's 6 variants in your dream so that Elder Zhou and I can see it for a bit. At this time, Chao Xiong was extremely discontented, so he said, First brother, you wouldn't really believe this irrational matter, right? Gu Taizhou stared at Chao Xiong as Chao Xiong gravely said, this matter is definitely this animal secretly stealing the Kuan Peng's 6 variants. Gu Taizhou didn't back down, the hidden location, aside from the 6 of us, who else knows it? If one wants to open that place, Brother Chao should know the entire process. Without our permission, how could others open it? It would take a virtuous paragon to personally come and use brute force to open it. Otherwise, who could take out the manual? Whether the manual is still there or not, we know the truth in our hearts. Elder Sun also seriously spoke, that is right, if that place was breached by others, our cleansing incense ancient sect would already be in danger. Currently, we are fine without any losses. Brother Chao, do you really think that Li Qie has the ability to steal the Kuan Peng's 6 variants from that location? Unless you are implying that First Brother secretly taught Li Qie this method. Chao Xiong bitterly said, this little brother doesn't dare to say that. Even if he wanted to make this implication, it was still an impossibility. The other elders and protectors wouldn't believe in such an illusion. Eventually, Li Qie silently wrote down the incantations of the Kuan Peng's 6 variants. he also added his own profound knowledge. This copy of the merit law, only First Elder and Elder Zhou were allowed to read it, with Zhou only being able to see the first 3 transformations. During their examinations, Gu Taizhou and Elder Zhou were both surprised to see that this was not only a complete merit law, but it was also encompassed by mysterious truths that were more profound than their previous understandings. To be able to understand to this level, not to mention just them, but even the grand elders from the past wouldn't be able to. To be able to understand to this level and have this accumulation of experience would be enough to reach the virtuous paragon rank. At this moment, both the First Elder and Elder Zhou were frightened. Maybe it was true that the patriarch had reached out to Li Qie in his dream? Otherwise, how would one explain this matter? The First Elder and Elder Zhou didn't say a word, and so the elders and protectors could not infer the current situation. They glanced at each other. Maybe this type of Tao instruction in one's dream was a real thing. However, this was so irrational and difficult to believe. Finally, Gu Taizhou asked Li Qie, "Did the old grandpa from the dream say anything else?" Li Qie seriously thought about it, and then he said, That's right, old grandpa also said that I carry a great responsibility. In the future, the rise of the cleansing incense ancient sect will fall on my shoulders. Old grandpa also said that later on, if I wanted to learn even more profound merit laws, then I should use a similar merit law and call out for him. Then he might appear in my dream again, Chao Xiong loudly retorted, ridiculous and shameless. To say that you alone could revitalize the cleansing incense ancient sect, Gu Taizhou interrupted Chao Xiong, and he told Li Qie with a deep voice, "Continue." Li Qie scratched his head a couple of times, and then seriously said, "What those similar merit laws are, I do not know. Recently, I am upset that I am not able to seek out old grandpa." At this moment, Elder Sun busily said, "You have to call the minor emperor merit laws. You practiced the Kuan Peng's minor 6 forms, so old grandpa taught you the Kuan Peng's 6 variants. If you practice the other minor emperor merit laws, then maybe he will teach you other core emperor merit laws." Chao Xiong coldly yelled in response, "This matter is too ridiculous. Little brother Sun, you trust such ridiculous statements? These statements could only fool a 3-year-old boy. This argument cannot be proven, so he can say whatever he wants." Chapter 68, Perhaps it is possible to test this once. At this moment, Elder Wu, the youngest of the 6 elders, exclaimed, "Let Li Qie practice a different minor emperor merit law, that way, we could see if he could call forth the person in his dreams again. If he could write a different core emperor merit law down, then this is enough proof that his dreams contains Tao instruction." Elder Qian also agreed and said, "This method is feasible. If this works, then I'm afraid that what Li Qie said was the truth." This narrative was simply absurd, the elders and protectors couldn't believe it. However, within this crazy narrative, there was a shining ray of hope for the elders and protectors of the cleansing incense ancient sect to grasp onto. Currently, the cleansing incense ancient sect was declining, and all of the other big sects were watching closely. It was like they were a flock of fat sheep that were surrounded by a pack of wolves. To the elders and protectors, what they needed right now was a miracle capable of reinvigorating the sect. If Patriarch Min Ren was watching from the heavens above, then maybe he would really appear in a disciple's dreams. So, Chao Xiong paused for a moment, and then he ultimately said with a deep tone, "If he is willing to prove it, then I would have no objections." "Are you willing?" Gu Taizhou stared at Li Qie, and he asked in a serious manner. In reality, as the chief elder, he had experienced many winds and waves. He naturally knew that this matter was too irrational and too ridiculous. However, since he carried the burden of the cleansing incense ancient sect, his heart yearned for such a miracle. A miracle where the patriarch appeared in someone's dreams. "Elders, I stand upright without the fear of having a crooked shadow. No matter what the elders' test will be, I am fearless." Li Qie's brave and confident rhetoric garnered favorable impressions from the rest of the elders and protectors. Afterward was the selection of the merit laws. The elders glanced at each other, and, in the end, Elder Qian said, I believe we should pick the Violet Cloud merit law. Regarding this matter, only Brother Wu has the most insight. It could be said that in the sect, Emperor merit laws were pathetically few in number. The only complete core Emperor merit law was the Kuan Peng's 6 variants, and it was also the strongest law in the sect. Outside of this, there were 2 other extremely formidable core Emperor merit laws. However, they were incomplete. One of these 2 incomplete Emperor merit laws was the Violet Yang 10 Sun merit law. Even though this was the case, the elders did not dare to carelessly cultivate the 2 incomplete Emperor merit laws, because with one mistake, they would suffer chi deviation. This was akin to throwing one's entire cultivation away. So, the elders chose a virtuous paragon merit law instead. Elder Wu's first cultivation method was the Violet Cloud merit law. This method was too crucial to him. In the past, he wanted to cultivate the incomplete Violet Yang 10 Sun merit law, so he heavily researched the minor Emperor merit law. However, in the end, he realized that the incomplete Emperor merit law was too powerful, and he wouldn't be able to cultivate it. He had no choice but to give up and cultivate a virtuous paragon method instead. In order to test Li Chia, they had to pick one of the 2 incomplete Emperor merit laws because Elder Wu had such a deep understanding of the Violet Yang 10 Sun merit law. After the elders' deliberation, they unanimously decided to let Li Chia cultivate the Violet Cloud merit law. After the decision, Li Chia went back to his lonely peak. At this moment, the 6 elders themselves were protecting Lonely Peak in order to watch over Li Chia. The elders and protectors took this matter very seriously. Chao Xiong was hell-bent on killing Li Chia in order to avenge his 2 dead disciples. He wouldn't be able to sleep without obtaining this vengeance. However, he had no say in the current situation. More importantly, Chao Xiong also had a different plan, so this matter of vengeance had to take a back seat. The 6 elders agreed for Li Chia to practice the Violet Cloud merit law, so during this process, Li Chia was not allowed to leave Lonely Peak. He had to only focus on cultivation. The Violet Cloud merit law was only a corner of the Violet Yang 10 Sun merit law. This was also an Emperor merit law created by Min Ren, and even if its power was not as formidable compared to the Kuan Peng's 6 variants, within the Emperor merit laws, it was still incomparably powerful. Li Chia understood the original form of the Violet Yang 10 Sun merit law more than anyone else. That year, the moment they first created this merit law, Li Chia, as the Dark Crow, brought along Min Ren to the most dangerous of forbidden grounds, and they saw, with their own eyes, 10 suns floating up and down, reenacting a grand Tao. After this scene, Min Ren was able to create this merit law. During this entire process, Dark Crow Li Chia gave Min Ren advice, and he helped him perfect this merit law several times over. During his deep slumber, the memories of this merit law were erased. However, from the meticulous research of the Violet Cloud merit law, his previously erased memories and the profound truths of this method once again appeared in Li Chia's mind. Li Chia instantly retrieved the memories of the Violet Yang 10 Sun merit law, but he was not in a rush to tell the elders. Days had passed, leaving the elders to become very anxious. Day after day, month after month. At this moment, needless to mention other people, even the elders' hearts were wavering. The elders craved for a miracle in their minds even though the matter was ridiculous. However, they truly hoped that such a matter would happen, that the sect would be watched over by the patriarch. From my perspective, this animal was fooling all of us. Chao Xiong coldly spoke, adding wind to the fire. Regarding Chao Xiong's instigation, Elder Wu fought back. Brother Chao, you appear to be too eager. This is not the last step, so how could you arbitrarily decide? It seems like Brother Chao needs to bring Li Chia to his death just to be at ease. Chao Xiong, with a grim countenance, gravely spoke, Little Brother Wu, what do you mean by that? I am only committed to the protection of the cleansing incense ancient sect. First Elder Gu Taizhou interjected, okay, stop quarreling. It doesn't hurt to wait. Finally, after 3 months had passed, Li Chia came out from his small courtyard, excitedly saying, got it, got it, got it, really? After hearing these words, all of the elders at this time had forgotten about their statuses, and they immediately rushed in. Even Chao Xiong couldn't suppress this urge. Li Qie wrote the method down really well, and he handed it to First Elder. He then said, "Elder, this is the method the old grandpa in my dream was teaching me. Is this the Violet Yang 10 Sun Merit Law that you were talking about?" First Elder excitedly accepted the method. In reality, the other elders were ecstatic as well, including Chao Xiong. However, he was excited for a different reason. Eventually, the 6 elders personally took the method written by Li Qie, and they carefully matched it with the incomplete merit law in the cleansing incense ancient sect. Truth. He spoke the truth. This is a completed copy of the Violet Yang 10 Sun Merit Law. After the verification, Elder Wu was too astonished. He had dreamt about cultivating this method, but it was without success. He couldn't believe that during his lifetime, there would be a chance to see the complete Violet Yang 10 Sun Merit Law. Finally, Elder Wu with a matchless emotional excitement said, "This is not only the complete merit law, but it also contains mysterious interpretations. I think, outside of the Patriarch's Tao instruction in his dream, I'm afraid that an ordinary disciple would have no chance of understanding this merit law to this level. Even a heavenly genius, given a complete merit law, wouldn't be able to find profound truths like these." All of the elders were shocked, some were excited, and some were moved. This matter to them was just like a dream. This was so ridiculous and impossible. An elder couldn't help but exclaim, "The blue heavens have eyes, and they pitted our cleansing incense ancient sect. Our patriarch is watching over us from the heavens, and he didn't wish to see the destruction of our sect. He had shown up in spirit to save us." At this juncture, there was nothing in the world more reliable than the Tao instructions in Li Qie's dreams. Chao Xiong's eyes were restlessly flashing. Within the elders, he was the one to distrust this ridiculous Tao instruction in one's dreams the most. However, what if there was a 1 in 10,000 chance that this was the truth? This caused Chao Xiong to ponder without break. Finally, the elders once again summoned Li Qie. Seeing his calm expression as he sat in the seat, the elders had an unspeakable feeling in their hearts. Could it be that the patriarch had truly chosen this disciple with a mortal physique, mortal life wheel, and mortal fate palace in front of their eyes? Otherwise, there would be no other explanation. The elders couldn't help but recall the Jade Spiral Merit Law. Maybe Li Qie didn't come up with it, but it was passed down to him by the patriarch. Whether this was the truth or not, it was no longer important to the elders. This was because they had seen a miracle. Li Qie would be the key to the revitalization of the cleansing incense ancient sect. In the end, First Elder Gu Taizhou deeply said, after the elders' examination, "We believe that you receiving Tao instruction in your dreams is the truth, so the Kuan Peng's 6 variants can't be considered to be stolen by you. Also, the elders have decided that you will be allowed to practice the Violet Yang 10 Sun Merit Law." After living for 1,000 years, this matter still felt like a dream to Gu Taizhou. However, when it had reached this stage, he couldn't not believe it. He hoped that this was the truth. Li Qie playfully smiled, and he said, "I heard from the elders that the current Violet Yang 10 Sun Merit Law from the sect was extremely incomplete. Today, I have brought forth a complete version. I wonder, could this be considered a grand contribution or not?" Li Qie, suddenly wanting credits, caught the elders unprepared, and they had to glance at each other. You could say that it is a grand contribution. In the end, First Elder Gu Taizhou couldn't deny this. For the sect to find a core Emperor Merit Law, it was indeed a heavenly frightening contribution. Li Qie smilingly said, "If you say so, then I want to make a request." The elders looked at each other, and the first elder nodded his head. "We will allow for you to make a request. As long as the sect is capable, we will satisfy your desire. My request is very simple. I heard that Nanhuiran and Protector Mo cultivate the Violet Cloud Merit Law. Since I have a grand contribution to use up, my request is for the sect to agree for them to cultivate the Violet Yang 10 Sun Merit Law." First line, "A morally upright man with nothing to hide won't have a crooked/slanted shadow." Chapter 69, regarding Li Qie's request, the other elders remained silent. However, Chao Xiong immediately yelled, presumptuous and abusive for personal gains. This matter, the sect will never allow. Emperor merit laws, these were exclusive for the elders. Even a protector wouldn't be able to practice a core emperor merit law. Currently, a third-generation disciple wanted to cultivate a core emperor merit law. Chao Xiong was naturally discontent. Li Qia glanced at him, and he slowly said, Elder Chao, if you personally find and bring back a core emperor merit law, not mentioning your disciples, even if your grand disciple wanted to practice this core emperor merit law, I would still agree. I forgot, Elder Chao currently had lost your disciples, let alone a grand disciple. These words of Li Qia seemingly pierced Chao Xiong. His face immediately became dark and twisted. He stood up, and he screamed, little animal, do you want to die? First Elder Gu Taizhou thunderously roared, little brother Chao. Qia is only a little child, there is no need to stoop down to his level. In the past, Chao Xiong didn't think highly of Gu Taizhou in his mind. However, now he knew that the first elder was not only a royal noble, but he was an experienced one at that. Moreover, he was also cultivating the Kuan Peng's 6 variants which Chao Xiong dreaded facing. He definitely was not a match for Gu Taizhou. Chao Xiong bitterly said, older brother Gu, you are way too condoning of this animal. He sooner or later will be the calamity of our sect. Children don't think before they speak, brother Chao, you don't need to mind his words. At this moment, Gu Taizhou was clearly partial towards Li Qia. Even the other 4 elders were on his side, this caused Chao Xiong's heart to be hateful. Regarding Li Qia's request, after some deliberations by the elders, they agreed, thus, they told Li Qia, since you want to use your contribution to back this matter, after our debate, we have decided to grant your request. Protector Mo has been loyal and with us for so long, and his loyalty is without question. He will be allowed to cultivate the Violet Yang 10 Sun Merit Law. As for Nan Huiran, he can also cultivate it, but not now. After a few years of trials, if there aren't any problems, he will be allowed to cultivate this method. No one could surpass Elder Sun's current cheerful mood. Protector Mo was his disciple and Nan Huiran was his grand disciple. Now that they have the qualification to practice the Violet Yang 10 Sun Merit Law, as their master, how could he not be happy? Chao Xiong's heart was full of hatred to the point of rage. Currently, he almost became an isolated loner. His disciples Protector Hu and Leng Shizhi both died at the hands of Li Qia, and he regretted not being able to cut Li Qia into pieces. However, at this important moment, Li Qia had contributed greatly, and he became an important person, one to be heavily nurtured. He was protected by the cleansing incense ancient sect, so it would be difficult for him to get revenge for his disciples. After hearing the message, Protector Mo and Nan Huiran were left without words. At this moment, they recalled that Li Qia had said that within a year, they would be able to cultivate the Violet Yang 10 Sun Merit Law. They didn't think this matter would come so early, it felt like a dream. Currently, they felt that the day they chose to follow Li Qia, it was the wisest decision they have made in their entire lives. At that moment, if other people knew about it, they would have laughed and called them crazy. A protector following a third-generation disciple, a mortal one on top of that. Currently, through their efforts, they were reaping the results. Li Qia had always been generous to his loyal followers. After Nan Huiran had received the order, he and his master went to meet Li Qia with their excitement at its peak. Older brother, how did you do it? Li Qia opened with a smile and said, it was only a small matter, it was not difficult. Nan Huiran was completely ecstatic. An Emperor Merit Law. And a core Emperor Merit Law at that. This would cause others to be reddened with greed. He asked, older brother, how did you find an Emperor Merit Law? Was it really the patriarch in your dreams? The Tao instruction within a dream was sealed off by the upper echelon of the sect. Nan Huiran only knew because his Grand Master, Elder Sun, told him about it. Li Qia smilingly asked, does lying to you do me any good? I can't repay all the favors you have done for me. As long as you command it, I will do anything you want without batting an eyelid. Li Qia glared at him and replied, sucking up once again? Humph. If you weren't loyal to me, would I be rewarding you with an emperor merit law? Being yelled at by Li Chia, Nan Huiran didn't mind, and he only laughed. As for Protector Mo, he was the type of person that was without many words, and he was not good in social politeness. He only turned towards Li Chia and deeply bowed without saying another word. Li Shuangyan, who was considered a maid of Li Chia, simply maintained the cool eye of a bystander. Even till today, outside of silence, she was still silent. No matter what had happened recently, she was just watching as a spectator. Li Chia didn't show amazing talents or an amazing aptitude for cultivation, but instead heaven-rebelling tricks and schemes. He suddenly became the most important resource of the cleansing incense ancient sect while being calm in any situation in order to reverse it. He killed 5 people, and he even got out of that unscathed. He also easily crushed Chao Xiong's plot and dispelled all dangers. He made it seem like it was as easy as turning one's hand, but in reality, it required an amazing foresight. These experienced and resolute actions, as well as the smooth flow of procedures, this was only a 13-year-old boy? Everything this little boy did was impossible to imagine. Every step was without childish temperament, they were all like the flowing of the rivers and the drifting of the clouds. He was like a meticulous antelope, defending itself at night. He essentially did not resemble a little boy, but a wise master that was knowing of all things. What shocked Li Shuangyan's heart was that before coming to the cleansing incense ancient sect, she thought her master, Demon King Luan Ri, valued Li Chia because of his knowledge regarding a few secrets. However, now it seemed like this was definitely not the case. Li Shuangyan thought of the proverb, on the road of cultivation, the most important things were not necessarily physiques, life wheels, or fate palaces. This proverb was validated by Li Chia. Li Shuangyan remained taciturn, without words. The longer she was by Li Chia's side, the more she felt how unfathomable Li Chia was. She was a genius and the heaven's proud daughter. She was prideful of her talents and aptitude. However, seeing Li Chia's mortal physique, mortal life wheel, and mortal fate palace, she couldn't help but remain silent. Even she wouldn't be able to have such means to control everything while maintaining a clear view of the circumstances. A chess piece moves forward and a chess piece moves back, bringing someone to their death. This was not perception or talents, it was a grand wisdom, accumulated throughout the years. On top of that, such accumulation of the many moons of the past appeared in a young boy, leaving the conceited Li Shuangyan feeling helpless. If Li Chia was a natural born like her, with an emperor physique and a saint fate palace, then where would he be now? She's afraid that he would have swept through the 9 heavens and the 10 earths already. Li Chia's killing of the 3 sectional leaders, 1 protector, and the genius disciple, Leng Shizhi, this matter, no matter what sect, would still be as grand as the sky. In order to bring an end to this matter, the 6 elders of the cleansing incense ancient sect specially called for a meeting, and Li Chia was specially allowed to attend. Without a doubt, in the minds of the elders, Li Chia was of the utmost importance. Outside of Chao Xiong, the other elders all considered that Li Chia would be the key for the revitalization of the cleansing incense ancient sect. This matter is only a big misunderstanding. In the end, First Elder Gu Taizhou came to this conclusion. In reality, when this conclusion was achieved, the other elders had discussed secretly without the presence of Chao Xiong. Before, the other 4 elders had doubts because of the first elder's depression, they were disappointed, and their confidence wavered. However, after this experience, the other 4 elder once again became a group that completely supported the first elder. Not only this, but this matter had caused the 4 elders to greatly suspect Chao Xiong. In this matter, Chao Xiong and Dong Xinglong were too close to each other. This caused discomfort in the other elders' hearts. The cleansing incense ancient sect and the heavenly gods sect were mortal enemies. The 2 sects hadn't battled each other since the last war. However, the cleansing incense ancient sect still considered the heavenly gods sect to be its biggest enemy. Chao Xiong and Dong Xinglong together brought on the dislikes of the other elders. It was just a misunderstanding. However, if we end it there, I'm afraid the other disciples would not be convinced. 3 sectional leaders, 1 protector, and 1 genius in the sect died tragically. this was a heavy loss to our sect. At this moment, Chao Xiong's heart was bleeding blood, but he couldn't do anything else. He had lost everything from this matter, and he had burned himself down. He also knew the other 4 elders had defected. Gu Taizhou discontentedly asked, "What else does Brother Chao still want?" In reality, this entire situation, all of the elders and even the protectors suspected it was all part of Chao Xiong's plan, but unfortunately, the dead cannot testify. They had no way to accuse Chao Xiong, and they could only say that it was just a misunderstanding. Chao Xiong gravely said, "Sect members killing each other, this is an unpleasant event for the sect. If Li Qiye doesn't suffer a little bit of punishment, I'm afraid the disciples will be upset and think that we deal with matters carelessly, that we view human life as grass. If this is a misunderstanding, then we won't harshly punish Li Qiye, but a lenient punishment cannot be avoided. Otherwise, we can't convince the juniors." Chao Xiong's words caused the other 5 elders to glance at each other. Even though they suspected Chao Xiong, they do admit that his words have some sense. They also had similar thoughts, using a misunderstanding as an excuse to kill 3 sectional leaders, a protector, and a genius disciple felt like a prevarication. Gu Tieshou's group all thought about giving Li Qiye a little punishment of no significance in order to have something to show the junior sect members. Chapter 70. Seeing the silence of the other elders, Chao Xiong wanted to strike while the iron was still hot. He continued, "If this was only a misunderstanding, it won't be a grave punishment. We should sentence him to the Ghost Pavilion to meditate, facing a wall for half a year for being reckless and handling affairs impulsively." Hearing Chao Xiong's words, Elder Sun grimaced, and he said, "Ghost Pavilion?" Chao Xiong went on, "Even though the Ghost Pavilion appears to be sinister, but it is without danger. First brother had experienced it himself, so I don't need to say more. If we make him wall meditate in a different location, I'm afraid the other disciples will laugh at us for being too easy on him. Personally, I feel that the Ghost Pavilion is the most appropriate." At this point, Chao Xiong looked at Li Qiye, and he said, "Plus, Li Qiye is protected by the Patriarch. Him going to the Ghost Pavilion is extremely fitting." The Ghost Pavilion was the area where the Patriarch suppressed evil ghosts and foreign Tao. This is just in time to borrow the Patriarch's heavenly aura again to suppress the Ghost Pavilion. Within the elders, Elder Sun was the most supportive of Li Qiye. He said while he frowned, This matter is not fine." During the moment when Gu Taizhou was still hesitating, Li Qiye glanced at Chao Xiong, smiled, and he calmly said, "Since I have the Patriarch's blessing, then what is there to be afraid of? Ghost Pavilion? So be it, this disciple is willing to accept this punishment." Staring at Li Qiye for a moment, Gu Taizhou nodded his head in the end, and he said, "Fine, since you are willing, then it will be the Ghost Pavilion. We'll sentence you to wall meditation in the Ghost Pavilion for half a year. Protector Mo will be the overseer." Gu Tieshou's arrangement was simply excellent. Instead of saying that Protector Mo would be supervising Li Qiye, it is more accurate to say that Protector Mo would be protecting him. After the verdict, Gu Taizhou said in a serious manner, "Li Qiye's actions are reckless and completely deserving of punishment. Sectional leader Zhou instigating the whole event also needs to be punished. Without the ignorance and foolishness of Zhou, the group of Protector who wouldn't have died in vain. So, take away his position, and he will no longer be assigned to any duties in the sect." Hearing this decision, Chao Xiong's heart was bleeding blood. He had lost 2 disciples and 3 loyal sectional leaders. Currently at his side were a few loyal hounds that were willing to do his bidding. The removal of Zhou's sectional leader's seat was a big loss to him. However, at this moment, he had no choice but to acquiesce. If one couldn't bear the small matters, then it would ruin the grand scheme. Sectional leader Zhou is ignorant and foolish. I also agree with Big Brother's decision. Chao Xiong gritted his teeth, and he accepted Gu Tieshou's decision. Even Chao Xiong had already accepted, so the other elders didn't need to say anything. The decision became unanimously agreed upon. The decision of the elders was quickly announced to all. In a flash, each and all of the disciples of the Cleansing Incense Ancient Sect had heard news of this. Many couldn't help but be without words because this matter was incredible. At the moment when Li Chia had joined the sect, there were countless disciples that laughed at him with disdain. Now, Li Chia had killed 3 sectional leaders, 1 protector, and even Leng Shizhi, who was considered the #1 genius disciple of the sect. This was an unspeakable matter. What was even more frightening was that even though Li Chia committed such a huge crime, the punishment was very light. This changed the expressions of many disciples and sectional leaders. At this moment, they were able to feel a different atmosphere. As for the elite disciples of the sect, they were warned by their masters and protectors to not openly discuss this matter. Regarding the Tao instruction in Li Chia's dreams, this was a secret with a gag order from the elders. Outside of the elders and protectors, others didn't have the right to ask or know about this matter. Regarding this matter, in reality, the 5 elders had secretly discussed this. This was a decision made after the matter of Li Chia's punishment. Chao Xiong was excluded. This was not a formal meeting, but it was privately discussed. Before the meeting, all 5 of the elders secretly sneaked out. At that moment, Elder Sun made a suggestion: we should let Li Chia practice the daylight sky merit law. Elder Qian also nodded his head in agreement. This we can do. The patriarch protects Li Chia, and he teaches him the Tao in his dreams. If we let him practices the daylight sky merit law, maybe we could obtain our heavens will secret law again. When immortal Emperor Min Ren carried the heavens will, he was able to create a heavens will secret law. It was one of a kind. A heavens will secret law was the highest achievement in the life of an immortal emperor, and its power greatly exceeded the other emperor merit laws. Heavens will secret law, one could say that it carries the heavens will godly aura. Immortal Emperor Min Ren had left behind his secret law to the sect. Unfortunately, the cleansing incense ancient sect lost this invincible secret law later on. Currently, Li Chia could be taught by the patriarch in his dream, so all of the elders were hoping that they could find the heavens will secret law through Li Chia. If they could regain this secret law, to the declining sect, it would be, without a doubt, a heart-saving medicine. Elder Sun couldn't help but exclaim, I feel that Li Chia is currently the treasure of all treasures within our sect. We should let him learn anything that has to do with Emperor merit laws. With the Tao instruction in his dreams, we could regain all the Emperor merit laws that we have lost. It is entirely true that we should let Li Chia practice the daylight sky merit law. Maybe it is the truth that we could regain our secret law. First Elder Gu Taizhou nodded his head, and he carefully said, however, we cannot be too impatient and emotional. The proverbs say, we shouldn't bite off more than we can chew. If we ask for Li Chia to practice the daylight sky merit law, there is a chance that he wouldn't be able to understand it. Without this understanding, he wouldn't be able to call for the patriarch, so we should first let Li Chia finish practicing the Violet Yang 10 Sun merit law. When he stabilizes this merit law, then we can let him practice the daylight sky merit law. In reality, Gu Taizhou didn't know that Li Chia didn't practice the Violet Yang 10 Sun merit law. He had already practiced the Kuan Peng's 6 variants along with the revolving crescent sun merit law, so he didn't need to practice the Violet Yang 10 Sun merit law. Elder Sun felt that statement was logical, so he replied, First brother makes a lot of sense. Li Chia is the ultimate treasure of our sect, we have to slowly dig it out. If we are too hasty, then what if he suffers from chi deviation? Isn't this the same as destroying our future? After the secret deliberation, there was finally a decision. They prepared for Li Chia to practice any methods that had something to do with Emperor merit laws of the cleansing incense ancient sect. In a main peak of the sect, Chao Xiong was secretly meeting with Dong Xinglong. In the grand hall, there were only the 2 of them. The only difference was, Chao Xiong was no longer as calm as he was last time. Chao Xiong impatiently said in a cold manner, Brother Dong, the plan has been implemented. At this moment, mistakes definitely cannot appear. His last plan suffered great losses. He lost 2 disciples and 3 sectional leaders, so he wished to cut Li Chia into countless pieces. Brother Chao, you can rest assured about this matter. From now on, you and I are in the same boat. From now on, there will definitely be 0 errors. Within 3 days, Lai Zhanho will be here. I had turned towards His Royal Highness for commands. At that moment, the situation will be very favorable for Brother Chao. Dong Xinglong smilingly said with his expression saying that victory was already at hand. Having heard this, Chao Xiong couldn't help but become shaken. Lai Zhanho, this was a great general of the Heavenly Jewel Kingdom, and he was bestowed this title by the mortal king of the kingdom himself. Dong Xinglong cheerfully smiled, Brother Chao, if the emperor sends down a command, this is a good opportunity for you to climb to the sect master's position of the cleansing incense ancient sect. You must grab on to this chance. Chao Xiong inevitably fell silent. Becoming the sect master was always his ambition. However, before this incident, he didn't want to use these types of schemes to become the sect master. Now, he had no other choice. His hope that was placed in Leng Shizhi was destroyed by the hands of Li Qie. To him, this was a grave blow, and it also broke his aspirations. Chao Xiong asked with a deep tone that was filled with worry, Brother Dong, can you confirm that after the successful matter, Lai Zhanho will leave and the mortal king won't offend my cleansing incense ancient sect? Dong Xinglong smiled and replied, regarding this matter, Brother Chao can rest assured. Brother Chao, think about it for a little bit. With the power of the Heavenly God sect and the Heavenly Jewel Kingdom today, wanting to destroy your cleansing incense ancient sect is an easy matter, don't you think? However, His Majesty is kind, and he never wanted to take action. What does this imply? What His Majesty wants is only the heavens will secret law. As long as you could obtain this secret law, the other matters are not a problem. Chao Xiong gravely replied, Brother Dong, don't worry, obtaining the heavens will secret law, I will take care of it. He didn't want to sell the heavens will secret law of the cleansing incense ancient sect. He had thought about this many times. Once he gained control of the situation, even if Lai Zhanho wouldn't withdraw his troops, he wouldn't be afraid because he has the portrait of the patriarch in his hand. As for Li Qie, a frightening killing intent flashed from Chao Xiong's eyes. Dong Xinglong naturally couldn't read Chao Xiong's thoughts, and he also didn't know the matter of the patriarch's portrait. However, since he had the backing of the Heavenly God sect and the Heavenly Jewel Kingdom, he was not afraid. Even if Chao Xiong could somehow flip over the torrential ocean waves, in front of a gigantic monster like the Heavenly God sect, it wouldn't be enough to reach the apex. On the other side, Nan Huiran had heard the news, and he was shocked. Nan Huiran, with an ugly expression, loudly asked Li Qie, Brother, you really have to go to the ghost pavilion to meditate for half a year? Could this be fake? Li Qie cheerfully smiled, and he said, the elders had all decided, what else can I do? Seeing Li Qie's relaxed appearance, Nan Huiran couldn't help but say, Brother, do you know what type of place the ghost pavilion is? Li Qie replied in a relaxed manner, didn't you talk about it before? It was previously the Zither Pavilion. Nan Huiran couldn't bear it anymore, jumped up, and then he said, that was a long time ago. In the past it was called the Zither Pavilion, but a few 10,000 years ago, its name was changed, people called it the Ghost Pavilion. A coward would be scared shitless entering this place. Currently, not to mention this Ghost Pavilion, even the peak over there, no one dared to venture near it. Chapter 71, Nan Huiran told Li Qie in a mysterious manner, I heard there are ghosts there. Since it is called the Ghost Pavilion, ghosts would be a normal thing. Without ghosts, how could it be called the Ghost Pavilion? Li Qie laughed. Seeing Li Qie without any anxiety, Nan Huiran jumped anxiously and busily said, Brother, I'm not joking with you. There are really ghosts at that place. There are really ghosts there. If you don't believe me, you can go ask my master. Protector Mo was also present. Hearing Nan Huiran, he pondered for a moment, and then he said, the Ghost Pavilion is indeed ominous. It is better to be careful even though I've never heard of anyone dying in the Ghost Pavilion. I did hear that the first elder was unbearably hurt, suffering many losses in there. Whether there are ghosts or not, a conclusion cannot be drawn, but there are definitely some ominous things at that place. Ghosts, Li Qie gazed towards the far direction, farther than far, and he finally smiled cheerfully. He said, "If there are actual ghosts, I would like it even more. Why is there the need to be afraid of ghosts?" At this moment, he couldn't help but smirk and burst out laughing. Nan Huiran, regarding his first brother's heavy taste, became silent. Regarding these ominous ghosts, others just wanted to escape. However, his first brother said that he liked them. Nan Huiran was really concerned about Li Qie, and he still wanted to persuade him. However, his master, Protector Mo, gently shook his head, so he became silent instead. Protector Mo didn't try to convince Li Qie. From his perspective, Li Qie already had his own ideas. He trusted that Li Qie's actions didn't warrant their worries. In the end, Li Qie smiled and said to Nan Huiran, "Let us go. It's time to see the ghost pavilion." Nan Huiran had no other options, and he had to resign to his fate. He followed Li Qie to see the ghost pavilion, but along the way, he was muttering, "Brother, if you meet a ghost, do not say I didn't warn you. There are real ghosts there." With Nan Huiran's continuous verbose speech like a married housewife, Li Qie could only smile. In reality, the matter of Li Qie heading to meditate at the ghost pavilion, the disciples at the cleansing incense ancient sect had all heard. The moment the ghost pavilion was brought up, the disciples all shivered in fear. A deadly pale disciple said, "Staying half a year at the ghost pavilion? I wouldn't do it, not even for a day. I would rather stay in a punishing frozen cave than the ghost pavilion." Another disciple shook his head and said, "Don't even mention the frozen cave. I would rather go to the dark dried valley than the ghost pavilion." Other disciples started to speak. Regarding the ghost pavilion, even Uncle De Dan was afraid of it. The disciple continued, "Uncle De Dan could be considered the most courageous person in our sect. 5 years ago, he didn't believe in the evil occult, so he made a bet with us to go into the ghost pavilion. The second day, the sun had not risen, and he escaped and even pissed his pants in terror. Little bastard, revealing my shortcomings, do you want to be beaten?" A middle-aged man, who was standing to the side, glared at him and yelled. This middle-aged man was incomparably rough-looking. It was clear that this person was the uncouth fellow, De Dan. Even though this disciple was glared at, there were other disciples that curiously asked, "Uncle, what happened at that time? What happened that night?" This uncle, questioned by the disciples, gave in. He contemplated for a moment, shook his head, and then he said, "The ghost pavilion has ghosts, frightening ghosts. Maybe not just one, but many ghosts." A disciple curiously asked, "Li Qie going to meditate in the ghost pavilion, how long do you guys think he can last?" Someone was feeling like gambling. "I'm willing to bet that he won't make it through one night." Another disciple coldly scowled and said, "A whole night, humph. From my perspective, I'm afraid that once night falls, he would have peed in his pants." The ghost pavilion is not only notorious in name, there are definitely ghosts at that place. At the moment, many disciples of the sect were gossiping. All of them said that there were ghosts there, but what type of ghosts, no one knew. In fact, regarding the ghost pavilion, even the protectors were afraid of it. First Elder went to the ghost pavilion once, and he tried to use his Emperor Merit Law to suppress the ominous aura of the ghost pavilion. No one could believe that on the second day, the tired First Elder came out of the pavilion. He couldn't suppress the evil aura in the ghost pavilion. Since then, no protectors or disciples dared to not know their own strengths and venture into the ghost pavilion. Originally, the world spirit energy of this peak was quite good, but because of the ghost pavilion rumors, no one was willing to come to this peak to cultivate. Currently, this peak was the scene of declination. The surrounding 10 miles were declining as well. Even the flowers and trees were sickly looking. It was as if they were affected by the ominous aura of the pavilion. It was said that a few 10,000 years ago, the disciples of this peak formed their own branch. This peak used to be prosperous for generations. However, later on, it became haunted. This place started to decline until no disciples were willing to step into the place again. When Li Qie was standing on top of the peak, basking in the view of the mountains and rivers in this area, he couldn't help but become solemn. This fading scenery was not only because no disciples were willing to go there, but one could faintly feel uneasy. It was like there was something below, exerting evil energy. In the last 10,000 years, all of the past disciples of the sect considered this place to be ominous. It seemed like this was not without reasons. Also standing next to Li Qia, Nanhuiren felt a cold chill behind his back, as if a ghost was staring at him. It gave him sudden goosebumps. If Li Qia wasn't with him, he would never be willing to go to this evil place. Regaining his wits, Li Qia observed the big pavilion on the peak. The building named Ghost Pavilion had begun to rot. Looking at the pavilion in front of his eyes, he couldn't help but to gently sigh. The Ghost Pavilion, in reality, was meticulously crafted with many interesting charms. It was built on top of a peak. It was as if it was part of nature, causing others to feel that it and the peak were integrated into one. From the decoration of the pavilion, it could be understood that the sect greatly valued it in the past. Unfortunately, because of the ominous aura, the sect had to forsake it. The Ghost Pavilion was not large in size, but it was very detailed. It could be praised as it was beautifully refined. However, the current pavilion was covered in dust and spider webs, as well as wild grass and weeds. Even the wild squirrels and birds considered this place their home. Entering the pavilion, stepping onto the floor made out of 10,000-year-old jade pine caused a creaking sound. In the midst of the atmosphere inside, a coward would be scared shitless, especially since there were sounds of bats scurrying rampantly, increasing the evil atmosphere. Protector Amo nostalgically said, "This place used to be an important ground of the cleansing incense ancient sect, but unfortunately, it is completely deserted and ruined now." It was not just Protector Amo reminiscing. Even Li Qia's heart was sighing softly. That year, on the long winding road of the Tao, before immortal Emperor Min Ren carried the heaven's will in his sweeping of the 9 heavens and 10 earths, inside this pavilion, Li Qia used to teach the Zither Tao to little Min Ren. Regarding this story, when he was still the Dark Crow, he used to tease Min Ren for his worthlessness at playing the zither. If he had to become a zither performer for his livelihood, Li Qia was afraid that he would starve to death. Back in those days, Min Ren regarding Li Qia's ridicule, he also couldn't do anything besides bursting into loud laughter. Without Li Qia's command, Protector Amo and Nanhuiren busily cleaned the inside and outside of the Ghost Pavilion. After they were finished, the pavilion seemed a lot brighter. The dark atmosphere was partly swept away. However, even then, the pavilion still felt quite sinister. After preparing all the daily essentials for Li Qia, they reported back to Li Qia. After seeing the preparations from the two, Li Qia gently nodded his head. He finally said, "This is fine, however, I will sleep in the grand hall. There is no need to prepare a room especially for me. Also, Huiren, go bring me a zither." "Zither? What do you need a zither here for?" Hearing Li Qia's words, Nanhuiren was surprised. Normally, very few cultivators would elegantly play the harp and watch the moon. Li Qia smilingly said, "Over here used to be the Zither Pavilion with extremely beautiful sceneries. At night, to be able to enjoy the moon and play the zither, how wonderful is this matter?" Nanhuiren couldn't endure and gently whispered, "Big brother, this place is the Ghost Pavilion. At night, there will be ghostly matters. Yoyu, you're still in the mood to play the zither? Smelly brat, don't ruin my mood, hurry up and go." Li Qia, a 13-year-old boy, called Nanhuiren a brat as if he was an old grandpa, but Nanhuiren cheerfully smiled and ran away. At the moment when the two, master and disciple, were arranging matters, Li Shuangyan also followed and especially observed this Ghost Pavilion. She carefully analyzed it, without letting go of a single detail. Li Shuangyan currently watched the 4 large pillars inside the Grand Hall, and she was in a daze. The 4 large pillars were made from 10,000-year-old jade pine. After countless years of baptism, they were without any sign of deterioration. On top of that, each of these pillars was densely packed with veined patterns. Actually, not only the 4 pillars were covered with these patterns, the entire Zither Pavilion was covered in these patterns, but the patterns' colors were very faint. If one did not focus, it was essentially difficult to see. Li Shuangyan, a genius with a Saint Fate palace and emperor physique, no matter where she went, she would be the heaven's proud daughter. As she watched these patterns, she immediately felt that they were extraordinary. A genius like her was meticulously analyzing, wanting to see through the mysterious truths inside. However, during her observation, she found that these patterns were not Dao rune words or magical incantations. She couldn't shake off the feeling that there was a mystery indescribable by words inside. "Do you see anything special?" Li Qie went next to her. He revealed a comfortable smile to Li Shuangyan, who was observing the patterns. De Dan means big courage. Chapter 72. Li Shuangyan couldn't help but to look at the little boy, who was younger and standing in front of her. With his calm demeanor and casual expression, she understood that this little boy had already knew what this was. Li Shuangyan couldn't help but to ask, "What is it?" The genius heaven's proud daughter, Li Shuangyan, had never underestimated herself. However, after such a long observation, she was not able to clearly understand the mysteries of the patterns. Li Qie already knew. This caused Li Shuangyan to feel a little helpless. Did this little boy in front of her really have a mortal physique, mortal life wheel, and mortal face palace? Li Qie stared at the numerous densely packed patterns. At this moment, his eyes became particularly abstruse, and gently whispered, "Zither melodies." At this moment, Li Shuangyan felt that the little boy in front of her had become an entirely different person. It was as if he was the victim of countless vicissitudes, as if he was bathed in countless moons. The most regrettable thing in this world is lacking an intimate friend. In the end, the little boy in front of her spoke out such a subtle and ineffable line. Li Shuangyan couldn't help but inquire, "How do you know these are zither melodies? What are the mysteries inside these lines?" The genius heaven's proud daughter was acting as if she was an eager student. "Ah, the mysteries inside are of an ancient story." Li Qie smilingly said, "As for how I know, I calculated with my fingers." Li Shuangyan felt helpless once again. She couldn't see through this little boy. These zither melodies in front of her, she knew that her understanding would not be lesser than any other genius. However, this little boy, with just a glance, immediately knew what it was. This was too devilish. She couldn't help but wonder if the little boy in front of her was still human. Finally, Li Qie told Protector Mo, "All of you should return. I want to be by myself to quietly contemplate." Nan Huiran didn't have an opinion, and as the observer of Li Qie for his wall-facing meditation as well as his protector, Protector Mo had the responsibilities to look after him. He hesitated, and then he said, "But, you are not safe in this place. If this place isn't safe, then other places are even more dangerous." Li Qie bloomed a smile, and he arranged for Protector Mo, "Your mission isn't to protect me, it is to watch over Chao Xiong carefully, understand?" Protector Mo glanced at Li Qie, and then finally nodded his head in agreement. Even though he was a man of few words, he was aware of the situation. At this moment, he immediately knew what to do with Li Qie's command. "You also go back. Here, I alone am enough." In the end, he also told Li Shuangyan to go back. In this place, he didn't need Li Shuangyan's protection. The truth was, with Li Shuangyan's presence, it wouldn't be convenient for him to catch the big fish. Everyone had left, and only Li Qie remained. He didn't do anything except meditate in the grand hall with his eyes closed. Soon, the sun had set, and the moon had risen. The night curtain beckoned, and the entire peak was encompassed by a gloomy shadow. At this moment, the four directions were all silent. Outside of the peak, one could faintly hear the howls of the wolves. Under the night sky, the mountains and trees, along with the vines, seemingly became ferocious. There was a transformation in this place. It was as if an evil aura was coming from the ground, as if something ominous wanted to rise from the earth. Hush! At this moment, inside the ghost pavilion was a howling fierce wind. In but a moment, a black fog appeared inside. It was as if this place was wanting to become hell. Ha 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 ha! Suddenly, waves of sinister laughter came from inside the pavilion as if an evil ghost was hiding in the shadows, staring at Li Qie. Li Qie, who was sitting in the meditation pose, suddenly opened his eyes. He calmly smiled, and he gracefully said, I don't want to personally take action. I only want to ask one thing, where is that zither? At this moment, Li Chia was carrying the zither given to him by Nanhuiren, and his 5 fingers were hovering over the strings. Ha 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 ha. The reply to Li Chia's question was even more sinister laughters. Afterward, the sounds of ghostly bones creaking filled the air. At this time, Li Chia focused his eyes and observed. The ghost pavilion was no longer here, and he was in an empty unknown wilderness. Looking as far as the eyes can see, it was an endless wasteland. The more frightening matter was that below the ground, there were waves of skeletons crawling up. These skeletons had been here for who knows how many years. They slowly stood up, carried broken swords, and they motioned towards Li Chia. In the midst of things, Li Chia was surrounded by the endless sea of skeletons. This type of illusion, to me, is as simple as eating breakfast. It is without meaning. Fush! At this time, a skeleton struck at Li Chia with his blade. Li Chia remained motionless. This blade pierced his body, and blood immediately sputtered. However, Li Chia was still motionless, and he was still smiling. Creaking, creaking, wave after wave, the friction of the bones caused creepy sounds that would frighten others and cause their scalps to tingle. Anyone else would immediately turn and run. At this moment, many skeletons had crawled up to Li Chia. Some grabbed his hands and others his feet. They then lifted him up. They turned to the 4 directions, and they started to pull. Seemingly, they wanted to dismember Li Chia. Being dismembered by so many skeletons, wave after wave of extreme pain came. It was followed by the spurting of blood. Fush! Next, the arms and legs were removed by the skeletons. His body became 2 halves, blood came flying out from his body, along with his innards. His head rolled really far away. For anyone else, they would have defended themselves earlier as well as destroy these skeletons, but Li Chia was still calmly smiling as his head was rolling far away. As his skull was rolling on the ground, Li Chia, who was still smiling, said, I only ask one question, where is that zither located? For the sake of an old friend, I won't make any moves. Once I take action, the consequences would be unimaginable. Suddenly, the scenery changed. There were no longer skeletons, and his body was without harm. Li Chia was still sitting in the ghost pavilion like before. Boom! Suddenly, Li Chia's entire body felt like a floating immortal, with wings extruding from his back. At this moment, in the sky, a heavenly gate was opened. Li Chia, without another option, walked inside the heavenly gate. Entering the heavenly gate, Li Chia was immersed in the immortal sceneries. Within the immortal palace, he only saw immortal zither flying, godly mountains floating up and down, brilliantly bright immortal palaces, heavenly weapons, godly treasures, countless materials, and godly stones that would cause countless cultivators to drool. One would lose their senses in this paradise. Wave after wave, heavenly sounds filled the air. 2 groups of heavenly fairies, slim and graceful, started to dance gracefully. The 2 groups surrounded Li Chia, and they began to dance. Each and all fairies were heavenly frightening beauties. Li Shuangyan could be considered a grand beauty, but to compare to this group of fairies, she would still lose her colors. What was even more stirring to the will of people was that the fairies were only wearing a thin silk veil, draped over their incomparable and beautiful naked bodies, sometimes hidden, sometimes showing. The 2 group of fairies started to alluringly dance faster. Their dances were erotic and extraordinary, and they would cause others' blood to boil. Under this dance, not mentioning the men, even women couldn't help but waver in their minds. Wonderful dancing style. Li Chia remained unmoved just as before, and he said, seems to be an old friend. The dance became increasingly faster and increasingly tantalizing. Even immortals would be attracted by this erotic dance, but Li Chia was just silently sitting back and admiring the scenery. Naturally, this illusion was useless against Li Chia. Suddenly, the scenery changed again. Li Chia was traveling in the desert, with the sun hovering over his head. The illusions, one by one, kept on transforming. Each illusion was meant to attack the 7 emotions and 6 desires of humans. Any cultivator, even if they could successfully pass one illusion, wouldn't be able to go through the second, the third, the fourth. As long as one was still human, they would naturally have 7 emotions and 6 desires. Unfortunately, these illusions were facing Wuxia. Wuxia's willpower was unwavering. He floated throughout countless moons with endless ups and downs. What sufferings and transformations had he not experienced? After the illusions transformed into different illusions, Wuxia lost his patience. He opened his mouth. "It seems like you want me to make a move." Zheng. 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 From the 5 fingers of Wuxia, the sound of the zither started to play. The entire illusion suddenly collapsed into destruction. Zheng. 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 Waves of zither melodies rang in the air. At this moment, the dense melody patterns inside the ghost pavilion started to ripple with Wuxia's tune. Once the illusion disappeared, a huge monster head appeared inside the pavilion. This head was gigantic. One could only see that it had a bull's horn, bloody eyes, the body of a snake, and the wings of an eagle. It was dragging along a thick and long bloody tongue. Wuxia stared at this monster and asked in a relaxed manner, "Where is your real body?" Roar. The monster roared. Facing this roar, the 5 fingers of Wuxia stroked down, and the sound of the zither immediately rang. The melody patterns inside the ghost pavilion became louder and stronger. Bang! An explosion occurred. Suddenly, there was a crack in the ground of the main hall. An ancient zither, along with melody patterns, suddenly rushed up. This ancient zither was extremely old with moving brilliance. It jumped up, and it suddenly fell into the hands of Wuxia. Roar! Seeing the ancient zither falling into the hand of Wuxia, the monster ferociously roared and rushed towards Wuxia. Wuxia's eyes concentrated, and he gravely said, "Back." His 5 fingers started to pull at the strings of the ancient zither. Zhang. The zither melody was like a sword. In a flash, the melodic patterns in the entire ghost pavilion flashed brightly, becoming terrible sword energies. Fush! The sword energy struck down towards the gigantic monster. After being struck, it flew away to the far distance. The 2 bloody eyes of the monster stared at Wuxia, seemingly afraid. Intimate friend is made out of 2 words, comprehend and sound. The words have 2 meanings. One is someone who can understand your music, the other is your best friend. Chapter 73. If you don't show your true body, you should be careful because I will cut you. Wuxia hugged his ancient zither, and revealed a comfortable smile. Ha 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 ha, the monster sinisterly laughed. The sound was hard to hear and deafening to the ears, causing others to shiver. "You will never be able to kill me. No one can kill me." Is that so? Wait until I dig up the yearning lunar peak beneath the bones of the dead. Can you say no one could kill you then? Bang! 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 After hearing Wuxia's words, the monster was frightened and retreated to the back. "Show me your true body now, don't pretend to be gods and devils in front of me." Wuxia sat in a meditative posture on the floor, staring at the monster. He gently wiped the dust off his ancient zither. Zheng. 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 The zither started to play again. It was as smooth as the flow of water. It flowed inside the ghost pavilion. From the flow of the zither came the harmony of the melodic patterns, soft and smooth. Inside the zither tunes, it was as if others could see that inside the blue mountain over yonder was a small bridge to cross the river. Through that, there would be a courtyard filled with the chickens' crows in the morning. A small and tranquil village was appearing in front of their eyes. This unfathomable monster, hearing this tune, noisily backed away. At this point, the layers of fogs dissipated from its body. In the end, the gigantic monster ultimately disappeared, and a shadowy figure appeared. It was only a slim and graceful figure, it was only a shadow of her back, but it was enough to topple the spirit of all living things. Just the shadow of her back was enough to cause all living things to unconditionally turn their heads for another look. This was a beauty capable of causing the downfall of nations. This was a beauty with incomparable and absolute peerlessness. Who would have thought that a monster causing other people to be frightened would have such a peerless beauty as its true body? flowing water mortal home. The blurred shadow unfathomably stared at Wuxia, and she murmured, "Yo you. How did you know this melody?" "Xiao he, it really is you." Wuxia stopped playing, and comfortably laughed while he stared at this peerless beauty's shadow. The peerless beauty, having heard Wuxia's words, immediately became frightened, and she continuously stepped backward. She frighteningly asked, Who are you?" Wuxia opened with a smile, and he said, "That year, under the wudong tree, digging out the bones for you, besides little brat Min Ren, you tell me who else was there?" "Yo you are your excellency divine crow?" The peerless shadow, astonished, asked with her eyes wide opened. "With the exception of that little brat Min Ren and I, who else would know what was under the wudong tree and yearning lunar peak? Who else would know about the flowing water mortal home? This melody, flowing water mortal home, I was the one who taught it to that little brat Min Ren. It truly is you. Your excellency divine crow." This peerless shadow was extremely ecstatic. She quickly stepped forward, and she surprisingly said, "Your excellency divine crow, you are truly still alive." Wuxia smiled and emotionally reminisced, "I am eternal since the ancient past, this is nothing strange." The peerless figure drew closer. Her shadow was transparent and unclear, but from the shape, one could tell that she was a peerless beauty. Wuxia finally looked at her, shook his head, and he said, "You have not dissipated. What sins did you commit to suffer like this? Turning yourself into something that isn't human nor ghost. You have to remember, that year I told you that you are not Su Yu He, you are not a ghost, but you are also not human. You are only a strand of yearning sentiments, not wanting to dissipate." The peerless figure heard Wuxia's words, and she bowed her head in silence. "I know." Wuxia shook his head, and he continued, "You liked that little brat Min Ren, but you could not forget. Even that year, that little brat Min Ren couldn't recreate you. You are a dead person in the end, plus, your souls and spirits have dissipated along with any hateful sentiments. You are not a ghost, you are not a hateful sentiment, and you are especially not Suyuhi's soul, wandering in this world. In reality, you and Suyuhi no longer have any relations. You are just a yearning sentiment, a strand of yearning sentiment towards Min Ren, not willing to depart." The peerless shadow's head remained in a bow. She didn't say another word. Wuxia gravely said, "Little brat Min Ren's biggest flaw was being too gentle. That year, I had told him to use a melody to transcend your soul for it to find peace, but he couldn't do it." The peerless shadow quietly whispered, "Your Excellency, don't blame immortal Emperor Min Ren. This was because I was not willing to transcend. I only wanted to leave behind a strand of yearning sentiment." Wuxia shook his head, and he said, "Little brat Min Ren is no longer here. Do you feel like there is any meaning in leaving behind a strand of yearning sentiment? When little brat Min Ren was still in this world, he was too gentle and merciful. Often, he came to play a melody for you. However, you know as well, this was not because of you. Little brat Min Ren passed away, so why do you still remain in this place?" Hearing Wuxia's words, the shadow called Xiaohe became sad, bowed her head really low, and finally she gently said, "After he left, I hoped that one day I could be buried along with him under the peach tree, but it was impossible. I had no choice but to remain within this zither." Later, the zither sank into the ground by itself, and I fell into a deep slumber. Seeing this poor woman in front of him, Wuxia gently sighed. In the end, he had to say, "Fine, after I accomplish everything, I will go to Yearning Lunar Peak and dig out your remains. I will bury you together under the peach tree, to fulfill your last wish." Xiaohe bowed to pay her respect, and she gratefully said, "Thank you, Your Excellency." Seeing her, Wuxia could only sigh. There were no words to describe the feelings in his heart. He could only say, this was Mother Nature mocking humans. That year, he brought immortal Emperor Min Ren onto the road of cultivation. He let Min Ren choose this place to establish the cleansing incense ancient sect for a reason. During the desolate era, this place was a mysterious grand ground. Many unexplainable things had happened here. In that era, countless races had examined this place. Straight to the beginning era, there was a different race with heavenly piercing talents that rose up in this place. They created an empire without equals. This race, at this place, had a tyrant, and the tyrant was ferocious, just like the rest of his kind. This caused the entire human race, in the mortal world, to be massacred by him. Afterward, a virtuous paragon of the human race rose up and rebelled against this tyrant. This virtuous paragon was an unequaled creation, and he towered over the 8 desolates. He was the opponent of the other tyrant. However, the tyrant used to explore the mysteries of this land. Each time, he and the virtuous paragon fought to the death. Whenever he was in danger, he would borrow this mysterious land to defeat the virtuous paragon. The virtuous paragon was not discouraged. Again and again, he waged war against this mysterious land. However, defeat after defeat, from being a young courageous man filled with energy to be a mortal emperor with white hair, in the end, this virtuous paragon became despaired. Unless he could carry the heaven's will, there was no way he could defeat this tyrant that was borrowing the strength of this mysterious land. However, he didn't have this chance. He had given up his opportunity to carry the heaven's will. Before the last war, he came up with a new method. This virtuous paragon had a daughter. His daughter, whether it was her talents or beauty, she was peerless beyond comparison. She was considered the #1 beauty of that time. The virtuous paragon, wanting to figure out the mysterious land, had let his daughter marry this tyrant in the end. The tyrant also knew the intentions of his mortal enemy. He lusted for the #1 beauty, so he brought her inside his empire. From then on, the #1 beauty, that was admired by all, became the sole possession of the tyrant, and she became his toy. Fallen into his hands, the #1 beauty accepted countless degradations and suffered from countless shameless acts, but in the end, she was able to obtain the secret of this land. The virtuous paragon, using the secret found by his daughter, was able to defeat the tyrant in one last battle, and he destroyed his brutal empire. However, the story didn't end there. Afterward, the virtuous paragon was not able to inherit the secret of this land. He forced his way up to the heavens, wanting to borrow the secret of this land to connect to the heaven's will, to carry the heaven's will, and to become the invincible #1 in the 9 worlds. However, after the #1 beauty suffered humiliations in order to accomplish her task, she died in the dark night curtain from sadness. Her hateful sentiment didn't disappear, it lingered on top of this land. The moment when the virtuous paragon was trying to attack the heaven's will, the hateful sentiment was suddenly triggered. It went on a crazy rampage. Regarding his daughter, the virtuous paragon had always felt guilty. Due to his daughter dying from sadness, the virtuous paragon experienced an even greater blow, causing his Tao willpower to give birth to a will devil. During the crucial moment, the hateful sentiment of his daughter suddenly pierced the high heaven, and it went straight into the heaven's wrath, causing the devil will of the virtuous paragon to suddenly go crazy. In the end, he couldn't overcome the will devil's devouring, and he died under the power of the heaven's wrath. In the end, the human race kingdom, established by this virtuous paragon, in this place, turned into ruins. The daughter of this virtuous paragon, the #1 beauty of that era, was Su Yuhi. Countless years had passed. Li Chia, as the Dark Crow, led immortal Emperor Min Ren to this place to establish the cleansing incense ancient sect. At that time, this place was still in ruins. However, the hateful sentiments of Su Yuhi still existed, and it often caused chaos due to her hatred. The hateful sentiments pierced the heaven, and they turned this place into a ghost domain. Later on, immortal Emperor Min Ren, under the instruction of Li Chia, had found the resting place of Su Yuhi. He restored her corpse, and he buried her in a beautiful scenic area. Immortal Emperor Min Ren played matchless tunes for her hateful sentiment in order for it to transcend. After many times, in the end, her hateful sentiment finally dissipated, and she closed her eyes within the burial. However, after the hateful sentiments dissipated, the moment before closing her eyes and her traveling souls were still in this world, Su Yuhi gave birth to a yearning sentiment towards immortal Emperor Min Ren. Finally, she closed her eyes, and she rested in peace in an unknown location. However, this yearning sentiment followed the ancient zither back to the cleansing incense ancient sect. Afterward, when Li Chia, as the Dark Crow, found out, she had already been staying in the sect. For such a matter, Li Qie did not agree. Su Yu he had died with no chance of revival. Plus, this strand of yearning sentiment was not Su Yu he. This was not a person, not a ghost, and especially not an existence. This was merely a strand of yearning sentiment. A strand of yearning sentiment remaining in this world, this was only a torture to her. She didn't have a chance of becoming a living existence, so she didn't have a way of following immortal Emperor Min Ren. She was but a yearning sentiment in a mist of nothingness. Xiao means little, it is an affectionate way of calling someone. Will devil equals a flaw in one's Tao, might cause him to go berserk or lose emotions. Chapter 74. Li Qie allowed for immortal Emperor Min Ren to perform a ceremony for her crossing, so that she could go in peace. However, unfortunately, this strand of yearning sentiment was unwilling to go, and immortal Emperor Min Ren was too merciful to forcefully send her away. This was why she had always remained in this place, alongside the ancient zither, without a way of departure. Recalling the past, even Li Qie, who had experienced countless years, still couldn't help but to sentimentally sigh. Thinking up to here, Li Qie looked at the peerless shadow and said, "You said that after the ancient zither sunk into the ground, you also went into a deep slumber. Why are you now causing havoc? From my view, this is not a simple ghost matter. The world's spirit energy here has been contaminated. You are merely a yearning sentiment, so you don't have the power to have such a big influence. There must be a different reason." Suyuhi's yearning sentiment responded, "After the ancient zither went into the ground, I also went into a deep slumber with it. I do not know how long I was asleep for. There was a commotion afterward, an evil energy pollution disturbed me, so I woke up. I was staying here, and I didn't want to be bothered, so I scared the disciples away from this place." Li Qie's eyes became serious, and he asked, "Evil energy invaded?" The peerless shadow couldn't help but say, "Your Excellency, from my point of view, there is a chance that the mysterious ground under the earth is the cause." Hearing these words, Li Qie's expression greatly changed from his always calm demeanor and into a stern one. His eyes suddenly jumped, and he gravely stated, "There is zero chance. That year, I brought along the little brat Min Ren with the old chicken heads group to kill until the heaven falls and the earth rends in order to forcefully seal it. With little brat Min Ren carrying the heavens will under my order, he came inside one more time in order to use a matchless sealing technique in that place. The mysterious land definitely cannot escape the sealing of little brat Min Ren, this I have the utmost confidence in." The peerless shadow frightenedly replied, "I'm afraid that this is absolutely true. This evil energy is too familiar to me. This feeling, I know it all too well. After I had awoken, no matter the place, I always had this uneasy feeling. It was as if a small amount of evil energy was escaping from the ground." The words of the peerless shadow caused Li Qie's heart to plummet. Even though she was only a yearning sentiment of Su Yu He, this matter, to her, had too much influence. If she said so, then it definitely would not be wrong. He had confidence in immortal Emperor Min Ren, plus this matter was related to the eternal inheritance of the cleansing incense ancient sect. Min Ren must have been extremely cautious. With the unbeatable methods of Min Ren as an immortal emperor, Li Qie had no reason to doubt him. As long as he suppressed and sealed this place, the evil energy had no chance of escaping the confinement of Min Ren. However, now there was a strange occurrence. What actually happened below the earth? Li Qie's eyes focused, and after a while, he turned towards the peerless shadow, saying, "It seems like there are some things that I need to change my plans around. When it is time, I will open your grave. If it is really necessary, I will bury you under the peach tree first." "Thank you, Your Excellency." The peerless shadow gently bowed. She was only a strand of yearning sentiment, and she existed only to be a pair to the ancient zither. She still had some mysterious power, but she had no way of burying herself. Li Qie gently stroked the ancient zither in his hands. This ancient zither, he was too familiar with it. The time when Min Ren had only started to practice the zither, he gave this ancient zither to Min Ren. Even though this zither was not an epic treasure, after experiencing Min Ren's touch throughout the years, especially after he had become an immortal emperor, its essence greatly changed. Li Qie properly put the ancient zither away, and then carefully observed the densely packed melodic patterns inside the ghost pavilion. Seeing Li Qie in a daze and looking at the patterns, she couldn't help but ask, "Your Excellency, do you want to borrow the melodic patterns?" Li Qie lightly shook his head, and he said, "The descendants of the cleansing incense ancient sect are all bags of straws. This mountain of treasure is in front of them, yet they are unable to recognize it. The melodic patterns in this ghost pavilion have absorbed a large amount of Emperor's power and immortal intent. This heavenly aura is enough for the cleansing incense ancient sect to survive through many difficult moons, yet these people are putting all of their gazes on immortal Emperor life treasures and Emperor merit laws." The Zither Pavilion, even though this was not the resting place of Min Ren, but it was the place Min Ren had come to countless times to play the zither, especially after he became an immortal emperor. As an immortal emperor carrying the heavens' will, shouldering the universe, and exerting endless immortal pressure, any object that was touched by his heavenly aura would obtain amazing benefits. It can be imagined that after Min Ren had received the heavens' will, each of his heavenly melodies, with its godly aura, contained numerous profound truths. This Zither Pavilion was basked in the sound of immortal Emperor Min Ren's melodies again and again. The melodic patterns not only contained the aura of Min Ren, but it also contained the hidden profound truths of the Grand Tao. One could say, the densely packed melodic patterns in this pavilion contained a matchless Tao of zither melody. If one used these zither patterns to embark on the Tao, they could definitely achieve an incredible Grand Tao cultivation. However, Li Qie was not interested in the Tao of the zither. He only wanted to borrow the Emperor's power and immortal intent hidden within these patterns. The ancient zither in his hand and the melodies played by Min Ren, he knew them like the back of his hand because he was the one that taught Min Ren. He could unleash a frightening power from this ancient zither using Min Ren's Emperor's power and immortal intent. The moment when Li Qie was being punished at the Ghost Pavilion, there was also a heavenly frightening event happening at the Cleansing Incense Ancient Sect. This day, outside of the Cleansing Incense Ancient Sect, there was a huge ancient ship flying towards them. This ship was extremely big, it was the length of 10 miles. When it flew in the sky, it cast a frightening shadow on the ground. The ancient ship resembled a mobile fortress. It absorbed and spat out ancient brilliant lights. The body of the ship was engraved with magical runes and formations that were moving continuously, emancipating the power of the Grand Tao. Without a doubt, this ship could not only fly in the sky, but it could also defend itself against cultivators' attacks. On this ancient ship, a crimson blood energy, along with an ancient royal noble aura, poured down freely without any intention of suppressing itself. The rolling power of the royal noble aura was felt by the Cleansing Incense Ancient Sect disciples, even from afar. This type of arrival, it was not a friendly visit, it was a clear provocation against the Cleansing Incense Ancient Sect. The moment the ancient ship arrived at the outskirts of the Cleansing Incense Ancient Sect, 800 soldiers from the ship simultaneously roared. It was as powerful as a rolling tsunami that encompassed the entire Cleansing Incense Ancient Sect. It deafeningly shook the ears of the Cleansing Incense Ancient Sect disciples, and caused their blood energies to run amok. In a flash, the sound of bells ringing echoed throughout the entire sect, warning the disciples that enemies were approaching. However, even though the ancient ship arrived at the sect, it didn't start its attack. The giant ancient ship simply stopped beyond the boundary of the Cleansing Incense Ancient Sect. In the midst of everything, both the top and bottom of the sect were alarmed. It was not only the sectional leaders and protectors, even the 6 elders were unable to sit still in their chairs. The moment first elder left the main peak, he saw a flag on the ancient ship that was embroidered with the word war, and he couldn't help but darken his expression. At the Heavenly Jewel Kingdom, royal nobles that could have the word war on their ship like this could be counted on one's fingers. Currently, he didn't have to look, he already knew who the person was. Lai Zhanho. A royal noble whose title was bestowed upon by the mortal king of the Heavenly Jewel Kingdom, as well as one of the strongest royal nobles within the kingdom. Even though he did not originate from the Heavenly God sect but from another big sect, he pledged his loyalty to the mortal king. He had accomplished many remarkable military achievements. At the frontier of the Heavenly Jewel Kingdom, there were countless smaller sects that were stamped out by his hands. Lai Zhanho was not only a brave general of the kingdom, but he was also a renowned ruthless character. Lai Zhanho brought along 800 soldiers to the outskirts of the Cleansing Incense Ancient Sect. This matter did not simply just alarm the Cleansing Incense Ancient Sect, but it also alarmed the other sects within the Heavenly Jewel Kingdom, especially the closest ones to the Cleansing Incense Ancient Sect. They became frightened with the appearance of the ancient ship. The worship of Lai Zhanho, could it be that the Marquis is personally going into battle? Seeing this ancient ship, countless cultivators were surprised. A nearby sect master's expression darkened, and he said, after his title bestowment, the Marquis rarely left the kingdom capital. Why did he suddenly appear here without any indications? The appearance of the ancient ship caused many cultivators to secretly follow. Seeing it stop right outside of the Cleansing Incense Ancient Sect made these cultivators glance at each other, filled with astonishment. A sect master's face changed colors as he quietly mumbled, could it be that Lai Zhanho is personally attacking the Cleansing Incense Ancient Sect? At the moment, many powerful characters thought about many different outcomes. The Cleansing Incense Ancient Sect and the Heavenly God Sect were mortal enemies. Today, the Heavenly God Sect created the Heavenly Jewel Kingdom, and it was erected on the remains of the Cleansing Incense Ancient Sect's old kingdom. The kingdom was an even bigger territory. The war that occurred 30,000 years ago, the ancestor of the Heavenly God Sect personally took action, and the Cleansing Incense Ancient Sect was utterly defeated. With their miserable defeat, the Cleansing Incense Ancient Sect couldn't do anything outside of returning to the ancestral land. After the grand defeat, the Heavenly God Sect didn't use this opportunity to give chase. Its ancestor also didn't personally slaughter the Cleansing Incense Ancient Sect. During the decline of the Cleansing Incense Ancient Sect, both of the sects still had minor skirmishes. However, the Heavenly God Sect still did not destroy the Cleansing Incense Ancient Sect. Regarding this matter, within the Heavenly Jewel Kingdom and even the Grand Middle Territory, there were many different versions of rumors circulating. Some said that the Heavenly God Sect did not destroy the Cleansing Incense Ancient Sect because it still had a living monstrous ancestor who was extremely powerful. Even the ancestor of the Heavenly God Sect wasn't sure that he could destroy the Cleansing Incense Ancient Sect in one breath. There was another rumor that the Heavenly God Sect ancestor wasn't sure that he could destroy the Emperor Foundation of the Cleansing Incense Ancient Sect. Even though the sect had declined, in the end, it was still a sect created by an immortal emperor. On top of this holy ground, the foundation built by an immortal emperor could not be shaken. The Heavenly God Sect was not confident in attacking this Emperor Foundation. A different rumor had it that because the immortal Emperor true treasure of the Cleansing Incense Ancient Sect still existed, the Heavenly God Sect couldn't destroy it. As long as the immortal Emperor true treasure remained in their hands, the Cleansing Incense Ancient Sect would not be destroyed. No matter what, to sum it up, after the Heavenly God Sect's victory over the Cleansing Incense Ancient Sect and the founding of the Heavenly Jewel Kingdom, the Heavenly God Sect had never directly attacked the Cleansing Incense Ancient Sect. A few 10,000 years quickly passed, and suddenly, the worship of Lai Zhanho appeared outside of the Cleansing Incense Ancient Sect. How could others not be surprised? Chapter 75. The arrival of Lai Zhanho at the Cleansing Incense Ancient Sect caused quite a stir throughout the kingdom. Lai Zhanho's title was bestowed by the mortal king himself, so, to a certain extent, he represented the will of the Heavenly Jewel Kingdom and the Heavenly God Sect. Since Lai Zhanho was personally leading the troops, could it mean that the Heavenly God Sect had finally decided to make a move against the Cleansing Incense Ancient Sect? An elder from a different sect said, it could be that the Cleansing Incense Ancient Sect has fallen completely with no hope for revival, so the Heavenly God Sect finally turned the butcher knife against them. There was an old monster that had some knowledge regarding the war that year and said, it seems like Lu Sanjian is truly dead. The Heavenly God Sect finally wants to make a move. Lu Sanjian, that year, was of illustrious prestige. In the legends, Lu Sanjian was not an ordinary genius. Some people said that he was the disciple of Mu Shaodi, but some also said that he was the grand disciple of Mu Shaodi. Rumors had it that in the last war 30,000 years ago, Lu Sanjian personally commanded and fought against the Heavenly God Sect ancestor. Even though the cleansing incense ancient sect lost disastrously, the heavenly god sect was still in fear of Lu Sanjian, and they did not want to attack the lair of the cleansing incense ancient sect. Lai Zhanho personally leading troops against the cleansing incense ancient sect made other heritages and sects think about many things. The cleansing incense ancient sect was of immortal emperor heritage and contained immortal Emperor Min Ren's merit laws and emperor treasures. Only one emperor merit law or an emperor treasure stranded in the human world was enough for people's eyes to become reddened with greed. Even though there were early rumors that many of the emperor merit laws of the cleansing incense ancient sect were lost, it still had some emperor merit laws and virtuous paragon merit laws. This was still enough for countless sects to be overwhelmed with avarice. At this moment, many sects were privately discussing that the personal expedition of Lai Zhanho was for the emperor merit laws, or even the heavens will secret law of the cleansing incense ancient sect. The warship stopping right outside of the cleansing incense ancient sect caused both the upper and lower ranks of the sect to be extremely alarmed. At this moment, the sect's atmosphere was extremely tense, and the disciples mentally prepared themselves for war. At this time, in the warship, a person stood up. This was a middle-aged man with a tall and majestic figure. He was adorned with battle armor like a general on an expedition. This man wore a leopard and tiger ornamented headband, and his eyes beamed with ominous ferocity, full of threatening momentum. Once he stood up, he was like a golden mountain and jade pillar. He was filled with uncontrolled blood energy, like a gigantic tsunami soaring through the entire sky. Frightening blood energy floated around his body. Standing there, he was like a leopard covered in blood, wanting to devour humans. This caused others to smell the bloodthirst from afar. Lai Zhanho, general of the heavenly jewel kingdom, vicious underling of the mortal emperor. He was not only a powerful royal noble, but he was also a bloodthirsty warrior. Brother Gu, I heard that your sect was of an immortal emperor heritage. This general has always looked up to emperor merit laws. Hearing that your great sect has a peerless emperor merit law, my curiosity couldn't help but become tingly. So, today I came to learn, wanting to see the invincible style of immortal Emperor Min Ren's merit laws. Lai Zhanho stood on top of the warship, and he laughed with an arrogant and overbearing attitude. Lai Zhanho cut straight to the point and bluntly called it, wanting to learn, causing the entire cleansing incense ancient sect's expressions to become ugly. This presumptuous attitude was as if the cleansing incense ancient sect didn't have anyone of worth. As for the majority of the cultivators from the other sects watching from outside, they glanced at each other. It was as they thought, Lai Zhanho indeed came for the emperor merit laws of the cleansing incense ancient sect. Against the provocation of Lai Zhanho, first elder Gu Taizhou had not yet accepted, but second elder Chao Xiong had jumped forward and fiercely shouted, "Little boy Lai, don't be arrogant. Our cleansing incense ancient sect isn't a place that will tolerate your impudence. Today, this seat will teach you a lesson." Finished speaking, Chao Xiong's fate palace floated in the air along with true energy on top of his head, and he stepped on top of the warship. Chao Xiong was the first one to accept the challenge, causing the elders of the cleansing incense ancient sect to glance at each other's eyes. Against Chao Xiong's challenge, Lai Zhanho coldly glared at him once, and then presumptuously said, "Only Chao Xiong, yet you still dare to talk big in front of this seat, roll away." After the words came out, a banner of blood on top of Lai Zhanho's head cut straight down. Once the blood banner appeared, it immediately cut across 10,000 miles. The blood banner up in the sky was like a curtain of oceanic blood hiding the sun. Within the blood banner, countless skulls floated up and down while their anguished wailings reaching 1,000 miles away. It was unknown how many lives were taken and devoured by this blood banner. Blood banner, the true energy of Lai Zhanho. Seeing the blood banner cutting straight down, many people's expressions greatly changed, and they lost their voice. "Open!" Chao Xiong loudly screamed, and his true energy pierced the heaven and met the blood banner. A boom loudly rang. Even when Chao Xiong was borrowing the world's pure energy, he still couldn't block one attack from Lai Zhanho. Chao Xiong was knocked away by the blood banner, and he sprayed out a mouthful of blood. He immediately retreated. Even though Chao Xiong's cultivation was not shallow and could be considered the second strongest in the sect, but compared to a royal noble, the difference was too great. Lai Zhanho coldly glanced around, and he said with disdain, "Little-named hero, your talent is not enough to reach the apex. You are but an insect running his big mouth, wanting to die." Chao Xiong reddened from anger, and he shouted, "Little boy Lai, I will fight against you to the death." However, at this moment, First Elder Gu Taizhou stopped Chao Xiong, and he told the other elders, "Escort Brother Chao back and heal his wounds. Brother Chao, you are not his match, let older brother go." Chao Xiong still wanted to fight, but the other elders consoled and stopped him, so he had to unwillingly go back to heal. At this moment, First Elder Gu Taizhou coldly stared at Lai Zhanho with fierce eyes. A loud boom occurred, and the First Elder's blood energy was like the ocean, continuous without pauses. Each of his Dao incantations traveled around his body. The more frightening part was that on top of his head was a hovering Kunpeng. The moment the Kunpeng let out a loud roar, it flew to the sky's dome, and the gigantic Kunpeng immediately crushed the dome. At this moment, the Kunpeng looked down on the 8 directions, encompassing all living beings, and the peerless frightening pressure crushed all its enemies. The Kunpeng was considered the strongest existence in this world. Each strand of its energies was capable of suffocating the heavens and earths. Against such a strong enemy, First Elder did not hold back anything, and he directly revealed his royal noble power. Kunpeng's 6 variants. Seeing the Kunpeng collapsing the sky, many powerful cultivators' hearts were shaken. Emperor Merit laws were indeed worthy of their name, peerless in all generations. No matter how powerful a virtuous paragon Merit law was, it could not compare to an Emperor Merit law. At this moment, the Kunpeng bullied the heavens, causing others to be unable to breathe. A complete Emperor Merit law in the hands of a royal noble's power was monstrous. At the same rank of royal noble, if the opponent did not also practice an Emperor Merit law, he would want to avoid them and retreat. "If you want to fight, this old man will fight you." At this moment, First Elder Gu Taizhou was dominating the heavens. As a descendant of an immortal emperor heritage, even though his talents were not good, he definitely was not a coward. Finished speaking, he took one step forward, and he invaded the space in front of Lai Zhanho. Lai Zhanho changed his expression, and he roared. The blood banner came crashing down, one banner to strike down and tear apart the fabric of space. The boundless sea of blood wanted to submerge Gu Taizhou and dissolve him. The Kunpeng jumped in the sky and flipped its tail, like a giant fish wanting to jump freely out of the vast sea. A loud thump occurred. This giant tail easily shattered the sea of blood of Lai Zhanho. On top of the blood banner, Lai Zhanho immediately took a few steps back. Die! Lai Zhanho's expression became ugly. He crazily yelled and activated his blood banner. Suddenly, 18 blood images came out from the blood banner. Each towered at 10,000 zhang. Their loud and ferocious roars shook the heavens and earths. Bloody Giants diagram. Once the bloody giants came out, they trampled the world. The expressions of everyone greatly changed. This was the true energy of Lai Zhanho. Absolutely powerful, who knew how many royal nobles had been killed by this technique. Open, each of the giants trampled the heavens and rushed forward. Gu Taizhou was not deterred, and continued to activate the Kunpeng's 6 variants. The Kunpeng let out a long roar and dived downward. The tail of the Kunpeng could not be mitigated, and each blood giant immediately collapsed. The moment of the impact, the giants were just like pieces of paper. Bang! The Kunpeng easily destroyed the true energy diagram of Lai Zhanho. When the tail of the Kunpeng struck down, Lai Zhanho couldn't stop it and was knocked 1,000 miles away while spraying out a mouthful of blood. Seeing this scene, everyone couldn't help but to breathe in cold air. The entire cleansing incense ancient sect was ecstatic, and they started cheering. Emperor Merit laws are so dreadful. Gu Taizhou didn't even let out his true energy. He only used the Emperor Merit law to defeat the true energy of Lai Zhanho. This matter is simply frightful. The cultivators observing the fight, no matter if it was a tyrant of one domain or the head of one sect, their faces couldn't help but greatly change. The Kuan-Peng's 6 variants. According to the legends, it is the strongest core Emperor merit law of immortal Emperor Min Ren. This ability is unbelievable. Many people lost their colors seeing this scene. Today, they finally had the chance to witness the power of an Emperor merit law. Their hearts started beating faster. Emperor merit law, eh? This was too heaven-defying. You are not enough. At this moment, Gu Tiesho's domination pierced the heavens. In a flash, he was able to catch up to Lai Zhanho, and the Kuan-Peng manifesting into reality stomped down on him. Return, Lai Zhanho loudly roared and summoned a godly diagram. Once this godly diagram appeared, it instantly became endless mountains and rivers and sucked Gu Tiesho inside. The godly diagram manifested into mountains and rivers, others could only see the faint shadows. Next were rumbling noises. One could barely see Gu Tiesho jumping into the sky inside the endless mountains and rivers formation. His Kuan-Peng moved unhindered in the heaven and earth, and his mysterious true energy swept the 8 directions. He wanted to escape from this diagram several times, but the formation kept on suppressing him. Inside my Yangshuo Mountains and Rivers diagram, let's see if you can cause any waves. Lai Zhanho coldly scowled, and in a flash, he also went inside the diagram. He took control of the formation, and the fight with Gu Tiesho continued on inside the godly diagram. Yangshuo Mountains and Rivers diagram. Seeing this formation trapping Gu Tiesho, many people were secretly shocked. A sect master who was watching the fight exclaimed, "I heard that the Lai family has an unfathomable ancient saint who was well versed in formation techniques and was researching ancient formations. He created a godly diagram named the Yangshuo Mountains and Rivers diagram. I heard that if this formation was at full strength, not mentioning ancient saints, it could even defeat heavenly monarchs." Chapter 76, Gu Tiesho is in trouble. Even if Lai Zhanho couldn't activate 10 parts of this formation, he would still be enough to slay him. Seeing this scene, everyone shook their heads in pity. The cleansing incense ancient sect was struck with horror seeing Gu Tiesho trapped in the formation. The 4 elders lost their color. The situation was very disadvantageous for the sect. However, everyone underestimated the strength of Gu Tiesho. This battle lasted for 3 days and 3 nights. Even though he was trapped, he used the power of the Kuan-Peng's 6 variants and maneuvered freely. Even though he couldn't kill a way out of the Yangshuo Mountains and Rivers diagram, if Lai Zhanho wanted to kill Gu Tiesho inside the formation, this was also not an easy task. At this moment, Gu Tiesho and Lai Zhanho were persevering inside the formation, and they both were not able to suppress the other. Gu Tiesho was indeed secretive. I thought he was just a named hero. It is unthinkable that he is actually an experienced royal noble. The entire cleansing incense ancient sect's hearts were hanging high in a cage up above. At the moment, only Gu Tiesho and the sect had the power to personally uphold one direction. The other 4 elders were only named heroes, and they were unable to help. Even if the 4 were to fight together, they would still be unable to compete against Lai Zhanho. All of the disciples knew a calamity had befallen on the sect including Li Qie, who was punished inside the ghost pavilion. While the pressure of a royal noble flooded the entire cleansing incense ancient sect, Li Qie simply only glanced into the far distance once. Outside of the sect, the grand battle had been going on for 5 days and 5 nights, and the stalemate continued with Gu Tiesho being unable to escape and Lai Zhanho unable to kill him. Gu Tiesho could not surrender, and Lai Zhanho definitely could not withdraw his troops, so both of them could only continue this act. On the seemingly tranquil 5th night, the ghost pavilion became even more ghastly. Li Qie was meditating with his eyes closed in the main hall. It was as if the battle outside of the cleansing incense ancient sect had nothing to do with him. The quiet ghost pavilion did appear to be haunted during this silent night. An unknown amount of time had passed, and then suddenly, a gust of wind blew Li Qie's eyes open. In front of him stood a person. Li Qie examined the person standing in front of him, and he smilingly asked, "Elder Chao, the night is already so late. Why did you come here?" At this moment, standing in front of Li Qie was Elder Chao, who was recovering from his wounds inside the sect. Chao Xiong stared at Li Qie with a chilling gaze, but his countenance was cheerful. He happily said, "My good talented nephew, I was asked by the other elders to come teach you the Daylight Sky Merit Law." Daylight Sky Merit Law? Hearing this, Li Qie couldn't help but smile, and he said, "Elder Chao, I heard that the Daylight Sky Merit Law was a minor heavens will secret law of our cleansing incense ancient sect. Even though it is only a minor law, its importance is even higher than virtuous paragon merit laws. All of the elders must agree before passing down this technique. My coming here to give you the Daylight Sky Merit Law was unanimously decided by the elders." Chao Xiong busily continued, "Currently, a calamity has struck our sect, and First Brother is trapped inside a formation. The elders need a miracle, and we need a heavens will secret law to come to the rescue. Hopefully, good nephew could dream and see the patriarch, so he could grant you the heavens will secret law." Hearing Chao Xiong's words, Li Qie hesitated for a moment, and then he replied, "Elder Chao, I'm afraid this won't work. Even with the dream instruction, it would still need several months." Chao Xiong hurriedly said, "Try it once for now to see if you can see the patriarch or not in your dream. If not, we'll think of something else." Li Qie also hastily said, "Okay, I will try for a little bit." Did Elder Chao bring along the Daylight Sky Merit Law? Chao Xiong took out a manual and said, "This matter was too urgent, the original Daylight Sky copy wasn't brought along. I brought you a hand-written copy of it." Li Qie accepted the manual, and he was going to open it. However, he then hesitated again, put down the manual, looked at Chao Xiong and said, "Elder Chao, even though I am only a third-generation disciple, regarding this grave matter, I still know that a heavens will secret law has the utmost importance in the foundation of our sect. I want to meet the other elders once. It is not that I suspect Elder Chao, but because this matter is so important, I need to see them to really know that it was a unanimous agreement. My good nephew, this is our existential crisis in front of our eyes. The other elders are outside to hold back the powerful enemies, and they can't come back at this moment. They could only entrust it to me." Chao Xiong hastily spoke with a worried expression. Afterward, he rolled his eyes and added, "If good nephew really wants to meet the other elders, so be it. I will just lead you to them. This could not be better." Having heard this, Li Qie nodded his head, but he then shook his head, saying, "Elder Chao, I'm afraid this will not do since I am still serving my punishment at the moment. I have to stay at the Ghost Pavilion for another half a year, I cannot leave." Chao Xiong impatiently said, "It is a life or death moment for us, and the elders had decided to abolish your punishment, good nephew. We don't have much time, hurry and follow me." Li Qie hesitated for a moment, and then shook his head again, saying, "Elder, this still will not do. Protector Mo is responsible for watching me. If I want to leave this place, we have to inform him first. How about this, Elder Chao, quickly go bring Protector Mo here, and we will leave together. Stop your long-windedness." At this moment, Chao Xiong lost his patience and shouted, "I let you go, so you go with me." Li Qie said while staring at Chao Xiong, "Elder Chao, what is the meaning of this? I am only following the normal protocol. As an elder of the Cleansing Incense Ancient Sect, you should know the exact procedures. Less nonsensical rubbish. Follow me right now." Chao Xiong's gaze became fierce. His violent intent was flashing in his eyes as he gravely spoke, "Are you going to walk by yourself, or will I have to drag you?" At this point, Li Qie suddenly appeared to understand. He took a step back while hugging his zither and shockingly said, "Elder Chao, you didn't come here because of the other elders' request. You can't be considered stupid yet." Seeing Li Qie's suspicion, Chao Xiong decided to stop his pretension. He gravely said, "If you want to live, then follow me right now, otherwise, this seat will personally take action, and I will make your face pretty." It seemed Li Qie at this time had finally calmed down. He glanced at Chao Xiong, and he said, "So it seems Elder Chao wants to seize the heavens will secret law then? However, even if the Patriarch Dao instructs me in my dreams, I still wouldn't give it to you." Chao Xiong exclaimed with a devious laugh. This you don't need to worry about. Wait until this seat brings you to an isolated location and imprison you. At that moment, this seat won't be afraid of your defiance. Li Qie shook his head and said, if I go missing, I'm afraid Protector Mo will quickly find out. Chao Xiong shadily laughed, then said, so what if he finds out? At this moment, a disaster has befallen the Cleansing Incense Ancient Sect. It is a mess, and there are no precautions at the Ghost Pavilion. Who is to say that you didn't take this chaotic opportunity to escape? If there were a page or two of a copy of the Daylight Sky Merit Law, then I'm afraid everyone will suspect you to be a spy who snuck into the sect just for the Daylight Sky Merit Law and the Heavens Will Secret Law. At that moment, Protector Mo and the others will be your accomplices. Li Qie shook his head. Elder Chao, you are too confident in your calculations. You aren't afraid that the other elders will see through it? The other elders will see through it? Maybe after this disaster, there might be a new sect master for the Cleansing Incense Ancient Sect. If Gu Taizhou was trapped to death in the formation, the sect would need a capable elder to lead it against the powerful opponents. Also, the current sect master is weak and useless. A calamity has arrived, yet she cowardly hid outside, thus, the entire Cleansing Incense Ancient Sect, I'm afraid it will need to make a wise decision. Chao Xiong thought about his calculations, and he couldn't help but to deviously laugh. Li Qie smiled and said, so, Elder Chao would be the new sect master then. Elder Chao will be the new sect master. Why the need for this hastiness to seize the Heavens Will Secret Law? Chao Xiong's eyes became severe, and he began to be impatient. Less talking. Li Qie stared at Chao Xiong, couldn't help but laugh. Then he said, I understand, so you bargained with others. Was it Dong Xinglong, or Lai Zhanhou? It seems like the person who you conspired with will not release the hawk without seeing the rabbit. If you don't give them the Heavens Will Secret Law, they will not withdraw the troops, or they won't drag you to the sect master's seat. Rubbish, come with me. Chao Xiong was now restless. He let out a deafening roar and he reached for Li Qie with his hand. Chao Xiong, I didn't think the sect traitor would turn out to be you. At this moment, a loud roar came forward. From the outside, 5 people rushed in. This included the 4 elders along with Protector Mo. Elder Sun's group suddenly came in, causing Chao Xiong's expression to greatly sour, and he took a step back. In a flash, he captured Li Qie, and he retreated to a corner. At this time, Elder Sun, Elder Qian, Elder Zhou, and Elder Wu quickly surrounded Chao Xiong. Elder Qian yelled, Chao Xiong, you betrayed the Cleansing Incense Ancient Sect and sold off the sect's Emperor Law. How will you face the ancestors? Chao Xiong's face was sometimes red and sometimes white. He was in disbelief, and he frightenedly said, why are all of you here? Why are you not outside the sect? Protector Mo gravely said, Elder Chao, I have been watching all of your moves. You and Lai Zhanhou's act was too real, even the elders were fooled, but you didn't fool me. Chao Xiong's expression became extremely ugly. He was using this opportunity to capture Li Qie without anyone knowing, so he didn't think that Protector Mo was trailing him. Elder Wu shouted, Chao Xiong, it is not too late to surrender. Chao Xiong thunderously exclaimed, if successful, would be a king, if failed, then I am a villain. I have nothing else to say. Know better and make way for me, otherwise, I will crush your treasured disciple. Without him, you all will never find the Heavens Will Secret Law. Seeing Chao Xiong's 5 fingers gripping Li Qie's head, the expressions of Elder Sun's group greatly soured, and they glanced at each other. So he is the key to the Heavens Will Secret Law. At this moment, a calm voice filled the hall. Chapter 77. At this time, a person entered the Ghost Pavilion. The moment he walked in, he let off his royal noble pressure, causing the elders to greatly change their expressions. Seeing this person, Elder Sun blurted, Dong Xinglong, Chao Xiong, you didn't tell me that this little brat was the key to the Heavens Will Secret Law. Dong Xinglong's gaze fell upon Li Qie. His eyes narrowed before he burst out in laughter. In other words, obtaining this little brat is the same as obtaining the Emperor Merit Laws of the Cleansing Incense Ancient Sect. Brother Dong, this isn't the time for us to blame each other. Chao Xiong spoke with a serious tone. At this moment, we have to work together. Let us leave this place first, then speak. Dong Xinglong glared at Chao Xiong and coldly sneered. Chao Xiong, you still want to command me with your little strategy? Humph, if I hadn't been watching over you closely, you would be a dead man right now. Chao Xiong, conspiring with an outsider and betraying the sect, you have committed irredeemable crimes. At this moment, Elder Zhou couldn't help but roar. The four elders were enraged by this betrayal. Chao Xiong's face turned white, then green. Finally, he chillingly scowled, and he didn't bother arguing. Dong Xinglong's arrival had sealed the conclusion of this matter. Dong Xinglong stared at the four elders and smiled. Old man Zhou, your words are true, but after today, it will not be. Li Qia conspired with the 9 Saint Demon Gate to steal the Emperor Merit Laws of the Cleansing Incense Ancient Sect, and he was discovered by the four elders. Then, a great battle broke out between you all and the traitor and Li Shuangyan. In the end, both sides died valiantly in battle. As for Gu Taizhou, Chao Xiong and I will join forces with him and enter the formation, and we will defeat Lai Zhanhou and expel the enemies, but Gu Taizhou will die from his heavy wounds inside. The Cleansing Incense Ancient Sect Su Yonghuang was cowardly and weak, and she hid away in the outskirt, not daring to fight. The sect will definitely remove her sect master position. Elder Chao has contributed greatly along with the support of the entire disciple body, so he becomes the new sect master of the Cleansing Incense Ancient Sect. Dong Xinglong spoke slowly. The four elders' faces were extremely difficult to look at. One Chao Xiong, they were not afraid of, but with the appearance of Dong Xinglong, the outcome has been determined. The four of them would not be able to compete with Dong Xinglong. This story, it isn't that bad, right? It could even be a legend praised by the future Cleansing Incense Ancient Sect. Dong Xinglong was quite satisfied with his ploy, so he grinned. Chao Xiong will be at ease with his sect master position, and, as for me, as the guest advisor for the Cleansing Incense Ancient Sect for so long, I have fulfilled my obligations. The moment you step down, you will also bring the Emperor Merit Laws of the sect away, right? At this moment, a pleasant and ringing laughter came forward from Li Qia, who was in Chao Xiong's grasp. Li Qia was still hugging his ancient zither. Even under Chao Xiong's control, he still maintained his cool. At this moment, he smilingly stared at Dong Xinglong, and he clearly spoke, not a bad plan. Unfortunately, in my eyes, it is simply superfluous. Also, before killing you all, remember this one phrase: anyone who opposes my path will be killed without mercy. Zhang finished speaking. The 5 fingers of Li Qia suddenly pulled on the zither strings. In a flash, the zither in his hands spewed out an endless brilliance with continuous Dao pressure, and he broke Chao Xiong's grasp on him. Zhang, the harmonious sound of the zither caused the melodic patterns inside the ghost pavilion to come alive. At this moment, these densely packed patterns suddenly lit up, and endless magical runes came forward along with a clear sword note. 2 sword auras immediately came pouring out. A sword blade cleaved down. Chao Xiong was too late to scream as his head was sent flying upward. He then noticed the blood spewing from his neck. Even after death, he didn't realize what just happened. Dong Xinglong pitifully bellowed. The sword aura swiftly pierced into his body, and the sword edge, in a flash, destroyed his Dao foundation. Under one sword, his fragile Dao foundation couldn't handle one blow. It was as if it was dry and rotten wood. He violently spurted out a mouthful of blood, and he fell straight down on the ground. No, Dong Xinglong bellowed while rolling on the ground. His skin lost all color from fear, and he crazily screamed, "No, no, this is impossible." At this point, the 4 elders and Protector Mo were frightened frozen. Chao Xiong was acceptable, but Dong Xinglong was a royal noble, yet he still couldn't block one blow. Even till now, the four elders still didn't know exactly what just happened. My 3,000 years of cultivation. In the end, Dong Xinglong let out a loud roar, and he shiveringly crawled up. In a short moment, he was a few hundred years older. His back bent down, and his flesh dried up. Little animal, I will fight you till death. After standing up, Dong Xinglong became crazy, and he rushed forward at Li Qie. However, at this moment, he was like a 100-year-old man that couldn't walk without shaking. At this time, Li Qie raised his eyebrows and ordered, "Grab him." The four elders and Protector Mo regained their spirits. Elder Qian easily captured Dong Xinglong. He was stunned when he noticed that Dong Xinglong's cultivation was completely destroyed. "Little animal, kill me if you are courageous." "Kill me, ah." Deng Xinglong, with disheveled hair, crazily struggled to escape Elder Qian's grasp. He even tried to pounce on Li Qie with his nails. He cultivated for 3,000 years just to lose it all in one night. To a cultivator, this was a fate worse than death. One couldn't blame Dong Xinglong for being so outraged. Li Qie slowly glanced at him, and he said, "We will definitely kill you, however, just not right now. You 1,000 times, 10,000 times shouldn't have offended me, this was you courting death." Dong Xinglong deafeningly screeched, and he tried to pounce on Li Qie again, but Elder Qian easily held him back. Such a change rocked the four elders' hearts. Earlier, Dong Xinglong was a royal noble, causing them to fear 10,000 times over. Even if the four of them fought together, they wouldn't necessarily be a match for Dong Xinglong. However, just a moment later, he became an old man that couldn't catch a chicken properly. This matter was too frightening. The four elders hesitatingly stared at the ancient zither in Li Qie's chest. Seeing its ancient style, they couldn't help but shiver. Finally, Dong Xinglong was taken away to be imprisoned. This matter. What actually happened in the end? Chao Xiong betrayed the sect. This matter did not need to be discussed. However, Li Qie easily killing Chao Xiong and destroying Dong Xinglong caused the elders to still be stunned. Hugging his zither, Li Qie calmly explained, "It was only an immortal emperor's power and immortal intent. When they turn into swords, they are enough to slay the four directions." At this moment, the four elders and Protector Mo couldn't help but to analyze this ghost pavilion. Earlier when Li Qie played the zither, they all felt the change in the Tao. However, everything was so fast and they couldn't see clearly. Right now, they still couldn't see through the mysteries here. Elder Sun drew in a cold breath of air and asked, "Where did this ancient zither come from?" Li Qie smiled, "I was meditating at this wall. When night came, the patriarch appeared in my dreams and told me that downstairs had an ancient zither that was buried. That year, the patriarch used to play it and later on, it sunk to the ground. I followed the patriarch's instructions, and I dug out this ancient zither. In my dreams, the patriarch also informed me about the true mysteries regarding this zither pavilion. Originally, this pavilion was the place where the patriarch used to reminisce. During his period of upholding the world's immortal power, he used to play the zither here. Unwittingly, Tao truths were imprinted within the zither laws. After a long period of time, the entire zither pavilion contained these zither laws, and eventually, these zither laws were able to contain the vast emperor's power and immortal intent of the patriarch. Not only that, these zither laws also hid a peerless Tao of the zither." Li Qie spoke continuously as if everything was a matter of fact. Li Qie smilingly continued, "The patriarch in my dream taught me how to play and activate the zither laws in order to borrow the emperor's power and immortal intent." Hearing Li Qie's words, the four elders couldn't help but greatly change their expressions. Even in their wildest dreams, they wouldn't believe that a place they considered the ghost pavilion would contain such emperor's power and immortal intent like this. Elder Wu emotionally said, "Li Qie is the person our ancestor has personally chosen to lead our cleansing incense ancient sect. The patriarch had chosen him, and this means that in the future, he will lead us to revival. He will bring back the glory of our cleansing incense ancient sect." It was originally Tao instructions in a dream, but now it was treasure seeking in a dream. To the four elders, there was no doubt that the patriarch had chosen Li Qie to be the new leader of the cleansing incense ancient sect. In the midst of everything, Li Qie's status, in the minds of the four elders, became completely different. Li Qie was the one chosen by immortal Emperor Min Ren, and he would be his representative. The four elders struggled to regain their spirits, and Elder Qian muttered, "The matter of the Zither Pavilion, I had read about. I heard that this really was the place where the patriarch used to play his instrument. Who would have thought that this place inherited his emperor's power and immortal intent?" Elder Zhou couldn't help but quietly murmur, "This pavilion inherited the emperor's power and immortal intent. Does that mean it was even more powerful than our patriarch's portrait?" Elder Sun exclaimed, "This is all thanks to Qie, otherwise, we would have missed this emperor treasure." Elder Wu excitedly said, "The patriarch protects our cleansing incense ancient sect. He is not willing to see our decline, so he chose Qi Yi to be the one that restores our sect." Suddenly, the four elders were too ecstatic. Li Qie's miracle allowed for them to see a ray of hope. Not good. At this moment, Elder Qian suddenly gathered his thoughts, and he shockingly said, "First brother is still trapped within the formation. We need to make haste in order to save him. Perhaps the heavenly gods sect would even use another evil plot to harm first brother." Li Qie smiled, and he said, "Within the cleansing incense ancient sect, this is not a difficult matter. Let me play a tune and destroy the formation of Lai Zhanho." Finished speaking, he sat down in a meditative pose on the ground, and he began to play the ancient zither. The ancient zither lit up at once, and the zither pavilion also lit up as well. Superfluous raw expression was, drawing a cake on a piece of paper. One can draw a cake on a piece of paper, but they can't eat it, so it is meaningless. Chapter 78. The densely packed textures inside the zither pavilion emerged and turned into endless magical incantations. Boom! At this time, the power inside the melodic patterns were initiated by Li Qie. In a flash, the emperor's power and immortal intent broke out, suffocating the heavens. Even four elders' legs were shivering, unable to stand straight. Under the pressure of the immortal emperor's remnants, they were entirely suppressed, falling flat to the ground. The soul of the patriarch, feeling the ancient and majestic immortal emperor's presence, the four elders were extremely emotional to the point where tears dripped down their faces. They finally got to see the immortal emperor's aura of the patriarch after countless years had passed. Outside of the cleansing incense ancient sect, there were still many experts watching the fight between Gu Taizhou and Lai Zhanho. Even though Gu Taizhou hadn't been able to escape the formation, even under the suppression of both the formation and Lai Zhanho, he still stood strong. He valiantly moved the other cultivators. Their hearts were moved by his unyielding will to not surrender until death. He was like a weak insect, yet still struggled to survive with all he had. The cleansing incense ancient sect, in the end, was still an immortal emperor lineage. Even though they had declined for 30,000 years, they still had some hidden strength. As for the 800 soldiers that came along with Lai Zhanho, they coldly smirked in their minds. Even if Gu Taizhou tried his best, he still wouldn't make it past tomorrow. There would be a change of dynasty in the cleansing incense ancient sect, yet Gu Taizhou was simply struggling on his last foot. Boom! At the moment when cultivators were thinking about how this fight would end, suddenly, inside the cleansing incense ancient sect, a light shot forward. This light tore through the sky in a flash and traveled through space with enough power to cut down all the celestials. In the blink of an eye, within the boundary of the cleansing incense ancient sect, everyone felt an unbeatable ancient emperor pressure. Within this moment, countless existences trembled. What's happening? All the cultivators outside were shivering with fear from the depth of their souls. Under this ancient breath, they all felt like they were insects and ants. They were not enough to reach the apex. Feeling this type of pressure, a sect master strugglingly spoke, "Emperor's power and immortal intent. Could it be that the cleansing incense ancient sect wants to go all out and activate its immortal emperor life treasure?" Not good. Feeling this ancient immortal pressure, the 800 soldiers on top of the warship were aghast, but everything was too late. The light in the sky suddenly turned into a sword edge, and it swept horizontally across the heavens and earth. This sword edge shouldered an ancient immortal pressure, and with just this one blow, it could be seen that nothing could stop it. Fush, waves upon waves of blood spewed out. As the sword edge swept across, 800 heads flew up to the sky. All of their eyes were wide with astonishment. The moment their heads flew up, they could even see the blood spurting from their own cut necks. The sword carried along with it an unstoppable aura. It kept going until it hit the inside of the endless mountains and rivers. A bang sound rang, and the formation immediately became dust. The ancient saint's formation, crafted with blood and sweat, under this sword, couldn't withstand one blow. The formation was split into halves, and it dropped to the floor. Gu Taizhou also fell down from the inside. No, Lai Zhanhou, inside the formation, bellowed. The sword's edge immediately pierced through his chest, and it crucified him into the ground. At this moment, the sword aura disappeared, and only blood flowed quietly on the ground. Lai Zhanhou, pierced to the ground, could still move his arms and legs. He was still alive simply because Li Qie wanted to spare him. This sudden change, not mentioning the cultivators who were observing the battle, the disciples of the cleansing incense ancient sect, and Gu Taizhou, left everyone in a daze. This sudden reversal was too frightening. The minds of everyone went blank from seeing this sight. 800 soldiers, Lai Zhanhou, and the formation, under this one sword, all came to naught. A royal noble and an ancient saint's formation, both were not enough to reach the apex. Under this one sword, everything was swept away like dust. This sword had passed through. Within the castle of the heavenly jewel kingdom, the mortal king suddenly opened his unfathomable eyes. Like the flow of the sun and moon and the pattern of the celestials, it was truly frightening. At this moment, he quietly murmured, could it be that the cleansing incense ancient sect still has an immortal emperor life treasure left? Finally, the heavenly aura in his two eyes exceeded the sky. It was as if he wanted to see through the corner of the world. Back to the disciples of the cleansing incense ancient sect. This event rendered them blank for a long time, without being able to regain their wits. An unknown amount of time had passed. Finally, a cultivator whispered, Emperor's power and immortal intent, Emperor's power and immortal intent. Countless cultivators had heard of this phrase, but no one had even seen its true power. Today, this one sword's edge sweeping through and turning everything into nothingness, this was the Emperor's power and immortal intent. People finally understood the horror of an immortal emperor. Immortal Emperor Min Ren was gone for a long time, and he only left behind his emperor's power and immortal intent. However, it was still enough to cause all of the gods to tremble. While everyone was still busy thinking, the voice of Li Qie rang from inside the sect, tie him up. 3 days later, we will publicly behead him for others to see. One did not know how long it took, but everyone finally regained their spirits. The cultivators on the sideline were shocked while the disciples of the cleansing incense ancient sect were continuously celebrating. Some disciples tied up Lai Zhanhou, and they took him to the dungeon. Finally, Gu Taizhou absent-mindedly returned to the sect. Inside the Zither pavilion, after hearing all the details, he still couldn't help but lose his composure again. A while later, Gu Taizhou stared at Li Qie, and he mumbled, the soul of the patriarch is here, protecting our sect. He took a deep breath, and told Li Qie, the patriarch has chosen you as our savior. I hope that you can bring the cleansing incense ancient sect back to its former glory. Gu Taizhou could be considered the main driver of the cleansing incense ancient sect. With these words, he has established Li Qie's position within the sect. After one night, Li Qie's status in the sect couldn't be shaken by anyone. Lai Zhanhou personally led the attack on the cleansing incense ancient sect. Everyone in the heavenly jewel kingdom assumed that this was the sect's calamity. No one thought that after just one night, there would be an unthinkable reversal, resulting in the deaths of the 800 soldiers and the capture of the wounded Lai Zhanhou. It all felt like a dream, but it was 10,000 exact truths. Inside the cleansing incense ancient sect, both the upper and lower ranks were jubilant. This was an exciting event for the disciples' morale. Defeating Lai Zhanhou's invasion was a medicine for the heart. At the very least, it gave the disciples a glimmer of hope. With the conclusion of the battle, the upper echelon of the sect held a meeting with the elders and protectors, led by Gu Taizhou. He revealed the conspiracy of Chao Xiong and Dong Xinglong. At the moment, Chao Xiong was dead, and Dong Xinglong, along with Lai Zhanhou, were prisoners. The protectors despised Chao Xiong's selfish actions to the bones. Just a little bit more, and the sect would have been a puppet under the heavenly god sect. After the 5 elders informed them that everything was accomplished by Li Qie, the protectors were stunned. They had heard about the Tao instruction, but they didn't think that the patriarch had actually chosen Li Qie. During the meeting, the elders identified Li Qie as the revitalizing savior of the cleansing incense ancient sect. The protectors did not have any objections regarding this decision. After the conference had ended, they discussed how to deal with Dong Xinglong and Lai Zhanhou. Regarding this matter, Li Qie only had one sentence. He smiled and said, 3 days later, publicly execute them for all to see. Invite the other sects inside the Heavenly Jewel Kingdom to participate in the fun. Hearing Li Qie's words, the protectors and elders were startled. What kind of absolute decision was this? A protector worriedly mentioned, by this, I'm afraid it would truly be leaving no face for the Heavenly God sect. Li Qie casually replied, the Heavenly God sect is a mortal enemy, who cares about face? What if the Heavenly God sect declares war on us? Another protector couldn't help but ask. In the end, the Heavenly God sect was a giant monster to them. They created the Heavenly Jewel Kingdom and backed it for 30,000 years. Now, it was difficult for anyone to shake their position. Declare war? Li Qie burst out laughing. His eyes became serious, and then slowly spoke. I heard that the mortal king of the Heavenly Jewel Kingdom is a powerful ruler with great ambition and wisdom, and he is no less than the 9 Saint Demon Gates Demon Emperor Luan Ri. I'm really not afraid of his war declaration. I hope that he would personally lead the battle, then I can just annihilate all of the royal nobles and enlightened beings of their Heavenly God sect. Gu Taizhou pondered for a moment, and then he said, this is not a bad idea. The Emperor's power and immortal intent of the Zither Pavilion could be expended for a few big battles. If the Heavenly Jewel Kingdom dares to come, we will be able to destroy all of their royal nobles and enlightened beings in one breath. Even though we have no way of destroying the Heavenly God sect and the Heavenly Jewel Kingdom, but as long as we kill their royal nobles and enlightened beings, this would be enough to make them seclude themselves to recover for a few thousand years. This will give us a chance to develop the sect. Listening to the first elder's words, the protectors couldn't help but glance at each other. Elder Sun said, the Heavenly God sect's will to destroy us had never died. We cannot keep on conceding. At this moment, if the Heavenly Jewel Kingdom wants to declare war, then we will give them a devastating blow. We will destroy everything with the Emperor's power and immortal intent of the Zither Pavilion. The Zither Pavilion and the Patriarch's portrait were both Emperor's treasures. Their powers were extremely great, but they couldn't be replenished. On this matter, they couldn't compare to an immortal Emperor life treasure or true treasure. An immortal Emperor life treasure could be used countless times, but it had a high requirement for the cultivator wielding it. As for an Emperor's treasure containing Emperor's power and immortal intent, each time it is used, its power will lessen, it eventually will become a mortal item. This was why, at this moment, Gu Tieshou's group wanted to borrow this power of the Zither Pavilion to destroy their enemies in one breath. Li Qie stared at Gu Taizhou and asked, regarding this matter, I have a little question. Where is our immortal Emperor life treasure? Where is our Patriarch's true treasure? This, Gu Taizhou, full of embarrassment, smiled. At this moment, the 4 elders stared at each other, and their expressions were awkward. It is a common phrase, meaning that the ancestors are looking after them from above, still giving protection. Chapter 79. Finally, Elder Sun sighed softly and said, the sect does not have an immortal emperor true treasure, and it also does not have an immortal emperor life treasure. Not even one? Even though Li Qie was mentally prepared for this, but hearing that there was not even one made him a bit frustrated. The cleansing incense ancient sect was of immortal emperor lineage. Right now, not even one life treasure could be found. He could not believe this. Gu Taizhou softly continued, it is said that the patriarch had left behind 3 life treasures and his fate protecting true treasure. However, at the moment I took this seat, these items were no longer here. At the very least, even during the last sect master's period, these items were no longer inside the sect. Li Chia asked, lost or stolen? Immortal Emperor life treasures were one thing, but the fate-protecting treasure of Min Ren, also a true treasure, was too important to the cleansing incense ancient sect. I'm not too clear regarding this matter. Gu Taizhou hesitatingly smiled and said, the Immortal Emperor true treasure. I am not clear about the exact details. I'm afraid even the previous sect master didn't know. That year, I heard the martial uncles' discussion. One uncle said that the true treasure flew away a long time ago. Another uncle said that during the moment our ancestor, Mu Shaodi, was competing for the heavens will with immortal Emperor Ta Kong, he lost our true treasure in a heaven-frightening battle. I'm afraid, the last 10 generations of our cleansing incense ancient sect has not seen an immortal emperor true treasure. Li Chia asked, what about the 3 life treasures? Gu Taizhou contemplated for a moment and then answered, this, I cannot answer either. Here, he glanced at the other 4 elders, and he continued, I heard that there was one life treasure that could have been taken by Ancestor Lu to the ground, and it was buried along with him. Whether this is the truth or not, I do not know. Elder Sun explained to Li Chia, Ancestor Lu was our sect's first bulwark. In terms of seniority, he would be the grand disciple of Ancestor Mu. I heard that the battle 30,000 years ago, against the Heavenly God sect, was led by him. After our defeat and retreat back to our ancestral ground, Ancestor Lu no longer showed his face. There were many rumors about him. Some seniors said that he died in the battle, and some said that he came back wounded and met his origin within the sect. Lu Sanjian was rumored to be the cleansing incense ancient sect's greatest genius after Mu Shaodi. However, unfortunately, he was not able to protect the cleansing incense ancient sect in the end, causing the collapse of the old kingdom. At this point, Elder Qian gravely added, the other life treasures could have possibly fallen into the hands of the Heavenly God sect. Into the hands of the Heavenly God sect? Having heard this, Li Chia's eyes became serious. This was an immortal emperor life treasure. This type of item falling into the hands of the Heavenly God sect was not a good thing for the cleansing incense ancient sect. Gu Taizhou dejectedly sighed and said, this is the thing we are worried about the most. There is no way to verify this matter, but it is almost absolute that this life treasure is in the hands of the Heavenly God sect. In the last battle, our sect lost countless royal nobles, enlightened beings, and ancient saints. In order to protect the kingdom, I heard our ancestors summoned the immortal emperor life treasure to face the Heavenly God sect. Afterward, we lost the fight completely, and the entire kingdom fell. Under such chaotic circumstances, the life treasure's whereabouts are unknown. Elder Zhou worriedly said, I worry that the Heavenly Jewel Kingdom would bring this immortal emperor life treasure to attack our sect. If the Heavenly God sect had a character powerful enough to carry the life treasure to attack the sect, then even with the Zither Pavilion, it wouldn't be able to withstand rounds after rounds of the life treasure's attacks. Hearing Elder Zhou words, Gu Tieshou's group lost their colors. This was indeed an extremely dangerous matter. They clearly knew the power of an immortal emperor life treasure. Let them come. It's time to see how the immortal emperor life treasure is. At this point, Li Chia pleasantly bloomed a smile and said, when the flood is coming, the dam will block. When the troops are coming, the generals will hold. Our plan does not change. 3 days later, behead Dong Xinglong and Lai Zhanho. With a deep voice, Gu Taizhou said, we'll do it like that. This is the first battle for our cleansing incense ancient sect's revival, and also the beginning our revival. He was finally determined. The elders and protectors present all hoped to revive the cleansing incense ancient sect and regain the glory of their ancestors, especially Gu Taizhou. He grew up in the sect and considered it as his home. The moment he was leading the sect, how could he not hope for it to become more powerful? However, he could only lament his limited aptitude and lack of power to revive the sect. Currently, with Li Qia's miracle appearance accompanied with the protection of the patriarch, Gu Taizhou saw a chance for the sect to come back. The second day, the sect announced Chao Xiong's conspiracy with outsiders, the betrayal of the cleansing incense ancient sect, and also his execution. This news had been released, and the entire cleansing incense ancient sect was in an uproar. The sect disciples couldn't help but spit on Chao Xiong's selfishness. A calamity was befalling the sect, so they should have been working together. Chao Xiong's actions were reviled by the disciples. As for the matter of Li Qia being the chosen person for the resurgence, the sect did not announce it. Only the elders and protectors had the right to know, even sectional leaders were left unaware. At the same time, the sect the next day sent the news of the public execution of Dong Xinglong and Lai Zhanhou to all of the Heavenly Jewel Kingdom. This time, the cleansing incense ancient sect especially chose an unprecedented bold action like never before. At the time of the execution, the sect had invited many sects from the kingdom to attend. Many big sects and heavenly gates were moved by this news in the entire Heavenly Jewel Kingdom. The cleansing incense ancient sect wants to flip the heavens. Quite a number of sects looked at each other in amazement. Just Dong Xinglong was somewhat acceptable, but who was Lai Zhanhou? This was a general of the Heavenly Jewel Kingdom, a generational ferocious man under the mortal king. Currently, the cleansing incense ancient sect wanted to publicly execute both of them. Wasn't this the same as completely destroying the face of the Heavenly Jewel Kingdom and the Heavenly God sect? A sect master curiously asked with a strange expression, in the end, what is actually giving the cleansing incense ancient sect such confidence? For the last few thousand years, everyone personally witnessed the decline of the cleansing incense ancient sect, but today, this sect dared to publicly execute these two people. This was too bold. There were many cultivators who observed the battle that night, and many of them clamored. Some felt that the sect had an immortal emperor life treasure, and some assumed that Lu Sanjian was still alive. Could it be that this time, the cleansing incense ancient sect has an absolute ace? Otherwise, why would they risk a war with the Heavenly Jewel Kingdom, and have to execute these two? Maybe they went crazy? Some felt that this was the case and said, today, to compare the cleansing incense ancient sect to the Heavenly God sect is like throwing an egg against a rock. Even if the cleansing incense ancient sect still has an immortal emperor life treasure, it would still be impossible to rescind the current situation of their decline. In present times, the Heavenly God sect had countless geniuses and numerous royal nobles. This is the sect seeking its own destruction, ah. An older sect master lamented. He knew the situation inside and shook his head. The cleansing incense ancient sect has no inheritors. They became blindly arrogant, even with an immortal emperor life treasure. It is no longer an important matter for the sect. One has to know, the ancestor of the Heavenly God sect is still alive. When it comes to the ancestor of the Heavenly God sect, even powerful sect masters and heavenly lords of the Heavenly Jewel Kingdom would become silent. After the difficult Tao era, characters like the Heavenly God sect's ancestor became undefeatable. This was a giant high above. The moment a character like him takes action, not to mention the cleansing incense ancient sect, but even a grand sect or clan would be destroyed by just his fingertip in the blink of an eye. Referring to the ancestor of the Heavenly God sect, many extremely aged sect masters lost their colors and shivered in fear. This ancestor had lived for tens of thousands of years. Unless Mu Shaodi is still alive, otherwise, if he becomes angry, the cleansing incense ancient sect's existence will become void. A royal noble from the last generation that had seen the monstrous ancestor before gently sighed. The cleansing incense ancient sect publicly declared the execution date for Dong Xinglong and Lai Zhanhou, yet no cultivators or sects dared to become their guests to observe the execution. Even though everyone wanted to know how this storm would end, but they didn't dare to show up for this execution. Of course, this did not deter many grand sects and ancient heritages from observing at a distance. Currently, the Heavenly God sect was too powerful and controlled an entire gigantic kingdom. Inside the boundary of the Heavenly Jewel Kingdom, no sects dared to oppose the Heavenly God sect. Anyone present at this execution would be the same as opposing the Heavenly God sect, and no one was willing to tease such a giant monster like the Heavenly God sect. However, watching from afar secretly. The heavenly god sect couldn't interfere in this and had no reason to send their troops. So, before the execution date, countless cultivators were watching the cleansing incense ancient sect's every move behind the shadows. During these 3 days, the disciples of the cleansing incense ancient sect were both excited and nervous. To the sect, the heavenly god sect was too powerful. Today, they had the chance to execute Dong Xinglong and Lai Zhanho. This was an event that motivated the disciples' hearts. At the same time, the sect had entered a battle preparation stage. All of the disciples were entering their peak concentrations, ready to enter a battle at any time. Inside the sect, only one person was at ease. It was Li Qia. Only Li Qia was unperturbed like an old god, seemingly as if everything had nothing to do with him. "You sure are confident." Seeing Li Qia's godlike calm demeanor, even Li Shuangyan was perplexed. This matter, even one little mishap would be a declaration of war with the heavenly god sect. Even a heaven's proud daughter like herself, regarding such a matter that would pierce the heavens, would have to be cautious. However, Li Qia didn't even consider this as an issue. It's only a small sect, not enough to reach the apex. I took some liberty with the word bulwark here. The literal term used here is protector sect, but we already have protectors, and his status is way above them, so I chose the word bulwark instead. Sect protector would sound too awkward. Chapter 80. Li Qia gave off a smile, and he compellingly said, "The heavenly god sect, to me, it is only a matter of whether I want to destroy it or not. If I don't mind sparing a bit of effort and expending some thought, annihilating the heavenly god sect, this is not a difficult matter." Hearing Li Qia's words, Li Shuangyan immediately became speechless. Others would definitely think that Li Qia was ignorantly foolish and boasting to the heavens, but Li Shuangyan didn't think so. She didn't find any signs of Li Qia joking and boasting. Li Shuangyan couldn't help but exclaim, "I don't understand how you are so confident." Even though the heavenly god sect had only created the heavenly jewel kingdom in the past 30,000 years, you have to know that their ancestor is an extraordinary person. If our 9-saint demon gate was to become an enemy of the heavenly god sect, we would still have to be 3 parts cautious. Li Qia glared at Li Shuangyan, and he said, "Because I am Li Qia." Because I am Li Qia, such an ordinary phrase. However, coming from the mouth of Li Qia with a nonchalant tone, it made others feel a domineering pressure, a grandeur manner that looked down upon the world naturally came to life. Li Shuangyan speechlessly stared at Li Qia for a long time. This little boy in front of her didn't feel like a little boy. Meticulous planning and a domineering presence, he was more similar to a mortal emperor. After a while, Li Shuangyan stared at Li Qia. She slowly spoke, "Such grand matters, I need to report to my master." "As you wish." Li Qia glanced at Li Shuangyan, and he smiled. Without a doubt, he was quite satisfied with Li Shuangyan's attitude. Without a doubt, Li Shuangyan, this heaven's proud daughter, had greatly changed during these past days standing by Li Qia's side. At the very least, in front of Li Qia, she had let go of her arrogance as a heaven's proud daughter. Compared to Li Qia, she couldn't find any aspect where she was superior. 3 days had passed in the blink of an eye. Within these last 3 days, countless gazes from the darkness observed the cleansing incense ancient sect. There was no doubt that many great sects within the heavenly jewel kingdom that wanted to personally witness the conclusion of this storm. Within the heavenly jewel kingdom, countless powerful characters and many royal nobles all hoped to directly receive the news. Since the creation of the heavenly jewel kingdom by the heavenly god sect, within 30,000 years, it had swept through the heavens and earth. Within the most recent 10,000 years, there were few people and sects that could challenge the godly authority of the heavenly jewel kingdom. In the present day, the cleansing incense ancient sect suddenly decided to execute Dong Xinglong and Lai Zhanho. Where did this confidence come from? Witnessing this scene, the faraway cultivators, and even the tyrant of one domain, ruling over an entire sect, couldn't help but lament in silence. Just imagine, Lai Zhanho was someone who was known for how arrogant he was and how his rage and ferocity could easily conquer all 4 directions. He was the very definition of a ferociously violent white stallion. However, today, he was simply a man at death's door. If you win, you become king. If you lose, you become a bandit. This was all that needed to be said. Prior to the departure, the Cleansing Incense Ancient Sect became heavily guarded. Every disciple of the Cleansing Incense Ancient Sect entered a state of combat readiness. All of the sectional leaders and protectors were even more diligent regarding the defensive platforms and entrances of the sect. The 5 elders of the Cleansing Incense Ancient Sect left through the gate to personally oversee the execution. In addition to the 5 elders, Li Qia was also present with Li Shuangyan following beside him. Who is that disciple of the Cleansing Incense Ancient Sect? Li Qia seemed to be an ordinary disciple. His name wasn't resounded or well recognized. Now, this seemingly ordinary disciple walking and sitting alongside the 5 elders, seeing this scene made many of the cultivators surprised. Many cultivators were speculating, and one of them said in a surprised manner, "This disciple can actually walk alongside Gu Taizhou and the other elders. Could he have an amazing origin within the sect?" After they saw Li Shuangyan accompany them, it even resulted in some of the sect leaders being shaken. One emotionally said, "Li Shuangyan, the descendant of the 9 Saint Demon Gate and princess of Old Ox Country, she's the Grand Middle Territory's heaven's proud daughter. Ah. Could it be that the Cleansing Incense Ancient Sect and the 9 Saint Demon Gate are forming an alliance?" Li Shuangyan's appearance at the Cleansing Incense Ancient Sect, and her accompanying Li Qia and the 5 elders, visibly moved many of the spectating cultivators. Under the presence of this dignified atmosphere, time slowly passed. Finally, the time of the execution arrived. Gu Taizhou lifted his head to look at the sky and he loudly declared, "Execution." At this time, not to mention the disciples of the Cleansing Incense Ancient Sect, even the faraway spectating cultivators all held their breath. Everyone was eagerly anticipating what would happen in the next moment. "Put down the blade." At this time, a loud roar resounded and it spread thunderously far and wide. A dragon horse, while heavily breathing, trod the hollow sky. The pressure of a royal noble suppressed the disciples in front of the Cleansing Incense Ancient Sect's execution ground. As the dragon horse trod across the sky, a figure wearing a violet coat could be seen on top of the horse. Wearing a violet crown, the old man with broad shoulders seemed to be an important person. Zi Shanhou. After seeing this old man, the onlooking cultivators changed their expressions. Zi Shanhou arrived. Witnessing this old man, a sect leader murmured, "A previous generation royal noble, ah. Extremely experienced." Zi Shanhou's name has been prestigious for generations. He can be considered one of the royal nobles at the pinnacle of the Heavenly Jewel Kingdom. So it is Zi Shanhou who graces us with his presence. Seeing the old man on the dragon horse, Gu Tieshou's pupils were focused and his demeanor became dignified. Although Zi Shanhou's reputation wasn't as ruthless as Lai Zhanhou's, his strength was definitely higher. After all, he was a royal noble of the previous generation, and he was also at the pinnacle of all royal nobles. Zi Shanhou was still seated on the dragon horse when his voice resounded again, "Ancient elders, don't commit a mistake. Lai Zhanhou is an important official of the Heavenly Jewel Kingdom. You should quickly release him along with Brother Dong, and then follow me to the capital, accepting the Emperor's punishment and confess." As Gu Taizhou was about to speak, however, Li Qia waved his hand to stop him and revealed a pleasant smile. "Confess? This word isn't part of my vocabulary. While I still have no intention to kill you, you should get out of my sight immediately, as far as possible." Who is this child? What a bold tone. After hearing Li Qia's words, many of the spectating cultivators couldn't help but look at each other. Who was Zi Shanhou? He was a previous generation royal noble, and he was one of the royal nobles at the pinnacle to boot. He was an important official of the Heavenly Jewel Kingdom, yet Li Qia, a junior, dared to use this kind of arrogant tone. This child from some random place, let this seat give you a little lesson in place of your elders. Zi Shanhou's gaze became cold. With his grinding big hands, he sent Li Qia a palm strike. A zhang sword sound was heard, and a sword appeared from the blue sky. However, it didn't come from Li Qia. Instead, Li Shuangyan already made a move. One sword to pillar the sky, decapitating all spirits. Phoenix odes emanated from her body, and her sword had its own spirit. Moves after moves activated, one sword released, and the mountains and rivers lost their colors. You are worthy of being the successor of the 9 Saint Demon Gate. Seeing Li Shuangyan's sword, Zi Shanho let out a cold snort. His 2 hands formed seals, like a giant mountain, suppressing down from above. Get out of here. At this point, Gu Taizhou also took action. A Kuan-Peng traversed the sky, and, when the huge Kuan-Peng's tail fiercely struck down, it shattered the earth with a ferocious momentum. Witnessing the tail of the Kuan-Peng coming, Zi Shanho's expression darkened. He didn't dare to be reckless. He brought his hands together, and his true energy rose, blocking the tail of Gu Tieshou's Kuan-Peng. Bang! Even though Zi Shanho was able to block the strike from Gu Taizhou, his dragon horse couldn't handle the pressure. It bellowed as it fell to the ground. It was no longer capable of standing back up. Regarding the fight, Li Qie didn't pay much attention. He simply shook his head, and then he said, Elder's 6 variance is needlessly complex. Hearing these words, if it was from someone else, then it would sound extremely arrogant. However, after witnessing Li Qie's Kuan-Peng's 6 variants, Gu Taizhou definitely did not think the words were arrogant. Gu Taizhou began to speak, look at my 6 variants. He wanted to let Li Qie see his Kuan-Peng's 6 variants in hopes that he could get Li Qie's guidance to serve as reference material. And so, after Gu Tieshou's words came out, he approached Zi Shanho. Zi Shanho's face was extremely ugly. As a royal noble of the previous generation, today, he was unable to suppress Gu Taizhou. Immortal Emperor Merit Law, truly frightening. Gu Taizhou, today, I won't bother with you. Zi Shanho continued, today, this seat brought His Majesty's imperial decree. Regardless of whether or not the cleansing incense ancient sect is willing, you must let the prisoners go. Otherwise, the consequences will ensue. The Mortal King's imperial decree. Gu Taizhou couldn't help but focus his gaze. The Mortal King of the Heavenly Jewel Kingdom was someone with extremely high talents and a clever and calculating mind. His cultivation was extremely profound, and he was definitely someone to fear. Due to the Mortal King, the Heavenly Jewel Kingdom was now flourishing with life. It could be said that, due to the ambitious nature of the Mortal King of the Heavenly Jewel Kingdom, he wanted to succeed in making the Heavenly Jewel Kingdom into a never-falling eternal ancient kingdom. At this moment, Zi Shanho's hands already brought out the imperial decree from the Mortal King. The imperial order only had a single character on it, amnesty. The moment this character appeared, the torrential royal power of the Mortal King could be felt across 10,000 miles. Within this amnesty character, the vast royal pressure of the Mortal King exploded. It was as if the Mortal King was currently present, turning others into loyal subjects. Even though Gu Taizhou was a royal noble, when the character amnesty was brought forth, he could feel the immense pressure. His blood started to roll. This amnesty character carried a pressure that was akin to an unclimbable mountain that was placed inside his heart. It was so uncomfortable that it made him want to vomit blood. The imperial decree only had a single character, amnesty, but this single character was already enough. This single character already represented the will of a mortal king on his high throne. With this amnesty character alone, it was already enough to suppress a royal noble. Chapter 81, His Majesty the Mortal King is truly terrifying. Seeing the word amnesty, the cultivators from afar changed their expressions. They murmured, His Majesty the Mortal King is truly unfathomable. With just the word amnesty, it was able to suppress royal nobles. One could only imagine how frightening the Mortal King of the Heavenly Jewel Kingdom would be. As for the other people from the Cleansing Incense Ancient Sect, they couldn't help but take in a deep breath. Zi Shanho gravely said, Gu Taizhou, the imperial decree of His Majesty is right here, release them right now. His hand held the imperial decree with its compelling momentum, causing others to run short of breath. Gu Taizhou looked at the word amnesty, shook his head, and said, Dong Xinglong and Lai Zhanho wanted to destroy my cleansing incense ancient sect. Even the mortal king's imperial decree wouldn't do. Execute. Gu Tieshou's words changed Zi Shanho's expression greatly as he yelled, Gu Taizhou, don't make this mistake. Defying the immortal decree, this would bring about a calamity that would drown your cleansing incense ancient sect. Gu Taizhou ignored him and exclaimed, Execute. Meeting Gu Tieshou's strong resolve, Zi Shanho shouted with an ugly expression, Wait, at this moment, he couldn't do anything but make concessions. If he didn't bring back Dong Xinglong and Lai Zhanho, then, not only would he be unsuccessful with his mission, the prestige of the mortal king would also be provoked. At this time, Zi Shanho made a concession. He spoke in a serious manner, Gu Taizhou, let me bring Dong Xinglong and Lai Zhanho away. The day the evil-infested ridge opens, there will be a quota for your cleansing incense ancient sect. Hearing Zi Shanho's words, Gu Taizhou couldn't help but pause for a little bit. The evil-infested ridge, to the cleansing incense ancient sect, was truly too important. He couldn't help but look over at Li Qie. Li Qie smiled and said, The evil-infested ridge originally was a territory of our sect, why would we need the heavenly jewel kingdom's reward? Execute. Li Qie's words angered Zi Shanho till his body started trembling. He raised the imperial decree in his hand, and he shouted, Junior, you should know the severity of this situation. The imperial decree is here. If you were to breach this decree, then all of the sects within the heavenly jewel kingdom will encircle and annihilate your sect. It's just a piece of torn paper, yet you still dare to act powerful and prestigious in front of my presence? Li Qie narrowed his eyes. Finished with his words, his 5 fingers started to pull on the zither at his chest. Zhang, the moment the zither's sound came about, from inside the cleansing incense ancient sect, a sword energy immediately flew forward. The moment the sword blades swept downward, one could only see the imperial decree be crushed and the word amnesty split in half. Everyone held their breaths at this moment. Cutting the imperial decree of the mortal king, this was provoking his authority. When the word amnesty was cut in half, dumb sound occurred, just like a golden godly law, the decree combined together again. The word amnesty suddenly radiated a terrible light. In the blink of an eye, a majestic figure appeared from this light. The moment of his inception, his royal pressure was like a tsunami, it was like a flood of pressure was rushing and wailing forward directly to the grand earth. Under the suppression of the royal pressure, even Gu Taizhou had to take several heavy steps back. The mortal king's will, seeing the majestic figure emerging from the light, cultivators in the far distance couldn't help but burst into cries. The majestic figure suddenly opened his eyes. It was as if this pair of eyes were real. Soaking in the sun and the moon with a rotating galaxy within them, it caused others to tremblingly prostrate on the ground. Provoking the royal honor, behead. The figure had just opened his mouth, and the thunders rang in the air. When the words have not yet come out, his huge hand had already struck down, and the power of the one slash wanted to directly destroy Li Qie. This slash was extremely matchless. Under this slash, even the moon illuminating the sky would fall and sweep across all royal nobles. At this moment, Gu Tieshou's colors were shaken. Even Li Xuanyan wanting to save Li Qie was powerless. Roll. Li Qie's gaze became serious as he coldly yelled, without making any other action. Under this fiery and thunderous slash, a loud boom filled the air. At this second, many cleansing incense ancient sect's disciples couldn't bear to look because they all thought that Li Qie would suffer a horrible death. However, the moment the slash was about to kill Li Qie, a gigantic hand from the heavenly sky came about. A huge explosion happened, and this gigantic hand shattered the shadowy figure. The will of the mortal king bellowed, a strand of universal laws wanted to escape from the gigantic hand. However, this gigantic hand ground it with pressure and immediately crushed it. The figure of the mortal king became scattered ashes and dispersed like smoke. Everything happened so fast, so no one clearly saw where this giant hand came from. During all of these occurrences, in the martial ground of the far 9 Saint Demon Gate, there was a stone statue raising his stone hand. This one hand stretched across the heaven and earth directly to the end of the sky. No one knew where this hand was going. This stone hand, from the 9 Saint Demon Gate, flying from millions of miles away, easily destroyed the mortal king's will. Even if the mortal king's will could suppress royal nobles, under this gigantic hand, it was just a meaningless insect. Seeing the stone hand appear then suddenly disappear, Li Xuanyan, standing next to Li Qia, was shocked. Others didn't know what this gigantic hand was, but she knew. A stone hand, trespassing through the world from the 9 Saint Demon Gate, reached out, and it easily destroyed the mortal king's will. How frightening was this? Li Xuanyan had heard her master say that the 4 stone statues were the heavenly protectors of the 9 Saint Demon Gate, but she essentially didn't know how powerful these stone statues, dubbed as the heavenly protectors, were. Today, she finally found out the terrifying power of the 4 stone statues. And, she also understood why her master had acquiesced against Li Qia that day. Demon kings or mortal kings, they were nothing. Under the hand of the 4 heavenly protectors, they would easily be crushed. At this moment, not only the cultivators watching from afar but all of the cleansing incense ancient sect was in a daze. Zi Shanho lost his wits from shock. The mortal king's will frightened others so, but it was easily destroyed. Who on earth did this? Only a mortal king? Even a mortal emperor still wouldn't reach the apex. Regarding this event, Li Qia essentially didn't put it in his mind, and he said this in an incredibly calm manner. At this moment, Li Qia issued a command, execute. No, Dong Xinglong and Lai Zhanho, at the moment of death, couldn't help but let out a loud cry. They didn't think that today, even the mortal king wouldn't be able to save them. The disciples of the sect regained their wits, and execution blades were raised, then fallen, beheading Dong Xinglong and Lai Zhanho. Their heads rolled farther and farther. In the end, the heads of Dong Xinglong and Lai Zhanho were neatly placed in wooden boxes by the disciples, and, under the command of Li Qia, were brought to the front of Zi Shanho. Li Qia simply glanced at Zi Shanho as he calmly said, I'll leave you with one message for you to deliver to the heavenly god sect. Whoever blocks my path, I kill without mercy. Since he was finished speaking, he turned around and left. Zi Shanho's expression was extremely ugly, but, at this moment, he didn't dare to be reckless. He took the heads of Dong Xinglong and Lai Zhanho, and then he left in a hurry. The moment the gigantic hand destroyed the mortal king's will, in the imperial city, a stalwart and domineering man suddenly trembled and let out a roar. His 2 eyes absorbed heavenly flames, and they suddenly opened. He then stood up. The expression of the man was shocked. Standing on the high platform, he was gazing at the far distance. It was as if he was directly looking at the cleansing incense ancient sect. At this moment, his demeanor became dignified. As the mortal king, he used to divide and repress his royal subjects. However, today, his heart was in distraught, and his mind was in distress. The man stood there with a pale expression, and he was without words for a long time. To someone with great talents like him, who had swept through the heavenly jewel territories, today, his mortal king's will was easily destroyed without the slightest resistance. To him, this was not only a great shame but also an extremely harmful matter. Invite the ancestor, finally, the man gravely spoke, and he sent a messenger towards the ancestral ground of the heavenly god sect for guidance. To him, this matter was too shocking. A stone hand crossed over the world, and it destroyed the mortal king's will. Inside the 9 Saint Demon Gate, there were disciples reporting to Demon King Luan Ri. Receiving the report, his expression was also shaken. Inside the 9 Saint Demon Gate, Demon King Luan Ri summoned all of the elders. Within the secret room, the atmosphere became heavy. The news confirmed that one hand from our stone statue crossed the world, and it destroyed the heavenly jewel kingdom's mortal king's will. Even though Demon King Luan Ri didn't show his face, his voice was still ringing in the secret room. The 9 Saint Demon Gates information gathering was extremely swift. They found out in the shortest amount of time. Such an event caused the elders to gaze at each other. This was not only too sudden, but it was also out of the 9 Saint Demon Gates' control. An elder gravely said, "It was definitely Li Qie activating the heavenly protectors." This was something that couldn't be questioned, it was described vividly. Even the entire 9 Saint Demon Gate didn't have anyone who could activate the 4 heavenly protectors, only Li Qie could do it. Besides Li Qie, who else could it be? The moment of silence was broken by an elder. Our 9 Saint Demon Gate and the Cleansing Incense Ancient Sect are separated by millions of miles, and we're not inside the same country. This one hand of the heavenly protectors was able to cross the heaven and earth and easily destroyed the mortal king's will. Here, the elder paused for a moment and continued, "Exactly how powerful are they?" Regarding this matter, the elders' hearts quaked, and they stared at each other. This was a test for them. From the past till now, the 9 Saint Demon Gate had never heard of their heavenly protectors making a move. In reality, before Li Qie came, the elders didn't even know about the existences of the heavenly protectors. Flying across the world and destroying the mortal king's will, this was an unbelievably sky-shattering matter. It is time for us to take action. The moment the elders were in quiet contemplation, the voice of Demon King Luan Ri slowly appeared. "The conflict between the Heavenly Gods sect and the Cleansing Incense Ancient sect needs to be reconciled." Hearing the Demon King's words, the elders were surprised. One of them couldn't help but say, "Your Majesty, the Heavenly Gods sect and the Cleansing Incense Ancient sect are mortal enemies. The Heavenly Gods sect's will to destroy the Cleansing Incense Ancient sect has never ended. If we interfere, I'm afraid we would become enemies with the Heavenly Gods sect." Chapter 82, The Heavenly Gods sect would have to think twice before declaring war on us. The sound of the Demon King Luan Ri rang again. "With 2 tigers fighting, one will definitely be injured. They only established their sovereignty for 30,000 years, yet they dared to call themselves a kingdom? Wait until they actually have the strength of a kingdom, and then we'll talk." Whether it is the Grand Middle Territory or the Mortal Emperor world, there are standards for sovereignty. Frontier small nations were not enough to join the standards, and they were not enough to reach the apex. The real powers have 3 different names: country, kingdom, and ancient kingdom. So to speak, an ancient kingdom has the strongest power, kingdom was second, and country was last. As for smaller nations, they were not included. There are also standards for these names. If it wasn't of an immortal emperor lineage, then it would be a country. An immortal emperor lineage forming a nation would be called a kingdom, and, if it had 2 immortal emperors, then it would be called an ancient kingdom. In addition to having 2 immortal emperors, there were a few ancient nations that could have been called ancient kingdom. These nations must have been created long ago, and they had extremely great influence. For an example, when the Cleansing Incense Ancient sect created their nation, it was called the Cleansing Incense Ancient Kingdom because their nation was founded during the beginning years of the Emperor era. Immortal Emperor Min Ren was also the first immortal emperor of this era. The Cleansing Incense Ancient Kingdom made it through a whole era, so, even when it couldn't have a second immortal emperor, it was still called an ancient kingdom by others. In fact, the 9 Saint Demon Gates nation was also extremely ancient, but their influence that year was much less than the old Cleansing Incense Ancient sect. This is the reason they only proclaimed themselves as a country. As for the Heavenly Jewel Kingdom, according to the standards, they don't have the qualification to be called a kingdom. At most, they are a country. However, they relied on the Heavenly Gods sect's ancestor still being alive, and he was self-proclaimed to be invincible, thus, they considered themselves a kingdom. Of course, many people feared the ancestor of the Heavenly Gods sect, so they didn't dare to criticize them. Demon King Luan Ri's words shook the spirits of the elders. They glanced at each other before one of them began to ponder. He then said, "Your Majesty, in terms of strength, our old Ox country is no weaker than the Heavenly Jewel Kingdom, but the ancestor of the Heavenly Gods sect is truly dreadful." Bringing up the Heavenly Gods sect's ancestor struck fear into the hearts of the elders currently present. The Heavenly Gods sect's ancestor was truly too heaven-defying. Not mentioning just the Grand Middle Territory, even gazing through the whole mortal emperor world, the ancestor was still a character that others were wary of. If Mu Shaodi from that year was still here, it wouldn't be the Heavenly God sect's turn to dominate the Grand Middle Territory. Mentioning Mu Shaodi 50,000 years later would still put listeners in awe. Mu Shaodi was the key character for the revitalization of the cleansing incense ancient sect. Many considered him to be the second immortal emperor of the sect after immortal emperor Minren. Mu Shaodi was heaven-defyingly invincible. The moment immortal emperor Ta Kong was without the heaven's will, Mu Shaodi would be the strongest rival of Ta Kong. Rumors had it that when they were young and competing for the vacant heaven's will, they were at 3 wins and 3 defeats each. This record was such a brilliant glory. According to reliable sources, the heavenly god Sek's ancestor is still alive. Even though he had not appeared for 30,000 years, he is definitely alive in this world. Another elder couldn't help but say, if the heavenly god Sek's ancestor comes into being, I'm afraid our 9 Saint Demon Gate would have a difficult time opposing him. Regarding the ancestor of the heavenly god sect, no matter who they were, 3 parts caution had to be given. So, regarding this matter, the expressions of the elders of the 9 Saint Demon Gate became solemn. The heavenly god Sek's ancestor, Demon King Luan Ri, slowly spoke. The difficult Tao era had passed, and a new era is coming. The heavenly god Sek's ancestor's evening is already swiftly approaching. In the future, this world belongs to the young people. The difficult Tao era was only the last 30,000 years. 50,000 years ago, immortal emperor Ta Kong carried the heaven's will, and he became an immortal emperor to rule over the universe. However, for unknown reasons, 30,000 years ago the Black Dragon King suddenly became torrentially angry, and he extorted the heaven's will. It was heard that the Black Dragon King, in this war against immortal emperor Ta Kong, fought one battle and tore apart the sky's curtain. Rumor has it that after this battle, in the end, the heaven's will was torn apart. Afterward, because of this, the world's energy was depleted, and the cultivators had a hard time practicing the Tao. This was why this era was called the difficult Tao era, since this era had entirely tortured cultivators of the 9 worlds for 30,000 years. It was only 10 years ago, when the difficult Tao era had come to pass, that the world's energy began to recover. At this moment, Luan Ri paused, and then he said, I greatly value Li Chia. His future potential is second to none. Hearing Luan Ri's words, the elders couldn't help but glance at each other. An elder did not completely agree. Your Majesty, even though Li Chia is a bit demonic, he is only of mortal physique, mortal life wheel, and mortal fate palace. With this innate talent, it is difficult to achieve anything in the end. An elder couldn't help but exclaim, that is correct. Your Majesty, with regards to physiques and life wheels, Shuangyan is countless times stronger than him. In reality, Li Shuangyan's mission to the cleansing incense ancient sect was not agreed upon by all of the elders. However, Demon King Luan Ri overturned the opposition in the end, and he pushed for Li Shuangyan to go to the cleansing incense ancient sect. Luan Ri slowly said, I did not misjudge his character. The elders contemplated upon Luan Ri's words. Luan Ri, at the 9 Saint Demon Gate, had an extremely high status. Normally, the elders would not refute the opinion of His Majesty. An elder who was still worried asked, what if the ancestor of the heavenly gods sect comes into being? The heavenly gods sect has its ancestor, but we have the 4 heavenly guardians. With the support of Li Chia, we will have the support of the 4 heavenly guardians. Demon King Luan Ri deepened his tone. We will just have to see whether the ancestor of the heavenly gods sect is powerful, or if our heavenly guardians are invincible. Our progenitor was a generation's peerless demon. He left behind the 4 stone statues to be our heavenly guardians. This is enough to indicate their sufficient strength. Even until now, no one knew how powerful the 4 heavenly guardians were. This was a complete mystery. The cleansing incense ancient sect emphatically executed Dong Xinglong and Lai Zhanho, and this matter was spread like a storm throughout all of the heavenly jewel kingdom. This was a sudden shock to all cultivators and sects inside the kingdom. Especially the part where the mortal king's will was destroyed. This made the sect masters' hearts continuously quake. Wary of the heavenly jewel kingdom's strength, everyone didn't discuss it publicly. However, there were many secretly discussing and dissenting. Could it be that Lu Sanjian was truly alive? Many older sect masters that knew the inside information couldn't help but mumble. These 30,000 years ago, mortal kings from the cleansing incense ancient sect could be counted on one's fingers. Outside of Lu Sanjian, who else could be so heaven-defying? Remembering the gigantic hand that easily destroyed the mortal kings will cause many people's hearts to sink. The power of this gigantic hand was absolutely far above a mortal king. A cultivator excitedly asked, "This is the cleansing incense ancient sect flipping the sky. They dared to even destroy the mortal king's will. Is this a war declaration against the heavenly jewel kingdom?" A few big characters thoughtfully said, "It could be that the cleansing incense ancient sect was laying low, quietly, for 30,000 years. They must want to wash the shame that year away and rebuild their ancient kingdom." Even though it is unknown about who made the move behind the cleansing incense ancient sect, them wanting to rebuild their ancient kingdom, I'm afraid is without hope. Even protecting their nest would not be easy. Someone from the previous generation that had witnessed the battle 30,000 years ago shook his head. That year that Lu Sanjian was still alive, they still weren't able to hold their ancient kingdom, and they had to run back to their nest in the end. The heavenly god sect's ancestor is still alive. It doesn't matter if Lu Sanjian is still alive. They no longer have the chance to beat the heavenly god sect and rebuild their ancient kingdom. Suddenly, there were all kinds of discussions. Some were on the sidelines waiting for the results while some were sharpening their blades. Even though the breaking of the status quo of the heavenly jewel kingdom could be a calamity to some cultivators and sects, to the bigger sects, this was an opportunity to rise and fish in troubled waters. Destroying the mortal king's will, the entire cleansing incense ancient sect was boiling in excitement. Before, the sect didn't dare to compete with the heavenly jewel kingdom, but, today, even the mortal king's will was destroyed. This caused the disciples of the sect to have their blood boil, allowing them to see a hope for revival. The disciples weren't the only ones who were shocked by reality. Even the protectors and the 5 elders were ecstatic. This was a matter that they couldn't ever imagine. Within the cleansing incense ancient sect, Gu Taizhou was the strongest. He could be considered the number one of the sect, but the one word amnesty of the mortal king was enough to suppress him. However, not even mentioning the word amnesty, even the will of the mortal king was destroyed. In the midst of everything, the 5 elders placed extremely high expectations towards Li Qie. Returning to the sect, all 5 elders were present. Li Qie was also in the party. Today, Li Qie was entirely on equal footing with the 5 elders, and they all considered him as the sect's revitalization leader. "We don't need to be excited." In the party, Li Qie said, "After all, our sect is still very weak and without any means. Regarding strength, we are not enough to compete against the heavenly jewel kingdom and the heavenly god sect." Li Qie's words were the truth regarding the situation of the sect. The 5 elders did not object. After the initial excitement, their hearts were heavy because outside of Li Qie, their ace card, they didn't have any other secret cards. Li Qie said, "In terms of internal and secret foundation, we are stronger than the heavenly god sect. Even though our emperor merit laws are limited at the moment, it cannot be denied that we have a large amount of virtuous paragon merit laws and heavenly king methods. In the end, we don't need to worry about not having merit laws. It is only unfortunate that we don't have the inheritors." Even though the sect had lost the majority of their emperor merit laws, in the end, they were still of immortal emperor lineage. They had a great number of virtuous paragons and heavenly kings, so they had many merit laws from them. In reality, the sect having these merit laws still made countless cultivators and sects drool from greed. "We are short of good masters." In the end, Gu Taizhou bitterly smiled and said, "I'm going to speak without being afraid of jeers. In reality, our brothers' cultivations were essentially self-learned. We crawled back and forth trying to practice them. There are special Chinese words that don't translate as well literally. Comes into being, is one of them. It just means that he will show himself publicly in this world and take action, not that he is being born. Evening is swiftly approaching means that his time is running out. A sect master couldn't help but say, "Imagine that year. The progenitor of the 9 Saint Demon Gate was the #1 personal general of immortal Emperor Min Ren, Ah. The 9 Saint Demon Gate used to be under the Cleansing Incense Ancient Sect. Even though the 9 Saint Demon Gate is powerful now and the Cleansing Incense Ancient Sect is declining, these two still work together for hundreds of thousands of years. Water in the distance cannot extinguish the close fire. Someone else also said, even if they work together, the 9 Saint Demon Gate is too far from the Cleansing Incense Ancient Sect. With how weak they are, the Cleansing Incense Ancient Sect will be destroyed sooner or later. This news set out many waves in the Heavenly Jewel Kingdom. The majority of sects were loudly clamoring with others regarding the new development. As one of the main characters, the Cleansing Incense Ancient Sect, led by Wuxia, was unconcerned about the news. In reality, in the beginning, when the 5 elders heard this message, they were quite surprised. The 9 Saint Demon Gates supporting them, this was completely outside of their expectations. However, seeing Wuxia's calm demeanor, they understood that the support of the 9 Saint Demon Gate was not for them, it was for Wuxia. Inside the sect, Wuxia, with the support of the 5 elders, began to aggressively reform the sect. He began by giving merit laws to new disciples. After examinations, the disciples with talents were given virtuous paragon and heavenly king merit laws regardless of whether it was a life law, fate merit, or physique technique. In order to groom a group of disciples with potential, Wuxia could be said to personally wield the blade as he selected his disciples. The distribution of the merit laws were all planned by him. His actions were to create a new central power for the Cleansing Incense Ancient Sect, and this new group of central power would be the future hope of the Cleansing Incense Ancient Sect. He divided this central power into 4 parts. The second generation, including sectional leaders and protectors, were led by Protector Mo. Wuxia chose Protector Mo because he was a loyal follower. He also valued Protector Mo's calm and steady cultivation. The third generation that had been formally accepted into the sect would be led by Chu Daily. Chu Daily was initially a disciple in the scripture library, but Wuxia especially singled him out. Wuxia had his own reasons for choosing Chu Daily. Chu Daily had some fame and respect within the third generation disciples. Moreover, his talents were not bad. However, the most important thing was that Chu Daily was prudent. As long as he could be refined and groomed, he would definitely become a grand character. As for another part, it was the 300 disciples of the Cleansing Jade Peak. This was a group personally groomed by Wuxia. They were demonically trained under him, and this group would be led by Su Pei. Finally, the last part was the disciples who have not formally joined the sect. They would become the reserve force, and they were also the hope of the Cleansing Incense Ancient Sect in the future. Initially, Wuxia wanted Nanhuiren to lead these reserve disciples, but this brat was too smart. He willingly chose to stay by Wuxia's side to be a personal servant, and he even quit his envoy position. If it was anyone else, they would not make the same choice. One has to know that leading a few thousand disciples that have not formally joined the sect would be akin to having the same power comparable to a protector. Plus, Nanhuiren was a disciple with the qualifications to learn the Violet Yang 10 Sun Merit Law. If he could wait a few more years and practice hard, he could even become the youngest protector of the Cleansing Incense Ancient Sect. However, Nanhuiren didn't choose such an option. He resigned from all positions and chose to stay by Wuxia as a servant without any status. This decision might seem idiotic, but in fact, it was the most intelligent choice. Wuxia personally taught the Tao to the disciples with potential and strong willpower. Under the influence of Wuxia's aggressive reformation, sectional leaders, protectors, and even the elders of the Cleansing Incense Ancient Sect were all practicing their cultivations even more. Chapter 84. Having heard Wuxia's lecture, not to mention the sectional leaders and protectors, even the elders were surprised. In the end, all 5 elders came to Wuxia's door to ask him to lecture them. At this moment, all 5 elders were extremely convinced by Wuxia. From their perspectives, Wuxia was taught by the patriarch, so he knew the ultimate profound truths of the methods inside the Cleansing Incense Ancient Sect. Wuxia said to the 5 elders, "Elders have been cultivating for more than 1,000 years, and your Tao foundations are fortified. Unless you destroy and redo your cultivation from the start, to greatly soar forward would be impossible. At the moment, you can only fix the defects and maximize and optimize the Tao foundation with minor changes in your cultivation. However, as long as you all remain persistent, then, in the future, there is still hope to break through the ancient saint realm. The 5 elders had cultivated for too long, and their Tao foundations were incomplete with defects. This was a foregone conclusion. Unless the Tao foundation was destroyed, to make a big change was impossible. Li Qie could only make minor adjustments for them. Nevertheless, the elders were still very excited. They were self-aware that they had no chance of becoming enlightened beings, let alone ancient saints. At this moment, Li Qie gave them hope and greatly motivated them. Gu Tiesho's group attributed Li Qie's knowledge to the patriarch teaching him the Tao in his dream, so he inherited the peerless profound truths of immortal Emperor Min Ren. However, they didn't know that immortal Emperor Min Ren was brought onto the road of cultivation by Li Qie. After the flow of 10,000 ages, Li Qie cultivated countless grand characters. He was naturally an unparalleled wise master. Another thing that stirred the spirits of the elders was that Li Qie, from his dream, found another incomplete merit law named the 9 Cauldron Life Method. The even more exciting news was that, after Li Qie meditated the daylight sky merit law, he was able to find the heavens will secret law, daytime sky immortal secret, of the cleansing incense ancient sect. This caused the shocked elders to go for a long time without sleep. Heavens will secret law, ah. This would absolutely cause countless cultivators and sects to become crazy. However, the 9 Cauldron Life Method and Daytime Sky Immortal Secret have become the top secrets of the sect. Besides the 5 elders, only Li Qie knew about them. The moment Li Qie's Tao instruction sent the sect onto the proper track, it was time for him to personally cultivate. However, First Elder Gu Taizhou came to his door and brought him to the triangular old building to see one thing. Li Qie followed Gu Taizhou to the old building. Inside the treasury holding treasures and spirit medicines. They went to a corner where Gu Taizhou said, "After what you said the last time, I especially ordered some disciples to rearrange the scripture library, the weapon armory, and the treasure house. Afterward, some disciples found this item, but we couldn't see its purposes. It is also extremely heavy." An ancient tablet was placed in the corner. It was pitch black without any light. The top was etched with clear engravings. They were complex to the point of being burdensome. This ancient tablet had experienced an unknown amount of years and was filled with holes on top. This was not due to the erosion of time but rather sword markings. Li Qie, during his millions of years, had seen many treasures, but when he meticulously looked at this ancient tablet, his expression changed. This type of item, he had seen it once. Even though it was not the same ancient tablet in front of him, the item he saw was an item with a similar origin. Finally, Li Qie asked Gu Taizhou, "Where did this come from?" "It is not clear." Gu Taizhou shook his head, and he said, "I was under the impression that this ancient tablet had always been in this place. As for its exact origin, I am not certain." In the end, Li Qie spoke, "I want this thing." The origin of this ancient tablet was not ordinary, and he wanted to examine it through. Regarding Li Qie's request, Gu Taizhou immediately agreed. At the moment, Li Qie was akin to the sect master of the cleansing incense ancient sect. Even if the sect master, Su Yonghuang, came back, she most likely wouldn't have the same authority as Li Qie. The moment they left the treasure house, Gu Taizhou asked Li Qie, "The sealed floors, is there no chance of opening them?" Today, to Li Qie, the cleansing incense ancient sect didn't have any secrets. Even the 6th floor of the scripture library was allowed for him to enter by the 5 elders. Gu Taizhou personally brought him to see the 3 sealed floors at the top as well. Hard to say. Li Qie looked at the seal of the triangular ancient building. He only smiled and shook his head. "This is not important. There might be nothing in there. There is a chance that it was just an immortal sage sealing it to inspire future generations." Gu Taizhou couldn't help but to ask, "Could you elaborate?" Li Qie smilingly answered, "In order to open the seal, I'm afraid it only needs a virtuous paragon to make a move. Think about it, the last 3 floors are rumored to have immortal emperor life treasures and immortal emperor items. The generational disciples of the sect desperately desired them, and even the protectors and elders would be eager to become virtuous paragons to obtain the immortal emperor treasures. 30,000 years ago, the loss in that battle was too frightening. If there really were any treasures left, I'm afraid it would have all been used during that battle. Why the need to seal them? Hearing Li Qia's words, Gu Taizhou felt it made sense. Thinking about it, if there were any spirit medicines or immortal treasures, it would have been used during the urgency of that battle. Nothing was more important than protecting the cleansing incense ancient kingdom. The elders of many generations, in the last 30,000 years, had looked forward to the immortal emperor treasury, but they didn't expect this. Thinking about it again, Gu Taizhou himself couldn't help but laugh, and he couldn't help but lament. Coming back to Lonely Peak, Li Shuangyan brought a piece of news to Li Qia. The alchemy caster, Grandpa Sheng, of our sect has arrived. When can we start the physique pastes refinement? Li Shuangyan's sudden mention of this matter reminded Li Qia. Recently, he had been too occupied with the reformation of the cleansing incense ancient sect. He patted his head and said, "This trivial matter, I almost forgot about it." Here, Li Qia ordered Li Shuangyan, inform Elder Gu, tell him to carefully prepare the medicinal materials. In 3 days, I will prepare the cauldron, and we will start the physique paste refinement. Li Shuangyan didn't raise a hint of demur, and she immediately followed the order. She, this heaven's proud daughter and princess of a country, revealed her docileness and gentleness. 3 days later, on Lonely Peak, Elder Gu had prepared all of the required medicinal herbs for Li Qia, and Grandpa Sheng from the 9 Saint Demon Gate was also prepared to refine the physique paste. For this matter of refinement, Elder Sun himself came to observe. As an alchemy master, it was a taboo to let others observe. However, Grandpa Sheng unexpectedly agreed. Grandpa Sheng, in the 9 Saint Demon Gate, was not only an elder, but he was also the most powerful alchemy master. This time, Demon King Luan Ri sent him here for the refinement of Li Qia's physique paste. It was enough to show his high respect for Li Qia. Seeing Grandpa Sheng, Li Qia didn't hold back and asked, "How many times can Grandpa Sheng refine?" Grandpa Sheng looked like a messy old man, but Elder Sun was very respectful towards him, even to the point of fearing him. One has to know that the elders of the cleansing incense ancient sect had no qualifications to meet an elder from the 9 Saint Demon Gate, let alone their most powerful alchemy master. Elder Sun understood that Grandpa Sheng coming was all because of Li Qia's face. 8 refinements. Grandpa Sheng was not a man of many words, so he was very direct. Grandpa Sheng is indeed the number 1 alchemy master of the 9 Saint Demon Gate. I can't believe you can refine it 8 times. Hearing Grandpa Sheng, Elder Sun shockingly exclaimed, "This junior can do 5 stable refinements, but 6 refinements are absolutely not guaranteed." Physique pastes and life medicines could all be refined 9 times. The higher the number of refinements, the better the essence. Grandpa Sheng stared at Elder Sun and said, "The true test of an alchemy master is neither on physique pastes nor life medicines, it is on fate pills. A fate pill is the true essential test of an alchemy master." This is true. Elder Sun readily acknowledged these words. If the fate pill's creation is unsuccessful, it would be a damaged pill. However, an incomplete pill was a small matter. If the cauldron was broken as well, then it would be a huge disaster. When I refine a fate pill, I can do 3 transformations, for transformations would definitely result in a damaged pill. Physique pastes and life medicines have 9 refinements while fate pills have 9 transformations. The fate pill was completely different from the physique paste and life medicine. If the alchemy master's skill was lacking, the physique paste and life medicine created by him would still be usable and only their effects would be greatly reduced. However, the fate pill was different. If the alchemy master's power was insufficient and there was a mistake, the cauldron containing the fate pill would be destroyed. In the worst case, even the heavenly cauldron would be destroyed as well. This was why there was a saying between all of the alchemy masters, that the true test for an alchemy master was the creation of the fate pills. This was why, under the circumstance of not having an appropriate alchemy master, Elder's son could still refine 5 times with ease. Even though the beast marrow was lacking in years, he could still take the responsibility to be Wuxia's alchemy master. Even if his power was insufficient, and he couldn't make up for the lack of years in the beast marrow, the physique paste would not be incomplete, and the cauldron would not be destroyed. Only the quality of the physique paste would be greatly reduced. 8 refinements, this is enough to make up for the lack of years in the beast marrow of the Hell Iron Bull. Let us get started. Chapter 85, Open. Grandpa Xing yelled and summoned his heavenly cauldron. Suddenly, a huge cauldron stood in front of Wuxia and the others. This giant cauldron was definitely large. It was as tall as 2 people, and it was double the size of a large water container. This cauldron had the shape of an auspicious beast, and the mouth of the cauldron was like the wide sea, seemingly able to swallow the 3 rivers. During its emergence, strands of medicinal fragrances exuded from the body like a lingering blue smoke. This fragrance, like musk and cassia, was enough to let people know that the medicinal treasure inside this cauldron was absolutely first class. You fed it 8 jewel grass, 6 daisies leaf, violet coral branch. Wuxia smelled the aroma. He listed the medicinal plants one by one, then looked at Grandpa Xing to say, "It seems like Grandpa Xing is well versed in tempering ointments." There was an orthodox saying between alchemy masters: boil physique paste, process life medicine, refine fate pill, and as for ointments, tempering was the main method. For physique pastes, the main method was boiling, life medicines used processing as the key, a fate pill's creation was from refinement, ointments came from tempering. There were established systems for the creation of the physique pastes, life medicines, and fate pills. Only ointments didn't have a clear system for the alchemy masters. Grandpa Xing was surprised, and he stared at Wuxia. Having only smelt the fragrances, yet he immediately knew the medicinal plants that were used to feed the heavenly cauldron, and he also knew that he specialized in golden power medicines. This could be considered an alchemy ancestor with a perfect understanding of medicinal plants. Grandpa Xing astonishingly looked at Wuxia, and he asked, "You cultivate the Tao of alchemy?" Wuxia shook his head. With a smile, he replied, "The Tao of alchemy, it is just a hobby of mine." Finished speaking, he looked towards the cauldron of Grandpa Xing and said, "The origin flame has a yin property, but inside the softness, there is also firmness. This cauldron of yours was a natural origin yin flame type, however, you threw in 8 jewel grass that has firmness inside the softness. Coincidentally, this type of origin flame is the most suitable for boiling the beast marrow of a Hell Iron Bull." Here, he glanced at Li Shuangyan standing beside him. Without a doubt, Li Shuangyan had reported his exact situation to the 9 Saint Demon Gate. Wuxia's continuous words frightened Grandpa Xing. Understanding the essence of medicine and discerning the heavenly cauldron like this would require hundreds or thousands of years to have some minor achievement. Even more than 1,000 years of studying wouldn't necessarily have such an achievement. "You truly didn't cultivate the Tao of alchemy?" Grandpa Xing was in sudden amazement, and only Elder Son and Li Shuangyan were calm. They were accustomed to Wuxia's unfathomable abilities. Wuxia nonchalantly answered, "It is only a minor hobby. I've read a few medicine scrolls." Grandpa Xing became silent. Only reading a few medicine scrolls, to immediately master the essence of alchemy and heavenly cauldrons, other alchemy masters might as well hang themselves and commit suicide. This matter was essentially impossible. Even a genius wouldn't have the ability to read a few scrolls and understand everything. This required the accumulation of knowledge through time. However, this boy in front of him was only 14 years old. Where would he find the time to accumulate all of the knowledge? Grandpa Xing naturally was unaware that the current system of alchemy originated from Wuxia and the alchemy god that year. If he didn't understand the essence of alchemy, then who in this world would? Begin. Grandpa Xing was confused in a daze while Wuxia was calm in his thoughts. This matter, to him, was not enough to reach the apex. Grandpa Xing placed his palm on the heavenly cauldron, and nodded his head, beginning. His words had just come out when the bottom of the cauldron emitted waves and waves of flames. They were not overly powerful, but they were not faint either. These waves of flames interlaced with each other, becoming a furnace. It was as if it could refine all existences. Grandpa Xing gravely yelled, "The corpse of 9 longevity tortoise, the spine of windling serpent, the tail of blood tiger, the brain of fire scorpion, the eyes of fat ghost." Elder's son willingly stood by the side as an assistant. Hearing the voice of Grandpa Xing, he immediately opened the treasure chest, and he threw in the medicinal materials, in order, one by one, into the heavenly cauldron. He also yelled, "The corpse of 9 longevity tortoise, 120,000 years, the spine of windling serpent, 110,000 years, the tail of blood tiger, 110,000 years. Finally, all of the supporting medicine materials were put into the origin flame of the heavenly cauldron. At this moment, Grandpa Xing activated the origin flame. The originine flame, with firmness inside the softness, became increasingly stronger. All of the materials were melted into a medicinal liquid, and it began to boil. At this moment, the fire furnace within the heavenly cauldron began to emit a special fragrance, a stench without the stench, a sweet smell without the sweetness. Neither smelly nor sweet, this aroma was very unique. At this point, Grandpa Xing loudly yelled, "Drop in the beast marrow." Hearing these words, Elder Son cautiously took out a treasure box, and he opened it. Inside was an item 3 feet long like a bone. This was the primary medicinal bone marrow for the physique paste. Elder Son threw the beast marrow into the medicinal concoction. In the beginning, the beast marrow seemed very ordinary, but, once the outside shell of the bones was melted away, the essence of blood finally started flowing out. Moo! At this moment, the roar of a bull rang inside. An iron bull the size of a fist appeared, surrounded by a yin aura that wouldn't dissipate. It let out a long roar and started to crazily stampede, with its feet emitting continuous thunders. It was as if it wanted to shake the heavenly cauldron. The beast marrow was the most important part of the spine from a heavenly beast. It contained all of the essences of the beast. Even when the beast died, all of its body essences remained in this marrow. Even though the Hell Iron Bull was dead, the moment its essence came flowing out, others could still see the will of the Hell Iron Bull. No matter what type of beast marrow it was, they were not willing to be refined. However, once it was inside the heavenly cauldron, even if it was not willing, it couldn't escape the fate of refinement. Even though the will of the Hell Iron Bull was rampaging with an unstoppable presence as if it wanted to trample over the origin flame, however, at this moment, the auspicious beast's aura exploded. One could see the auspicious beast channeling the universal laws of the world. The entire heavenly cauldron became ferociously frightening, like a master waking up. With the power of the heavenly cauldron exploding, it successfully suppressed the fast-moving Hell Iron Bull. In the end, the essence of the bull, along with the melted medicines, combined together. A heavenly cauldron was not an item without life. One could say that it was created by the heaven and earth. Inside the cauldron, it was its own world, capable of suppressing all spirit medicines. Of course, the heavenly cauldrons also had their own ranking. The power of the alchemy master was directly related to the heavenly cauldron. The stronger the alchemy master, the more powerful the cauldron would be. The moment an alchemy master obtained a heavenly cauldron, it would be the time when it was at its weakest rank. Afterward, the alchemy master would continuously feed it flame sparks and medicinal plants, and they would also make fate pills and physique pastes non-stop, resulting in the heavenly cauldron becoming more powerful. This process was considered the fusion between the heavenly cauldron and the alchemy master. Of course, there were some alchemy masters that inherited heavenly cauldrons from their predecessors. However, this inheriting process was very difficult. Especially when the rank of the heavenly cauldron was high, the integration process became nearly impossible for the alchemy master. In the end, the medicinal pillar became a medicinal paste. This paste was thick and flaky. Inside the crimson-red color was a hint of purple, emitting a special medicinal aroma. Observing this type of medicine paste was enough for others to like it. However, the medicinal paste was not completed. At this moment, Grandpa Sheng changed his medicinal incantations, and he activated the heavenly cauldron. Inside the cauldron, a smell arose that was not of the medicinal paste, but from the cauldron's medicinal treasure. The medicinal treasure absorbed and released the essence of the paste, and it fused together with the origin flame. At this moment, the origin flame seemed to be alive as it licked the physique paste. The entire cauldron slowly rotated in a circle, causing the flame to grind the paste and making the thick paste become a lot smaller. This was the effect of the heavenly cauldron's medicinal treasure. Whether it was the boiling of a physique paste or the refining of a fate pill, only relying on the medicinal properties of the materials were not enough. Even the origin flame couldn't fuse all of the different properties together in harmony. At this moment, the powerful medicinal properties of the medicinal treasure were necessary in order to balance the materials, in conjunction with the origin flame, to achieve the harmonization of the paste. When it came to the physique paste, the higher the amount of refinement, the closer the fusion would be to perfection. This process, besides the power of the alchemy master, was also decided by the medicinal treasure of the heavenly cauldron. This process was no longer possible after the fourth refinement. At this moment, the physique paste became meticulously soft and smooth, like dragon fat. Even someone who was not privy to the arts knew that this was the good stuff. Unfortunately, the years of the beast marrow were not enough. I could only refine it 4.5 times. Grandpa Sheng, seeing this process, could only sigh and lament. Great, worthy of being an 8 refinements grandmaster. Seeing the physique paste inside the cauldron, Elder's son couldn't help but exclaim, if it was me, and the years of the beast marrow were insufficient, then I'm afraid I wouldn't even be able to sustain the 4th refinement. The medicinal effects would be reduced greatly. Elder son's physique paste refinement ability was stable at 5 refinements while Grandpa Sheng was at 8 refinements. In principle, using the ability of Grandpa Sheng, 5 refinements wouldn't have been a problem. Unfortunately, the main driving material, the beast marrow, was not old enough, and he could only do 4.5 refinements. There were also ranks for physique pastes, from low to high: Hotian physique paste, Xiantian physique paste, King physique paste, Saint physique paste, and Immortal physique paste. Not only were there ranks for these physique pastes, but the number of refinements also affected their medicinal strength. A Hotian physique paste only required 1 refinement. Even a novice alchemy master could refine this rank. Xiantian physique pastes required 2 to 3 refinements. King physique pastes required 4 refinements to 6 refinements. A Saint physique paste required 7 to 9 refinements, while an Immortal physique paste had to be made with 9 refinements. Currently, Li Qia's physique paste was of the king level. At the time when the sect was looking for an alchemy master for Li Qia, only 2 options were available: Elder Son and Chao Xiong. Chao Xiong's ability was higher than Elder Son by 1 step, and he was stable at 6 refinements. In theory, both of them had the qualification to refine a king physique paste. However, in reality, the years of the Hell Iron Bull's marrow were not enough to be the main driving material for this king physique paste. Both Chao Xiong and Elder Son wouldn't be able to refine it 4 times, and it would have a direct impact on the effect of the physique paste. This whole sentence is meant to be poetically sounding. Boil here means to slowly refine via fire. The word process and refine here were originally part of 2 words that should be together, meaning to extremely refine, but he split the words, extreme, and refine, and left them in front of medicine and pill, which is a common Chinese literary technique. So in other words, refine could be a substitute in English for all of them. Chapter 86. The physique paste's refinement has been completed. At this moment, Li Qia was down to his trousers, and he jumped into the cauldron without hesitation, submerging his body into the paste. At this moment, the heavenly cauldron slowly closed, and finally, the entire treasure cauldron was sealed. However, this was far from over. Grandpa Sheng took control of the cauldron, and he slowly withdrew the origin flame. The flame sparks were still licking the physique paste so that it would slowly boil. Inside the cauldron, even Li Qia's head was submerged into the physique paste. The pores in his entire body were relaxed, and he channeled the incantations of the hell-suppressing immortal physique. At this moment, there were thunderous sounds inside Li Qia's body. The mercury-like physique paste pervasively invaded Li Qia's body, and the essence of the paste combined with the body essence of Li Qia. The Hell Iron Bull's beast marrow, as the main driving force, was the most appropriate paste for Li Qia's hell-suppressing immortal physique. The slush of the paste covered Li Qia's body. He possessed a mortal physique. Even though he was cultivating an immortal physique, at this moment, his physique had not yet been completed, thus, it was chaotically scattered. However, the physique paste was refining the bones and muscles of Li Qia, purifying the blood and flesh. Under the incantations, his immortal physique, once again, underwent changes, and his entire body was greatly transformed and improved by the medicinal effects. Li Qia's natural mortal physique was extremely weak, his muscles, bones, blood, and flesh were extremely feeble. Even though his body was improved after practicing the immortal physique, it was still not comparable to a natural saint physique. This was why this baptism was extremely important to Li Qia. To alleviate his innately weak body, he absolutely has to use a physique paste, the higher rank the better, to rebuild his body. The entire process of body rebuilding was extremely painful. It was akin to the opening of all of his bones, crushing his muscles, and even taking out his bone marrow in order to use the physique paste to refine them. Despite the arduous and painful process, Li Qia was still able to withstand it without whimpering once. It was unknown how long the process took. In the end, the physique paste was finally used up, becoming dried mud. All of its essences was refined by the immortal physique as it was absorbed into Li Qia's inner physique. An explosive boom occurred. At this moment, the inside of Li Qia's body was being fried through, and finally, his inner physique had been successfully refined. A fist as small as a fetus and dark like iron was formed. This tiny inner physique was heavy beyond one's imagination, like the heaviest godly metal in this world. At this moment, the universal laws of the hell-suppressing immortal physique, like strands of silk, covered this black inner physique. In the end, the universal laws of the immortal physique covered the inner physique, slowly hid inside the heart, and the laws finally submerged within alongside the inner physique. However, the universal laws continued to rotate without stopping. The inner physique was protected by the heart, the life will resided in the neck, and the fate palace was hidden in the Ni Gong meridian. A formed inner physique meant that Li Qia had broken through the physique accumulation grand completion level and stepped into the provisional palace realm. Roll. Roll. At this point, the heavenly cauldron opened its mouth. Li Qia jumped out and smiled, success. I have imposed on Grandpa Sheng regarding this matter. At this moment, Grandpa Sheng and the others observed Li Qia, and they saw that his entire body was blessed with powerful muscle. It was as if it was crafted from metals. It gave off an air of unlimited strength. King physique paste, ah! Truly unimaginable. Even a mortal physique could be refined into such a state. Seeing Li Qia's body, Elder Sun couldn't help but become envious. The sect only had one king physique paste, and, at this moment, it went entirely into Li Qia's body. The perceptions of Grandpa Sheng and Li Shuangyan were more keen, especially Li Shuangyan. She had guessed the real physique that Li Qia was practicing. Their conjectures were not just on the physical body. At this moment, their observation of Li Qia was affected by a powerful force, a force as heavy as millions of genes striking at one's face. It was as if Li Qia's body was a godly mountain with an unfathomable weight. Only his body alone was enough to suppress all existences. And, after his metamorphosis, his body was like an extraordinary weapon. It was filled with strength and violence. Li Shuangyan's shocked expression revealed that she was aware that Li Qia refined his inner physique into the hell-suppressing immortal physique. She understood the true meaning behind the completion of the immortal inner physique. Although Li Qia had a long road ahead of him to reach grand completion, the moment his inner physique was completed, the foundation of the immortal physique was successful. At this moment, Li Shuangyan was aware that this ancient body of Li Qia, once activated, countless life treasures and true treasures would not be able to withstand his pressure. Grandpa Sheng couldn't help but exclaim, "Good physique." He didn't know the exact physique Li Qia was cultivating, but, just by feeling the pressure striking his face, he knew that this physique was absolutely wonderful. As for elder son, he didn't ask for which physique Li Qia was practicing. It could have been a peerless physique that the patriarch taught him in his dreams. So with regards to Li Qia being able to absorb the entire physique paste, no one was surprised. Even though any cultivator could use any rank of physique paste to refine their body, in reality, the moment of true refinement was also dependent on certain principles. For example, a natural-born king physique, even without any physique law, could still absorb the essence of a king physique paste. If the person also practiced a king physique, then he could completely absorb the king physique paste's essence. However, when a natural-born king physique used a saint physique paste, the maximum absorption would be limited to 2 or 3 parts out of 10. This was a waste of the physique paste, and this could be remedied by practicing a saint physique to absorb a higher portion of the essences. After Grandpa Sheng helped Li Qia with his refinement, he didn't stay at the cleansing incense ancient sect. During his departure, he gave a message from Demon King Luan Ri to Li Qia, telling him that he was always welcome as a guest at the gate. Without a doubt, the Demon King greatly valued Li Qia, otherwise, an ordinary disciple of the cleansing incense ancient sect wouldn't be repeatedly extended an invitation so many times. After saying goodbye to Grandpa Sheng, Li Qia came back to his courtyard to meditate. Regarding cultivation, he was more diligent than anyone. However, his cultivation was slowed down because of the reformation of the sect during the past half a year. After the physique accumulation, there was the provisional palace realm. This realm was about forming a new fate palace within the Ni Gong meridian. It sounds simple, but building a new fate palace from scratch was not an easy matter. Building a new fate palace was different from the natural fate palace. Cultivators called the natural fate palace the master palace, while the created fate palace would be the vice palace or servant palace. The master palace was where the true fate resided, and it was also called the true fate master palace. The new fate palace cannot replace the master palace due to this. At the provisional palace realm, a cultivator could build one new fate palace. However, a cultivator during his life would not build just one new fate palace. In theory, a cultivator could have 12 fate palaces, also named the 12 palaces. In reality, from the ancient past till now, people having the 12 palaces were essentially non-existent. Some even say that this world essentially didn't have 12 palaces. At the very most, there were 11 palaces. These words were not without reason. In fact, a cultivator with 3 fate palaces was already praised as being extraordinary. With 6 fate palaces, one would be considered a genius, even if his aptitude and physique was ordinary. As long as he had 6 fate palaces, no one could deny his future prowess. As for having 9 fate palaces, this was an extraordinary genius as high as the heavens. Even throughout the ancient times till now, it would be difficult to find one. As for having more than 9 palaces, there were very few known cultivators since the beginning of time. Provisional palace realm has 5 levels, and in order from lowest to highest, they are 1 starting palace, 2 gushing springs, 3 igniting fires, 4 breaking grounds, 5 rising pillars. Li Qia had stepped inside this realm. At this moment, on top of his fate palace was a transforming Kuan-Peng, flying around his true fate. Waves after waves of incantations affected the master palace, causing Li Qia's Ni Gong meridian to change. There was a bone pillar rising in Li Qia's Ni Gong meridian as Li Qia channeled the Kuan-Peng's 6 variants non-stop. It slowly dug into the meridian, and the shape of a fate palace was slowly formed. This was the provisional palace's 1 starting palace level. The process was extremely slow, but Li Qia was not anxious. He knew this realm could not be rushed. Once a mistake appeared, it would directly cause the palace to collapse. If this happened, then opening a new fate palace in the future would be harder than traversing the highest sky. Throughout the day, Li Qia was immersed in this process. The second day, Li Qia woke up from his heavenly meditation, and he saw Li Shuangyan waiting quietly at the door. Stretching his tired back, Li Qie signaled for Li Shuangyan to come in. After arriving inside, Li Shuangyan was just coldly looking at him, without saying a word. Li Shuangyan. This type of heaven's proud daughter, even after following Li Qie for so long, she was still as silent and cold as ever. Li Qie looked at Li Shuangyan and said, "Your saint-level pure jade physique merit law came from the war god temple." Li Shuangyan gently nodded her head, without saying a word. She was a natural king physique. In order to cultivate a saint physique, the 9 Saint Demon Gate expended a lot of effort in order to obtain the pure jade physique that was appropriate for her cultivation. Li Qie gently nodded his head. This physique merit law from the war god temple is not bad as it is capable of the grand Tao. Li Shuangyan couldn't help but to glare at Li Qie. The saint-level pure jade physique merit law, this physique was coveted by so many. Even the 9 Saint Demon Gate expended blood and sweat in order to receive it from the war god temple. I believe Ni Gong meridian is in the forehead, but this Ni Gong is a name used by this author to work with the Fate Palace, so he renamed the actual meridian to Ni Gong. Way of saying thanks. This sentence is redundant in English, but it is a bit more formal in Chinese, the proper name. Chapter 87, Li Shuangyan's glare. This appearance of hers made her icy cold expression have 3 parts charm and 7 parts beauty. She was already country-destroyingly beautiful, but this expression caused others' minds to sway and their souls to go crazy. Such beauty, such style, it was something only Li Qie could slowly savor. As for Li Qie, regarding Li Shuangyan's disagreement, he said with a smile, "The war god temple indeed has some hidden power, and they can be some parts arrogant. The saint-level pure jade physique merit law, to the war god temple, could be considered a good physique, and, to the cultivators of the world, it would be an unimaginable saint physique. However, to me, it was only a common merit law. It is not enough to reach the apex." Li Shuangyan gazed at Li Qie and asked, "In other words, you have a physique that is better than the level pure jade saint merit law then?" She knew that Li Qie practiced the hell-suppressing immortal physique, and this meant that he had the hell-suppressing immortal physique merit law. However, she was a natural pure crystal physique, and her body was completely different from the hell-suppressing immortal physique. Even if Li Qie passed it on to her, it would still be useless. At this moment, she was practicing the pure jade saint physique. This could be considered a peak physique merit law in this world. Outside of this merit law, wanting to find a physique law that was superior to the pure jade saint physique was harder than hard, unless it was an immortal physique. Li Qie didn't consider the pure jade saint merit law in his eyes. This meant that he had an immortal physique of this body type. Before, Li Shuangyan had suspicions of this, but, at the moment, Li Qie had basically admitted this. He caused her heart to shiver. A person having 2 immortal physique merit laws for different body types, what does this imply? Even looking at the whole mortal emperor world, the 9 worlds, and all of the sects and lineages, especially the immortal emperor sects, having 2 immortal physique merit laws could not be counted past 5 fingers, especially not more than 2 fingers. However, Li Qie actually possessed 2 immortal physique merit laws. How shocking was this? Of course, if Li Shuangyan knew that he had the physique scripture, then she would be at a loss for words. This was the origin law of all physiques. It could be said that all physique merit laws in existence in this world originated from this scripture. You are not too stupid. Li Qie smiled. The reason I called you in is to teach you the true incantations of an immortal physique merit law. Teach me the true incantations? Li Shuangyan's heart was distraught. She didn't dare to believe the little boy in front of her. At this moment, Li Qie sat formally and said, "Before teaching you the true incantations, I must make a few things clear to you." Li Shuangyan had been staying with Li Qie for almost a year. Very few matters could change his mood and very few matters could make him so formal, so this caused Li Shuangyan to shiver. Li Qie slowly spoke with an extremely solemn and a dignified expression. "If I pass down the true incantations to you, you must accomplish a few things. First, swear with your true fate that, unless I give you permission, you will never pass it down to a second person, even if it was your closest person. Second, never betray or oppose me, otherwise, accept the consequences. Third, this matter will not be told to anyone. This includes your master, Demon King Luan Ri. This air of seriousness coming from Li Qiye caused Li Shuangyan to be shaken. At this moment, her intelligence was able to guess something. Li Qiye slowly continued, you have to truly remember that I will not only personally slay you but I will also massacre the sect or the clan receiving this law should you teach this merit law to someone else. This law, without my permission, absolutely cannot be spread to others. In the future, even if an immortal emperor was to protect you, I will do as I said. Without my permission to obtain this merit law, the only fate available is the complete annihilation of the clan. This was the first time seeing Li Qiye's solemn expression. Li Shuangyan definitely trusted that his words were not originating from baseless arrogance. She believed that he will do as he said. Li Shuangyan did not know the old stories of the physique scripture. It was in Li Qiye's possession for millions of years. In reality, he had passed on the immortal physiques to not only immortal Emperor Min Ren. That year, Min Ren was given the word yang from the scripture, and he successfully cultivated the solar immortal physique. Afterward, immortal Emperor Min Ren didn't leave behind the solar immortal physique to the cleansing incense ancient sect because this was the agreement between him and Li Qiye. In reality, it was not just Min Ren who obtained an immortal physiques. There were a few at a young age who reached an agreement with Li Qiye, and they finally cultivated the immortal physiques, actually becoming immortal emperors. However, they also didn't pass down these immortal physiques. Li Qiye slowly said, by giving away the true incantations, you will have to follow me. You can sign a contract with me and choose to follow me for 1,000 years, 10,000 years, or your whole life. When the contract expires, you are free to leave. However, you absolutely cannot oppose me in the future. If the pact is broken, I do not need to repeat the consequences. Of course, you can also choose to not learn this merit law. As long as you follow me, in the future, I will grant you an even better saint merit law than the one you are currently practicing. Make your choice now. Li Shuangyan stared at Li Qiye in silent contemplation. Without a doubt, this choice would greatly affect her entire life. As the heaven's proud daughter, she had many choices. However, today, she was facing a different situation. I am willing. Li Shuangyan eventually made her choice. She formally said her answer with a resolute demeanor. She, in one breath, chose to follow him for her whole life. Having made this decision with resolution and swiftness, she was indeed an intelligent person. She just made the biggest decision of her life. One day, you will understand that your decision is not incorrect. Li Qiye gently nodded his head. In the future, when I crawl up to the peak, there will absolutely be a place for you. Finally, Li Shuangyan used her true fate to make a pact, and she swore to be loyal and follow Li Qiye. After obtaining her service, Li Qiye grinned. Listen well, I am passing the true incantations to you. Li Shuangyan shivered, and she focused her mind. She didn't dare to be careless. With a formal expression, she carefully listened to every word and sentence that came from Li Qiye. Li Shuangyan was a natural-born pure crystal physique. This was one of the 24 king physiques. Pure crystal physique and substance jade physique were the same body type, and both are of the 24 king physiques. They both could become possessors of a pure jade physique, one of the 18 saint physiques. Finally, with an immortal physique merit law, these two physiques could become the void imperfection physique, one of the 12 immortal physiques. However, Li Qiye, at the moment, was passing down to her an immortal physique, directly skipping the saint physique. As for saint physiques, there were 18 types. However, in this world, cultivators preferred to call them the 12 saint physiques. This was because, within the 18 saint physiques, there were only 12 that have a corresponding immortal physique. As for the other 6 saint physiques, they were extremely rare. Many people didn't even know what the other 6 saint physiques were. Li Shuangyan was extremely serious, and she carefully listened to Li Qiye's instruction. She was a natural-born king physique, King Life Wheel, and Saint Fate Palace. Her aptitude could be counted only on one's fingers in this generation, definitely a genius within geniuses. To her, the only limitation was the merit laws because, in the end, the 9 Saint Demon Gate was not of immortal emperor lineage. For a genius like her to obtain an emperor law, she would be even more unfathomable. However, the Life Wheel and Fate Palace couldn't be changed. This was bestowed by the heavens. A natural King Life Wheel will always be a King Life Wheel, and it could not be promoted to the Saint Life Wheel. Only the physique could be promoted to a higher realm through cultivation. To Li Shuangyan, a king physique was far from sufficient. If she could successfully cultivate an immortal physique, then in the future, she would truly be able to reach the peak. The physique scripture had 6 words, and, at the extremes of each word, 2 immortal physiques were born. If Li Shuangyan wanted an immortal physique, she would have to cultivate the void imperfection physique. The void imperfection physique originated from the word pure, meaning extreme purity. The 2 immortal physiques that accompanied this word was the void imperfection physique and the soar immortal physique. Currently, Li Qia was teaching her the void imperfection physique, one of the 2 grand physiques of pure. Li Shuangyan's talents were extraordinary. Li Qia only had to say it once, and she was able to memorize the void imperfection physique's incantations. Her mind was extremely moved by this merit law. This was the most profound and mysterious merit law she had come in contact with. Even as a genius, she had no way to understand the absolute meanings within. Fortunately, Li Qia explained the ultimate mysteries of the void imperfection physique for her. At the moment, during Li Qia's Tao instruction, this was the real shock for Li Shuangyan. As the absolute genius of the Grand Middle Territory, the moment she heard the incantations of the void imperfection physique, she was afraid that even within 100 years, she still wouldn't be able to understand the ultimate mysteries of this merit law. However, at this moment, Li Qia was preaching without stop, from simplicity to complexity, from shallowness to the depths. There was no resemblance to a 14-year-old. This was a supreme master of a generation. Li Shuangyan, of course, didn't know that Li Qia had spent countless years reading and meditating on the physique scripture. During this process, he absorbed the essence of many immortal emperors and the mortal race's immortal sages. Naturally, a genius like Li Shuangyan couldn't compare to him. After the instruction, Li Qia said to Li Shuangyan, "I have explained the physique merit law to you. As for how much you can actually comprehend, this is up to your own cultivation. If you actually cannot successfully form the void imperfect physique, then I could only say that you are the dumbest person in this world, and I was also wrong in judging you." Li Shuangyan took a long time to regain her wits. When she did, she asked, "This merit law, cultivating it together with my existing pure jade saint merit law, would there be flaws at the moment when I form my inner physique?" Confusing paragraph. Basically she is saying no sect in this world has more than 2 immortal physique merit laws, at most. Chapter 88, Li Qia smiled and said, "If my instruction between the connection of 2 physique merit laws possesses a problem, then there wouldn't be any perfect physique merit law in this world. This merit law absolutely can merge with the pure jade saint merit law you are currently cultivating. This physique law is the ultimate progenitor of all void imperfection merit laws." Hearing Li Qia's words, Li Shuangyan was in astonishment. This was the same as him admitting a particular matter, causing Li Shuangyan to bewilderedly stare at Li Qia. She hesitated for a moment before finally asking, "This physique merit law, correct? This physique merit law originated from the physique scripture?" Li Qia interrupted her conjecture, looked into her eyes, and said, "But, this is only for you to know, understand?" Li Shuangyan gently nodded her head, still in amazed. She stared at Li Qia while exclaiming, "But, I heard that the physique scripture had not come into being for more than 1,000,000 years. I also never heard of anyone ever possessing the heavenly scripture. The 9 grand heavenly scriptures and the 9 grand heavenly treasures, these were the supreme existences of this world. To cultivators, there was nothing in this world more valuable than the 9 grand heavenly scriptures and the 9 grand heavenly treasures. However, since the beginning of time, no one had heard of anyone possessing a scripture from the 9 scriptures and a treasure from the 9 treasures. They both never revealed themselves in this world, so many cultivators thought that their existences were only mere fabrications, that this world essentially did not have such things. Why is it strange? Li Qie revealed a nonchalant and amusing smile. After the Desolace expansion era, the physique scripture had never appeared in this mortal world. After he obtained the physique scripture, it was immediately hidden. From the past till now, people who have actually seen the physique scripture were very few. Li Xuanyan stared at Li Qie. Finally, she didn't know what to say. If Li Qie didn't personally pass down the void imperfection physique to her, if Li Qie didn't personally say that he possessed the physique scripture, she would never ever believe that a 14-year-old boy would be the owner of the physique scripture. The whole world would think that he was boasting. Finally, Li Qie asked, "Any other questions?" Li Xuanyan hesitated for a moment before asking, "My life law and fate law, are there any defects?" As a genius, asking a young boy much younger than her for advice, if others saw this, it would be an unexplainable matter. In reality, when Li Xuanyan saw Li Qie teaching Nanhuiran's crowd, she was not without temptation. She too wanted to ask Li Qie for help. However, due to her pride and her inability to let it go, she was not able to ask him until the moment she swore with her true fate. This shortened the distance between her and Li Qie, so she was able to open her mouth for advice. Li Qie glanced at her and replied, "Regarding the fate law, your cultivation of the phoenix-bearing method has nothing to be critical about. This was a merit law passed down by your progenitor, but it was not created by him. Don't always think about emperor merit laws. In reality, there are times when emperor merit laws are not the perfect choice. The phoenix-bearing method was obtained by your progenitor from an ancient heritage. It was created by an immortal sage from the demon race with an extremely old beginning. It was formed during the Desolate Era, and it perfected during the Desolate Expansion Era. In reality, during the Desolate Expansion Era, many grand unfathomable characters appeared. They studied the phoenix-bearing method, but they couldn't perfect it. All the way till later, your progenitor was fatefully fortunate, and he obtained the completed phoenix-bearing method." Regarding this matter, Li Qie kept on speaking. Outside of the late 9 Saint Virtuous Paragon, no one else knew more than him. That year, when 9 Saint Virtuous Paragon was still calling himself 9 Saint Heavenly Demon, he was without a sect. Frankly speaking, the former past of 9 Saint Virtuous Paragon was a wild chicken. Later on, he faithfully found the phoenix-bearing method, and it allowed him to become an unbeatable virtuous paragon that had swept through that generation. He could be considered the peak of virtuous paragons. Li Qie continued, "As for your life law, the Swan Cloud method, even though it is not a top life law of this world and there is indeed quite a distance between it and an immortal emperor life law, since you practice the phoenix-bearing method, you must choose the Swan Cloud method. This method was created by your progenitor because he studied the phoenix-bearing method his whole life. Then, he created the Swan Cloud method life law that was the most suitable to go with the phoenix-bearing method." Hearing the smooth explanation of Li Qie regarding her own methods, Li Xuanyan was dumbfounded with her mouth open. Because she practiced these two, she formally knew the origins and circumstances of them. In reality, regarding these two methods, the disciples of the 9 Saint Demon Gate didn't necessarily know so many things. Thus, Li Qie was able to continue on with a full understanding of it. This caused Li Xuanyan to be suspicious, prompting her question, "You really aren't a disciple of our 9 Saint Demon Gate?" A disciple from a different sect understanding the highest methods from her 9 Saint Demon Gate like this, if this got out, then even the elders of the 9 Saint Demon Gate wouldn't believe it. Regarding such words from Li Xuanyan, Li Qie couldn't help but laugh. "Merit laws and the life law are without problems to you. The truth is that you lack a fate-protecting killing technique. However, your Tao foundation is based on the phoenix-bearing method and the Swan Cloud method, a fate-protecting killing method. You will have an opportunity to learn at any time." Here, he looked at Li Xuanyan and stated, "I know that your 9 Saint Demon Gate has several grand killing techniques, but they are not fitting for you. Plus, you clearly put your focus on formations, so you have no way of cultivating these grand killing techniques to their true annihilating realms. As for the formations of your sect, they really aren't so good, ah. Li Shuangyan was a little unconvinced with Li Qia's words. Her 9-Saint Demon Gate had several grand formation techniques. You don't need to be convinced. Li Qia smiled and said, the moment I saw your formation, I immediately knew what formations the 9-Saint Demon Gate considers as grand formations. It was simply a small insignificant corner from the formation ancestor. You all definitely obtained a small and incomplete manual from the formation ancestor. However, your grand formations were not even 1 part out of 10 of the formation ancestor's heritage. Li Qia's words left Li Shuangyan feeling dejected. The grand formations of the 9-Saint Demon Gate were renowned in the Grand Middle Territory, but, in the mouth of Li Qia, they were not enough to reach the apex. She wanted to refute, however, Li Qia revealed the entire origin of their formations, so she became helpless. You are adept in the phoenix-bearing method, not in the killing ways, so you are weak in your offensive capability. Regarding this, when comparing your talents to your battle prowess, a little gap indeed exists. Since you like formations, given the chance, I will find some grand killing formations for you that would be more suitable to your taste. Li Qia finally came up with this conclusion. Li Shuangyan wanted to say something, but then she stopped. Li Qia glanced at her and spoke, I know you have a corner of the Immortal Emperor slaying formation, but you need to listen to my words, don't go completing it. It would be a waste of your talents. This corner of your Immortal Emperor slaughtering formation is pitifully incomplete. To expend your energy on this matter would be a waste of your sweat and blood. I admit that you are a genius, but if you want to use this corner of the formation to understand the true profoundness. To be blunt, you don't have the qualifications. First, expend your effort on the Tao of cultivation. Hearing Li Qia's words, Li Shuangyan couldn't help but ask, the Immortal Emperor slaughtering formation, is it still passed down to future generations? Unwittingly, she had considered the little boy in front of her as an all-knowing existence. Well, Li Qia cheerfully smiled, dragging on his answer. Seeing Li Qia's intentional teasing, Li Shuangyan snappily glared at him and said, don't act mysterious, hurry up and say it. Again, her tone was unwittingly a little coquettish, unlike her normal cold as icy countenance. It was a very rare sight. Li Qia finally stared at her while answering, don't focus your thoughts on the Immortal Emperor slaughtering formation. Even if you have the complete version, you don't have the strength to understand it. As for the complete formation, in the future, there will absolutely be an opportunity. Here, Li Qia quietly sighed in lamentation. The Immortal Emperor slaughtering formation, such a distant memory, such unbearable memories. Seeing Li Qia's expression, Li Shuangyan didn't dare to ask any more. Even though she didn't know the story, she could guess that there was a hidden past that no one else knew about. Obtaining Li Qia's instruction, Li Shuangyan began to cultivate the void imperfection physique. During this time, she finally realized what was a supreme immortal physique and what was an ultimate immortal physique. It was no wonder why Li Qia didn't bother looking at the pure jade Saint Merit Law. It was not comparable to this supreme physique. What made Li Shuangyan emotional was that because Li Qia taught her the mysteriousness of the immortal physique, if she still wasn't able to complete it, then she would be the dumbest person in this world. So, to her, completing the physique was only a matter of time. Li Shuangyan had 10 parts confidence in successfully achieving the void imperfection physique. Meanwhile, after Li Qia had cultivated for a month, he called for Nanhuiren. We will go to the ancient land to see the ancient land situation for a little bit. Hearing Li Qia's command, Nanhuiren immediately obeyed. My master had been to the ancient land a couple of times. I will invite him to lead the way. What was called the ancient land was the ancient land of the cleansing incense ancient sect. In reality, the ancestral land of the current cleansing incense ancient sect was only a tiny corner of its ancestral land that year. That year, the ancestral land of the cleansing incense ancient sect were several hundreds of thousand miles long. After the sudden changes on top of the decline of the sect, it caused the ancestral land of the cleansing incense ancient sect of today to be reduced to a few main peaks. Li Qia wanted to return to the ancient land. Even though the 5 elders didn't know what he wanted to do, they all agreed. Besides Protector Mo, Nan Huiran and Li Shuangyan also followed him. Chapter 89. The Cleansing Incense Ancient Sect was founded by Min Ren during the early years of the Emperor's era. Its Emperor's foundation could be said to be unshakable. During the beginning of the Emperor's era, at the moment when the Cleansing Incense Ancient Sect was at its most prosperous state, it encompassed the whole Grand Middle Territory and commanded the entire mortal Emperor world. One could only imagine how powerful it used to be. 1,000,000 years had passed, and the Cleansing Incense Ancient Sect finally became weak. It no longer had the power to sweep through the world and rule over the 9 worlds like before. However, the ancestral land of the Cleansing Incense Ancient Sect still remained. The ancestral land of the Cleansing Incense Ancient Sect used to be extremely vast. Some said that when the sect was in its prime, it ranged around 1,000,000 miles with thousands of ancient pavilions and countless disciples that were not just from the mortal emperor world. Even charming spirits, heavenly devils, and stone golems, these races that were favored by the heavens, joined the Cleansing Incense Ancient Sect. The Cleansing Incense Ancient Sect's glory was a path with no return. In the end, the Cleansing Incense Ancient Sect had to let go of its vast land and hide like a turtle in a corner of its old land. Li Qia's group went on their trip with Protector Mo leading the way. Because he had been to the ancient land multiple times, he could be regarded as a light car traveling on a familiar road. Today, there were only a few dozen main peaks and the area only spanned for 1,000 miles. This was incomparable to the old scale. They left the Cleansing Incense Ancient Sect on a straight road to the ancient land. One could see the rolling mountains and high peaks like a dragon tiger that was entrenched in the middle of this grand earth. The ancestral land of the sect used to be a beautiful scenery of mountains and rivers, just like a land of immortals. However, today, from Li Qia's eyes, this was not the case. Closing the distance to the ancient land, he only saw death, dried trees and withered forest, bare mountains and empty rivers, devoid of birds and beasts, a land of stillness. Observing along the way, he found that there were ancient temples and high pavilions inside the mountain ranges and deep valleys. Unfortunately, these ancient temples and high pavilions were broken into pieces and surrounded by wild grass and a deathly aura. From the delicate engravings of these broken ruins, one could imagine the prosperity of that year, the majesty of that year. Countless undulating peaks and many ancient structures were only ruins, today. Traveling on this wretched ground, even Protector Mo gently sighed. A sadness and unwillingness to see the once invincible Cleansing Incense Ancient Sect falling into this state. Li Qia silently trod on this familiar ground that had entirely transformed in today's time. However, the decline of the Cleansing Incense Ancient Sect was not why Li Qia's expression greatly changed. What moved him was that he was walking on top of a grand ground, yet he could faintly feel the evil aura under the earth. Li Qia had felt this evil aura inside the Ghost Pavilion before. He was familiar with it, and he knew the origin of this evil energy, but he couldn't imagine how this evil energy had appeared once again. This land used to be filled with legends. That year, when Li Qia was the Dark Crow, he was well aware. It was the same with immortal Emperor Min Ren. It was indeed mysterious, and it was indeed legendary. However, it also buried a frightening existence. Establishing the Cleansing Incense Ancient Sect on this ground, Li Qia had his own reasons that year. In order to get rid of future complications, Li Qia had infiltrated the deepest part of this ground. After Min Ren shouldered the heavens will, Li Qia made him personally refine and use an invincible sealing formation on the deepest part. In principle, this evil aura shouldn't have appeared again. In reality, after Min Ren had left and when he was the Dark Crow that appeared in this world again, he was keeping track of this land. After countless years and from era to era, he was still observing this land, but this situation had never happened before. However, during his last deep slumber, only a short 30,000 years had passed, yet this matter had happened and it greatly shocked Li Qia. Li Shuangyan, standing next to Li Qia, couldn't help but say, "There is an ominous thing underground." As a genius, her spirit sense was extremely sharp. Walking on top of this land, she felt that there was an aura on the ground that caused her to become angry. Protector Mo gently shook his head and sighed. I heard that year, there was a great change, and it brought about the decline of our cleansing incense ancient sect. Nan Huiran was considered to be very informed within the sect, so he busily spoke in place of his master. I heard that year, we didn't actually lose to the Heavenly God sect. If there was not such a strange event that happened to us, not to mention a single Heavenly God sect, even 10 would be easily destroyed by us. The cleansing incense ancient sect did face a great calamity that year. Li Shuangyan changed her expression and said, I've heard about the grand calamity happening at the cleansing incense ancient sect, but the later generations assumed that the sect was making an excuse for their grand defeat. Humph, what excuses? I heard the elders say that if the grand calamity didn't happen that year, what the hell would the Heavenly God sect be to us? When immortal Emperor Ta Kong was still in this world, he wouldn't even dare to arrogantly say that he could destroy our cleansing incense ancient sect. Nan Huanren coldly snorted. His arrogance was as high as the heavens. Seeing his expression, it was almost as if he personally experienced the battle that year. Don't be madly impetuous. Protector Mo yelled at this disciple. An immortal emperor for a generation is someone that shouldered the heavens' will and ruled the heavens. Who are you to say such careless words? Scolded by his master, Nan Huiran dejectedly lowered his neck as he awkwardly laughed. He was a lively person, even after the scolding. He didn't pay any heed and busily said, I heard that the elders said the calamity that year was a mortal blow to our cleansing incense ancient sect. Imagine that year, a deadly disaster suddenly happened to our sect. Don't make inaccurate statements in front of young master and the princess. Even Elder Gu didn't know many things regarding the disaster that year, only the bare minimum. Regarding his disciple running his mouth boastfully, as his master, Protector Mo glared at him once. At this moment, as a protector, he was referring to Li Chia as young master. Nan Huiran, scolded by his master, awkwardly smiled. He finally said in a serious manner, the unexpected event that happened that year, even the elders didn't know about it. Some said 30,000 years ago, some said 50,000 years. Basically, 30 to 50,000 years ago, a strange calamity happened at our sect. Li Shuangyan asked, how was it strange? Regarding this legend, she had also heard of it. However, she was not a disciple of the cleansing incense ancient sect, so there was a large chance that her sources were inaccurate. This question was difficult for Nan Huiran to answer. He could scratch his head for half a day without producing an answer. In reality, he only heard about this from the legends. The exact incident, he didn't know about. Even the elders, at their age, didn't know, let alone him. Eventually, Protector Mo gently sighed and revealed, there was an ominous appearance, a strange occurrence at the center of the sect. As for the actual details of the ominous occurrence, Protector Mo himself didn't know. The upper echelons of the sect only knew that something negative had happened, but no one knew the details because all of the disciples who had personally experienced the event were no longer part of this world. When Protector Mo and Nan Huiran answer, the initially quiet Li Chia gravely said, the sealing of this ground had a problem. His expression was rarely serious, but it showed a hint of coldness this time. Li Shuangyan was shocked after hearing Li Chia's words. Inside her 9 Saint Demon Gate, there was an ancient piece of writing that contained the words left behind by their ancestor, 9 Saint Virtuous Paragon. Legend states that immortal Emperor Min Ren sealed this land, then built the cleansing incense ancient sect on it, leaving behind an unshakable emperor's foundation. As for why Min Ren had to seal this land and what was sealed, the writing didn't mention. Future generations didn't know either. At this moment, Li Chia had spoken in a confident manner. Without a doubt, it was as if he already knew beforehand. Li Shuangyan was perplexed since this was such an ancient matter. Furthermore, there were no concrete documents about it, so how did he know? If one could travel around the boundary of the sect that year, then they would find that it was like a giant sea snail. This sea snail was extremely huge. Lying on the ground, it carried the entire ground of the cleansing incense ancient sect. Today, the sect's ground was but a part of the tail of this sea snail. That year, the center of the sect was located on the spine of the sea snail. The moment they reached the center of the sect of that year, they found that all of the trees and plants were withered. From these dead trees, one could see that this place used to be filled with ancient trees and bright godly grass with heavenly vines that covered the skies. It was a shame that today, this place was now a dead ground. Stepping into the central area, they saw a strange scene. Outside of the center, all of the ancient temples and pavilions were entirely collapsed into ruins, but the center was not like that at all. As the central area of the cleansing incense ancient sect, Immortal Emperor Min Ren used to use this place to order the whole world and accepted the worship from all of the races of the 9 worlds. Afterward, all of the sect masters of the cleansing incense ancient sect resided here to command the heroic crowd. At this place, it would be described as having a forest of ancient pavilions and godly temples. However, today, they were all covered. It was as if the sky suddenly rained down mud upon them. Countless amounts of mud covered the buildings that became dried throughout the ages. All of the buildings here seemed to be stuck in a thick layer of muddy paste, causing others to be unable to recognize their true appearance. Charming spirits most likely resemble high elves, and heavenly devils are their counterpart. Chapter 90. Seeing this scene, Li Chia stood silently on top of the land for a long time. This was the commanding center of the sect. At this place, not just Min Ren, but Li Chia himself used to command the generals and soldiers from here. He brought an invincible army from this place and started an expedition to conquer the 9 heavens and 10 earths. In order to revive the sect, the ancestral land had to be opened. Otherwise, the sect must be relocated because, at the moment, the land of the sect was too small and the earth vein that was moving the world's energy was too thin. Li Chia intended to begin by fixing the ancestral land to rebuild the sect, but, once he witnessed the scene before his eyes, he immediately knew what the ominous event that had struck the sect was. The thing he hoped would never occur had happened. This caused Li Chia to be solemn and a bit perplexed. In the end, who was the one to open the seal? There was no chance that it was Immortal Emperor Ta Kong because, if Ta Kong forced open the seal, the entire sect would no longer exist. He would have needed to destroy the Emperor's foundation, but, seeing the current situation, that was not the case. If it was not an intruder that broke the seal, then who on earth opened this seal? Thinking about this, Li Chia quietly contemplated. Nan Huiran curiously observed everything in front of him. This was his first time here, and he couldn't help but take out his sword. He tried to pierce the stone paste on an ancient pavilion. However, no matter how hard he tried to chisel, he could only leave a small sword mark, the size of a rice grain, behind. Essentially, he couldn't drill through this stone paste. Protector Mo shook his head and said, "It is useless." Elder Gu had tried doing the same thing before. It was essentially impossible to drill through. If a person with a certain cultivation was to force it, then there will be a rebound effect. What is this? Li Shuangyan, seeing the stone paste that encompassed the buildings, couldn't help but feel strange. The protection of the Emperor's foundation. At this moment, Li Chia spoke. This ground was laid with an unshakable Emperor's foundation. When a calamity presents itself, the Emperor's foundation will automatically protect itself. This, to an extent, suppressed the evil energy that was under the ground from spreading. The protection is still here, and that means that the Emperor's foundation is still here as well. Li Shuangyan was touched by the fact that, even though there was a great calamity, the Emperor's foundation was still standing. This was an immortal emperor lineage standing strong for millions of years, truly frightening. The hidden power of an immortal emperor lineage was incalculable. It seemed like, if there wasn't a huge disaster that year, even if the cleansing incense ancient sect had truly declined, it was not an existence that could be provoked by the heavenly god sect. This will take some time. In the end, Li Chia said these words. The seal formation had problems, and Li Chia knew that this matter was serious. In order to revive the sect and rebuild this land, he absolutely had to infiltrate the depths of this land once more. If this was the case, then he must have full preparations. He needs powerful generals and brave soldiers. This couldn't be rushed. Adequate arrangements must be made in order to be successful. At this moment, Nanhuiren, who was looking around, found something and loudly announced, "There is a hole here." Li Qia's group hurried over. The place where Nanhuiren was standing was a valley of low elevation. Within this valley of dead vegetation, there was a big hole that was drilled straight down. No one knew how deep the cave was. There was only a black as ink color down below, as far as the eyes could see. Carefully looking at the giant hole, one could see circular line patterns. It was as if a huge drill came down vertically in its creation. It was clear that this giant hole was not formed by a natural process. This giant hole wasn't dug too long ago. Li Shuangyan carefully observed the giant hole and eventually came to this conclusion. Li Qia meticulously observed the hole, and he made some careful analysis. In the end, he smirked and commanded Protector Mo, "Protector Mo, immediately return and bring me violet mulberry trees, the more the better. Also, bring me a giant pot, 3 bottles of vinegar, 6 bottles of Dove dark water, and some green perfect bones." Li Qia listed a myriad of medicines, and, even though Protector Mo didn't know what Li Qia wanted to do, he still remembered each of them carefully. After Li Qia finished his instructions, Protector Mo immediately flew away without the slightest of doubts. Once reaching the heaven's primal realm, cultivators could fly without relying on any treasures. Seeing how Li Qia's wanted so many items, Nanhuiren curiously asked, "Oldest brother, what are you trying to do?" Li Shuangyan was also puzzled. Li Qia's list of items, many of them she had never even heard of before. Li Qia let off a smile and said, "I want to smoke a rat out of hiding." Finished answering, he simply sat down and got cozy as he eagerly awaited for Protector Mo's return. Protector Mo didn't dare to linger around, and he immediately came back after one day. Set up the fire. After his return, he brought a large amount of violet mulberry trees to Li Qia. The pieces of wood were all dried. They immediately placed the dried wood in front of the giant hole and started a fire. In a flash, the billowing smoke immediately infiltrated the cave. This smoke carried along with them a particular smell. It was a scent that was hard to describe by people. The billowing smoke continuously circled into the cave. After a while, there was finally some movement. A thunderous noise appeared that shook the earth. It was as if there was a giant earth bull, turning over in his grave. Boom! After a loud explosion, a humongous monster rushed out from the cave. Another boom exploded. This humongous monster created a large crater on the ground when he fell down. "Who dares to disturb my slumber with this unpleasant smell?" An ancient roar thundered. It was angered by being smoked out with this particular scent. Seeing this humongous monster stomping on the ground, the group of Nanhuiren was dumbfounded. This humongous monster was not a particularly dreadful beast. It was a giant snail, but a snail that knew how to speak. Seeing this humongous snail, only Li Qia maintained his composure. At this moment, Li Qia stood up, observed this humongous snail, and calmly said, "Not too bad. To be able to achieve 6 solutions, for your tribe, this is truly not an easy task." These words of Li Qia greatly surprised the snail. Its 2 big eyes on its tentacles gazed at Li Qia. The ancient noise resounded again, like the strike of thunder. "Little brat, who are you? To be able to know the 6 solutions interpretation? Who I am is irrelevant. What's important, however, is your appearance in this place." Li Qia calmly stared at the giant snail, and he said, "As for your comment regarding the 6 solutions, it is not a big deal. Even the 18 solutions, I can still theorize." "Good little brat. Speaking nonsensical rubbish. There is no one in the world that knows the 18 solutions." The giant snail shouted, "No, that is not right. If there is indeed an 18th solution, then there is exactly one person that knows." Here, the giant snail gazed intensely at Li Qia, and his eyes triumphantly said, "Not right, not right. Outside of that existence, there is no one else in this world that knows the 18 solutions." You are simply a little human brat. It would be a miracle if you know the 18 solutions. The yellow peril lasting for ages, the ancient cauldron shining as deeply as the night's blue ocean, the divine scholar tree exists in the mulberry field, the golden crow coming, leaving. At this moment, Li Qia opened with a profound incantation that Li Shuangyan's group essentially couldn't understand. Hearing Li Qia's phrase, the snail was shocked in amazement. Its two eyes opened wide and glared at Li Qia. In the blink of an eye, from under the snail's shell came a fat and gigantic hand. It suddenly grabbed Li Qia. In just a split second, Li Qia was gripped by the hand and moved into the sky, causing Protector Mo and Li Shuangyan to be aghast. They wanted to take action, but Li Qia waved his sleeve, signaling for them to calm down. How do you know this profound incantation? The snail's huge eyes gazed at Li Qia in astonishment. Li Qia smiled, and he calmly said, "It was only the first part of the 7th solution incantation, nothing extraordinary. I could even say the 18th solution incantation." The giant snail became impatient, and he couldn't wait any longer. His ancient voice yelled out, "Speak, hurry, and tell me the 18th solution incantations." Li Qia still calmly spoke, "The 18 solutions is the thing that your tribe had always been searching for. For me to simply speak, it definitely won't be so easy. Follow me, and then I can think about it a little bit." "Ignorant brat, you dare to negotiate conditions with this old man?" The giant snail's temper snapped, and he roared, "Wait until I rip apart your sea of knowledge and extract your memories. Let's see if you can still hide anything." Finished speaking, one tentacle turned into a strand of universal law, and it immediately pierced the forehead of Li Qia, directly searching Li Qia's sea of knowledge. Not good. Seeing this scene, Li Shuangyan's expression soured. She knew that the situation was not favorable. Boom! However, in a split second, the entire heaven and earth seemed to have exploded. The forehead of Li Qia suddenly unleashed a strand of immortal light. Followed by a huge explosion, the giant snail was blown away into another corner of the world. At this moment, Li Qia was like a grand enraged immortal emperor, and the immortal light from his forehead directly suppressed Nanhuiren and his master to the ground. Even Li Shuangyan wasn't able to stand steadily. Li Qia drifted on top of the ground, and the immortal light from his forehead started to disappear. Even so, the moment this light exploded, Li Qia was like an angry immortal emperor. All existences under the 9 heavens and 10 earths had to prostrate under this immortal light. These were all 4 words phrases. Interpreting their meanings is quite difficult since they're meant to be abrupt and contextual, which I am without. This is only 80% accurate at best, but the golden crow refers to Li Qia, I am sure. Chapter 91. It was a struggle for the fallen Nanhuiren and his master to stand up. When Li Shuangyan stood up firmly, her face was also deathly pale. The immortal explosion from earlier was truly frightening. Under this light, no matter whether it was a royal noble, an enlightened being, an ancient saint, or even a heavenly king, they were merely ants and insects. At this time, Nanhuiren and his master were in awe, watching Li Qia. They finally understood, at this moment, that Li Qia was a terrifying existence way beyond their imaginations. "You dare to look at my sea of knowledge and search through my memories? This thing can't tell life from death." Li Qia's expression was as cold as is. Even though his body no longer possessed the raging immortal emperor's aura, at this moment, he still caused others to shiver without being cold. It was as if he was a grand immortal emperor that was unable to be challenged. The giant snail's origin was heaven-shattering, but unfortunately, he absolutely shouldn't have tried to look into Li Qia's sea of knowledge. Since the desolate era from long ago, Li Qia fell into the immortal demon grotto, and his soul was sucked out to be refined into the dark crow. Afterward, he was involuntarily summoned back to the immortal demon grotto, and his memories were read by the existence inside. It was not until much later that Li Qia had the sufficient capacity to scheme against the whole world. He obtained the help of countless immortal sages to plan against the immortal demon grotto and escaped the mind reading. From then on, Li Qia's most dreaded fear was his sea of knowledge being opened by other people and having his memories read. After he gained power and was able to cultivate immortal emperors, he once again reinforced his soul, sea of knowledge, and memories. It could be said that his soul, true fate, sea of knowledge, and memories were reinforced by immortal emperors. Not only immortal Emperor Min Ren, but also immortal Emperor Xue Shi, immortal Emperor Tun Ri, immortal Emperor Ba Mia, and even the Black Dragon King all reinforced his memories. If anyone touched his sea of knowledge or his memories, it would be equivalent to touching the reinforcements laid down by immortal emperors. They would absolutely be suppressed by the immortal reinforcement. What this meant was that besides himself, no one else could read his sea of knowledge or memories, not even immortal emperors. This was the result of him floating through millions of years, and the fruit of hard effort throughout the eras. He was able to defend against the one matter that he feared the most. Today, this unknowing snail dared to use a godly method to read the memories of Li Qia. This was, without a doubt, seeking his own death. Li Qia commanded, "Drag him back here." Protector Mo and his disciple busily followed the order and left. After half a day, with loud thunderous sounds, they finally dragged the giant snail back. It was as if they were dragging a small mountain. The giant snail dragged in front of Li Qia was motionless. Nan Huiran dragged him here and asked, "Oldest brother, is he already dead?" "I'm only temporarily sparing his life. It'll depend on his performance." Li Qia commanded, "Take out the pot and the medicines, then cook him." Protector Mo and his disciple immediately took out the huge pot from his magical storage, and they threw all of the medicinal herbs inside. They put in the giant snail as well. It didn't take long before the water in the pot started to boil, and all of the medicines became a medicinal concoction. At this moment, the giant snail slowly but eventually regained his consciousness. Even though he woke up, he couldn't move because of the immortal emperor's suppression. At this moment, he was the meat on the chopping block, leaving Li Qia to do whatever he wanted to him. "You, who are you?" Submerged in the pot, he struggled to have his tentacles reach outside of the water. He opened his huge eyes to look at Li Qia. His eyes were filled with horror. This person's memories were protected by immortal emperors. Who on earth was he? Seeing the 14-year-old boy in front of him, this matter was simply impossible to understand. The last immortal emperor's era was 30,000 years ago. Logically speaking, this boy in front of him essentially couldn't meet with an immortal emperor. However, this boy before him had clearly not only met with an immortal emperor. The protection inside the boy's sea of knowledge suppressed him in just a flash. This impression left a heavy mark on him, completely unerasable. Under this absolute power, the fear in the deepest part of his soul realized that it could only be from an immortal emperor. At this moment, Li Qia's expression was much better. He slowly replied, "Who I am is no longer important. You have encroached upon my most important taboo." Unknowingly, the moment Li Qia's expression became normal, the other three sighed a huge breath of relief. When Li Qia was enraged, they felt a heavy boulder taking away their breath, like a furious immortal emperor, instilling fear into their souls. "You! What are you doing?" At this time, the giant snail knew that trouble was coming, and he asked as he lost all colors. Li Qia leisurely said, "What else is there but to cook you in the pot?" "You tell me what I am doing." "Cooking your longevity blood, and at the same time, cooking a nice snail soup to ease us in this hot sun." They have never tasted nor tried this kind of dish before. Maybe after they try it, they'll never be able to forget it. The giant snail yelled out, This is absolutely impossible. And my body isn't something that a mortal flame can refine, nor can I be boiled by ordinary water." Li Qia smiled and said, "Someone else would try that, but, as for me, I would never attempt this. If I know your origin, then I can immediately deal with you. Do you know what the water boiling you consist of? This is definitely a recipe to cook a snail soup. It is not only delicious, but it is also extremely nutritious." Hearing these words, the snail couldn't help but taste the medicinal concoction inside the pot. Tasting this, he was immediately frightened. These medicinal herbs, once combined, would definitely remove his body's protection. At this moment, Li Qie jumped onto the pot. He took out the invisible dual blades and slowly said, "You should know that taking the blood of your tribe is an art. I'm aware that your body is like a treasure, impervious to weapons and life treasures. However, after being boiled in such a concoction, you should be clear about the consequences." Finished speaking, he unleashed a blade as fast as lightning. In the blink of an eye, Li Qie left many blade-shaped cuts on the giant snail's body. Marks and marks intertwined together, creating a mysterious pattern. This pattern seemed like it was just a formation, but it was also a sermon of the heavens. It was a profound Tao that collapsed the defense of the giant snail. At this time, inside the many lines left behind by the blades, blood slowly seeped out. These drops of blood were extremely beautiful, they were like priceless jewels. They dripped down into the pot and mixed together with the medicinal concoction, emitting wave after wave of charming medicinal fragrances that caused others to drool and swallow their saliva. Longevity blood, seeing the drops of blood dripping down, Protector Mo was quite moved. To cultivators, longevity blood was extremely precious. There was a saying that 1 drop of blood was equal to 10,000 drops of worldly essence. This method of Li Qie caused the giant snail to be scared out of his soul. The snail belonged to a mysterious creation, it was not part of the demon race, heavenly beasts, nor the longevity spirits. Its origin was heaven-shaking and it was extremely rare in this world. They had a body that could be considered impenetrable, but today, Li Qie knew how to open their defenses. He also knew the method of obtaining their longevity blood. He knew that he had met his nemesis today. Feeling the loss of his longevity blood, the giant snail felt his soul being sucked out and his true fate becoming weaker and weaker. If this continued, he would truly be boiled into a pot of snail soup. Finally, the heart of the giant snail shivered as he yelled, "You, what do you want? Why you, say what you want to say." If he kept on acting strong, then he would truly become a boiled snail soup. Li Qie took a while before he slowly glared at him. Finally, he spoke, "How about this? I just happen to be lacking a mount, so you can be by my side." Li Qie's words caused the group of Nan Huiran, standing at the side, to be silent. A grand character always picked a mount with a nice external appearance. Not to mention the types of supreme existences like true dragons or phoenixes, but even a dragon horse was cooler than this giant snail in front of them. The giant snail contemplated over Li Qie's words. Even though their tribe's numbers were few, they had a proud history. Not to mention, its cultivation was absolutely powerful. Becoming a mount for a human, this would be unbearable to him. Li Qie glared at the silent giant snail and said, "Don't be prideful just because of your 3 parts bloodline. Even if the patriarch of your first tribe was still alive, seeing me, he could only call himself a junior." Li Qie's words shocked the snail. Its huge eyes looked at Li Qie and asked, "You, who are you?" "Who I am is not important. Either you follow me or I will boil you and turn you into soup." Li Qie happily said, "In the future, if you diligently work hard with loyalty, I will pass down the 12 solutions to you." This phrase from Li Qie caused the snail to be ecstatic. He wasn't willing to become a mount for Li Qie, and he would even prefer being boiled into a meat soup. However, when it came to the 12 solutions, this was a completely different matter. He was aware that since the beginning of time until now, only one existence knew the 12 solutions, but Li Qie clearly was not this existence. "Good, I promise you." The giant snail surrendered by making a choice. Li Qie was without any surprise and said, "Use your true fate to make the oath." In the end, the giant snail swore with his true fate. This scene caused Nan Huiran and his master to be touched. A true fate oath, to cultivators, was an extremely serious matter. Once the oath was made, one absolutely had to comply with the oath. If violated, they would be subjected to a backlash. Of course, a true fate oath had to be willingly taken by both parties. After making the vow, Li Qia let Nan Huiran and Protector Mo drag him out of the iron pot. I think the author made a mistake here. It should be the 18 solutions, not the 12. Unless 12 to 18 were all unknown by their tribe. Chapter 92. At this time, Li Qia placed his hand on top of the snail's gigantic body, and a bright light flew out from the snail, disappearing into the middle of Li Qia's eyebrows. After this bright light came out of his body, the giant snail's entire body shook. He could finally stand up slowly. A pot of extremely nutritious medicine is cooked. Li Qia said, "Since you are now following me, I will allow you to drink it." Hearing this, the giant snail didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This one pot was made from his own longevity blood. Ah. So? You don't want to drink? If you don't want to drink, the two of them will drink it all. Li Qia pointed at Nan Huiran and his master. Drink, I will drink, why would I not drink? The giant snail was actually afraid that the master and disciple would compete with him, so he rushed into the giant pot to drink gulp by gulp. The medicinal pot was made from his own longevity blood. If he didn't drink it, then his loss would be even greater. His wounds would require a longer time to recover, too. Finally, the giant snail finished the whole medicinal pot, and he took a deep breath. He just took a trip from hell and back. Here, Li Qia commanded the giant snail, saying, "Withdraw your body." The giant snail crushed his incantations, and he quickly transformed. A thin, old man with dried flesh appeared in front of them. There were 2 tiny pairs of flesh on his forehead, and, at the same time, there was also a small shell behind him that seemed like a shield. Yikes, this is your true body? Nan Huiran was a little dazed. The old man in front of them versus his initial form was too contrasting. The snail was like a small mountain, but this thin and dried old man in front of them seemed as if a breeze could fall him in one pass. No, this is my second body. The old man shook his head, and he smiled. Earlier was my real body. This old man is Niofan. Earlier, I was blinded by greed and my eyes were obscured by a single leaf, offending this young noble. Hick. Niofan, hearing his words, Nan Huiran rolled his eyes wide open as he asked, There is such a name like this? The old man gazed at Nan Huiran. He somewhat embarrassingly said, It is Niofan, fun as in to put in effort. My misunderstanding. Nan Huiran was embarrassed. He forced a smile while he busily apologized. Even Li Shuangyan, standing to the side, wanted to laugh, but she couldn't under the current circumstances. She decided to hide her amusement in her heart. Without the giant body from earlier, the current Niofan, who was thin and wizened, gave Nan Huiran a warm feeling, causing him to be much more friendly. He then asked Niofan, Grandpa Nyo, you are digging a hole in the ancient land of our cleansing incense ancient sect. What are you trying to find? Don't tell me you want to find the treasures of our sect. I am just digging casually. Also, this place has been visited by countless amounts of people. If there really was a treasure, it wouldn't be my turn to find it. Niofan angrily glared at Nan Huiran. If Grandpa Nyo isn't here to dig for treasures, why did you dig such a deep hole? Nan Huiran didn't give up and continued to question him. Li Qia glanced at Niofan and said, He is looking for the god of calamity. God of calamity? Who is the god of calamity? Nan Huiran was at a loss. He stared at Li Qia, and then he looked at Niofan. Protector Mo's expression was shaken. He stared at Niofan, and he said with surprise, He is trying to find the heavenly guardian of our cleansing incense ancient sect. Hearing these 2 words, heavenly guardian, Nan Huiran was also surprised, exclaiming, In the legends, it is said to be the strongest existence in our cleansing incense ancient sect. With the exception of the patriarch, no one was able to win a match against the heavenly guardian. Niofan had to admit the truth. I was simply looking. I heard your heavenly guardian had left much earlier. I only wanted to go through this land to see if the great elder had left some words behind. Perhaps I could have stumbled upon something profound. Nan Huiran had heard about the heavenly guardian before, so he couldn't help but murmur. If the heavenly guardian was still here, then our cleansing incense ancient sect wouldn't be like it is today. There were many legends about the heavenly guardian of the cleansing incense ancient sect. Heavenly guardians, not all sects have them. Only the extremely powerful sects or fateful sects were able to have heavenly guardians. As for the origin of the heavenly guardian, there was essentially no limitation. It could be a heavenly beast, a longevity spirit, or maybe even other existences. Under many circumstances, the heavenly guardians exist alongside their sects. After the sect was destroyed, the heavenly guardians could leave. The cleansing incense ancient sect once had a heavenly guardian. This protector was called the God of Calamity. This heavenly guardian was extremely strong. It was so strong that the future generations believed that even during the era of Min Ren, outside of Min Ren himself, no one could oppose this heavenly guardian. Later on, when the cleansing incense ancient sect was able to stand strong, to a certain extent, it was due to this existence. Regarding the origin of the protector, there were many different legends. One stated that the protector came from a burial ground. Another believed that the protector was born in the ancient earth. Some believed that it was subdued by immortal Emperor Min Ren from an external space. The heavenly guardian guarded the cleansing incense ancient sect era after era, but one day, it suddenly left for unknown reasons. Afterward, it completely disappeared without a trace and no one had ever seen it again. Many people assumed that it disappeared 50,000 years ago. Even more people thought that it left much earlier. However, they could only guess since the cleansing incense ancient sect simply withheld the information from others. As for why it suddenly left after protecting the sect for so long, no one knew. Even the disciples of the cleansing incense ancient sect during that period was unaware. It became a mystery without an answer. At this moment, Protector Mo asked Li Chia, "Young master, where are we going now? Are we returning back?" "No, all of you will bury me underground." "Bury? Bury underground?" Hearing Li Chia's words, Nan Huiran was stupefied. After recovering, he said, "Oldest brother, this is an ominous sign, ah." Li Chia didn't want to waste words. He commanded Protector Mo, "Bury me, now." Li Chia chose the location and was buried at the highest peak of the ancient land. Slaying gods? What kind of shocking words were these? Finally, they understood why Niu Fun was willing to be a servant. As for Li Chia, he simply smiled. The 18 solutions was a distant memory for him. It was not a technique nor a secret method. This was why this part of his memories had not been erased. Young noble here is Gong Zi. Think of it as a young master/young sir, but commands more respects and imply the person to have some talents/skills. In the Wuxia world, anyone called Gong Zi, you know they will be a bad-ass/handsome. A Chinese snail is Gua plus Niu equals snail. Niu alone equals bull, ox. His name is Niu, bull, plus fun, effort, but Nan Huiran thought it was Niu, bull, fun, shit. Both fun might be identical in sound. Ancient earth and burial ground are some forbidden locations in this world. We might see them in the future. These are the places that the Dark Crow went to. Snail is half replaced by the word calamity here. Chapter 93. The moment Li Chia and the others returned to the cleansing incense ancient sect, Elder's son was already eagerly waiting outside. Seeing Li Chia's group riding on top of a giant snail, Elder's son was stunned. This snail was so fast that it was downright illogical. However, Elder's son wasn't in the mood to talk about this. He looked at Li Chia and hurriedly said, "Thank the heaven and earth that you are all finally back." He then busily brought Li Chia down from the giant snail. Elder's son anxiously told Li Chia, "You need to go to the ancestral chamber, fast, there might be a fight." Seeing his worried look, Li Chia asked, "Enemies from outside? Or is it that the heavenly jewel kingdom has finally arrived at our door?" Seeing Li Chia's slow and calm words, Elder's son couldn't do anything else but explain, "No, the sect master is back, and she's inside the ancestral chamber. Elder Gu's group is quarreling with the sect master. You should still hurry and see." The sect master, elder son's answer was outside of Li Qia's expectation. Regarding sect master Su Yonghuang, Li Qia didn't have half an impression. One could even say that, regarding this master that he got by chance, he never really paid attention to or asked about her. Su Yonghuang's current return surprised Li Qia. He calmly said, "Good, I should meet this master after all." Finished speaking, he went inside. Niufen turned his body back into his second form. He became the old man once again, walking alongside Li Qia. Seeing a giant snail turning into an old man, elder son couldn't help but become lost in a daze. However, at this moment, he also didn't have time to ask about this matter. This time, inside the ancestral chamber, the elders almost flipped the table. The elders, as the highest power in charge of the current cleansing incense ancient sect, should be maintaining their composure, yet at this moment, Elder Zhou and his group were all glaring with their eyes wide open. The subject of their gazes was the current sect master, Su Yonghuang, of the cleansing incense ancient sect. Only Elder Gu's attitude was pleasant. He simply sat in his place and didn't speak a single word. Su Yonghuang, as the sect master, was, in fact, not welcomed by the upper echelon. The reason was simple. Su Yonghuang didn't have any credentials or experience inside the sect. One could even say that she was not a disciple of the sect. Su Yonghuang's sudden appearance and becoming the sect master was an extremely sudden matter. The entire sect was not prepared for it, and they didn't even know about such a character. Her becoming the sect master was because the previous sect master was still alive. At that time, there were 2 or 3 supreme elders who were still alive. There was even one supreme elder who had lived for a very long time and was rumored to be part of the fight 30,000 years ago. He was in isolated cultivation due to his mortal wound. Regarding the specific circumstances of this matter, no one was very clear about it with the exception of First Elder Gu Taizhou. Anyways, Su Yonghuang was declared to be the next sect master by the previous one. This decision was supported by all of the supreme elders. The oldest supreme elder even summoned Gu Taizhou, and he personally persuaded him. To sum it all up, after one night, Gu Taizhou agreed with Su Yonghuang taking the seat of sect master. In reality, at that time, the entire sect was in an uproar. This matter was too great. A person who no one knew suddenly became the new sect master. This matter was truly hard for the sect to accept. At that time, Gu Taizhou earnestly persuaded the group of Elder Zhou, and he suppressed the majority of the disciples who were strongly opposing Su Yonghuang. Thus, the matter was settled. However, Su Yonghuang herself seemed to know her situation. As the sect master, she didn't stay behind in the cleansing incense ancient sect. She instead brought along a small group of disciples, including a few sectional leaders. Afterward, Su Yonghuang was the sect master and was located on the outskirts of the sect. She essentially didn't interfere with the internal affairs, however, she still kept in contact with the sect. Fortunately, with this decision, the sect finally calmed down. The 6 elders became the main deciders of any big decisions of the sect from then on. It could be said that, when Su Yonghuang was the sect master, First Elder Gu Taizhou was the grand contributor to the sect. Before her appearance, Gu Taizhou was the first to inherit the seat as he was the most qualified for the position. Gu Taizhou was the direct disciple of the last sect master, and he was also the most experienced within the first-generation disciples, who had been in the sect for the longest amount of time. Not only this, he was also diligent and dedicated to the entire sect. If at that time, Gu Taizhou didn't persuade Elder Zhou's group, no one else would have been able to convince the rest of the upper echelon. Because Gu Taizhou was willing to give up his position and also personally took charge of the matter, Su Yonghuang was able to become the sect master. That very same Su Yonghuang who was always outside decided to come back today. Su Yonghuang had never come back to the sect with the exception of when the previous sect master passed away. Her reason for returning this time was because of the evil-infested ridge. She wanted to take some disciples into the evil-infested ridge. This was immediately subjected to opposition from Elder Zhou's group. Currently, in the eyes of the sect's upper echelon, such as Elder Zhou, Li Chia was the leader for the sect's revitalization. He was the driver of the sect. Su Yonghuang's return naturally was opposed by the upper echelon. Plus, they didn't trust her. How could they hand over the disciples to her? Because of this, the two sides almost flipped the table on each other. Frankly speaking, the group of elders Zhou didn't agree for Su Yonghuang to take charge of the sect no matter what. After bringing Li Chia inside, Elder Sun hurriedly told everyone present, "Good, it is good now. Li Chia is back. Everyone can slowly talk." Seeing Li Chia's return, the group of elders Zhou finally breathed a sigh of relief, and the atmosphere inside the ancestral chamber clearly eased up. At this time, Tu Buyu, who was standing behind Su Yonghuang, smiled as he kindly said, "Big brother, this is our master and also our sect master." Regarding the address of sect master, Elder Zhou's group let out a scowl as they were clearly irritated. Li Chia observed Su Yonghuang, and he was not without astonishment. The Su Yonghuang in front of him was a woman, a very young woman at that. The woman before him seemed to be around 20 or so and possessed a charming and noble presence. She was wearing a faintly yellow robe, causing her nobility to be even more apparent. Regarding the woman in front of his eyes, her forehead was like the moon and she had eyes like the stars. Her most attractive feature was her elegant brows. They were like swords, causing her elegant charm to have 3 parts domineering presence. It was as if she was the heaven's royal daughter, possessing a matchless imperial air along with an unmatched grace. Comparing beauty, Li Shuangyan next to Li Chia was not less than the woman ahead. However, Li Shuangyan didn't have the matchless imperial atmosphere along with this unmatched grace. When Li Chia was looking at her, Su Yonghuang was also checking him out. The master and disciple were analyzing each other. Li Chia's wits returned, and he glanced at Nan Huiran next to him, saying, "You never told me that the sect master was a woman." Well, Nan Huiran was stunned for a moment, and he forcefully smiled as he whispered, "Brother didn't ask, ah. I thought you already knew." Li Chia was a bit speechless. Up until now, he had always thought that Su Yonghuang was a man. Tu Buyu, as her disciple, was more than 1,000 years old, so his master, Su Yonghuang, should also be an old man with gray hair that was around 6,000 or 7,000 years old. However, Li Chia didn't expect that Su Yonghuang was a woman around the age of 25 and possessed extreme beauty. At this moment, Gu Taizhou wanted to smooth things over, so he said, "Chia, the sect master wants to bring disciples to the evil-infested ridge." Su Yonghuang looked at Li Chia and then said, "The evil-infested ridge, to our current cleansing incense ancient sect, is the best place for training. It is also the time where we harvest materials. From my calculations, it is half a year away at most, and the soonest is around 3 months. At that time, the evil-infested ridge will open. This is the one and only opportunity in 100 years and our sect cannot afford to let it go." Li Chia spoke as he gently nodded his head, "I'm fairly clear on this. 63 days later, the evil-infested ridge will definitely open." The moment when he was buried underground, he also found out when the ridge would open. Gu Taizhou asked Li Chia, "Then what is your opinion?" At this moment, all of the elders were looking at Li Chia. In their hearts, Elder Zhou's group wanted Li Chia to become the sect master of the sect. "May I have a little talk with the sect master?" Eventually, Li Chia said to the group of Gu Taizhou. Gu Taizhou and the others looked at each other. In the end, they all agreed with Li Chia's request. Li Chia returned to Lonely Peak, and Li Shuangyan and the others all took their leave. Inside the small courtyard, only Li Chia and Su Yonghuang, as well as Tu Buyu who was standing behind Su Yonghuang, were present. Li Chia stared at Su Yonghuang, and he was silent for a long time. Certain memories came back to him. After a while, Li Chia finally said, "Is the Heaven's Edge Su clan doing all right?" Li Chia's words greatly changed Su Yonghuang's expression. Even Tu Buyu was shocked. Su Yonghuang looked at him and emotionally exclaimed, "How do you know about the Heaven's Edge?" In the Cleansing Incense ancient sect, outside of Grandpa Tu, no one else knew about the Heaven's Edge Su clan. As soon as Li Qia opened his mouth, he immediately spoke of her origin. How could Su Yonghuang not be surprised? The Heaven's Edge Su clan's name never appeared in this world, and no one knew about it in the 9 worlds. After calming his emotions, Li Qia nonchalantly smiled and said, "The patriarch simply told me in my dreams." Heaven's Edge means the other end of the world / a faraway place in this usage. Chapter 94. Su Yonghuang suspiciously observed Li Qia since she also didn't believe in Li Qia's words. "I know why the previous sect master and the supreme elders chose you to be the sect master." Li Qia slowly continued, "Being a descendant of immortal Emperor Min Ren, of course you have the qualification to be the sect master of the cleansing incense ancient sect. How do you know about this matter?" Su Yonghuang's expression greatly changed. The Heaven's Edge Su clan was what they called themselves, but the world definitely did not know that the Heaven's Edge Su clan was made up of the descendants of immortal Emperor Min Ren. Li Qia smilingly said, "The patriarch told me in my dreams." Su Yonghuang shook her head since she naturally didn't believe in this type of explanation. However, if the patriarch didn't tell him in his dreams, how would a 14-year-old boy know about this matter? The Heaven's Edge Su clan. In the end, Li Qia was unable to hold back his lamenting sigh as he remembered a distant memory. Even though he always knew that the Heaven's Edge Su clan was growing strong, after that year, he never went to visit it. The Heaven's Edge Su clan. Even when he was the Dark Crow, he didn't want to speak too much about it. This matter almost made immortal Emperor Min Ren turn against him. Immortal Emperor Min Ren was a little brat with nothing at first. Then, he finally shouldered the heaven's will, becoming an immortal emperor. This was not an easy task and outside of his own efforts, it was also due to Li Qia leading the road, along with the help of many brothers and friends. That year, there was a female general who had followed immortal Emperor Min Ren for a long time. It could even be said that, before he became an immortal emperor, regarding the places that he had trodden on, her footsteps were also present. This woman could be said to come from a famous clan. At that time, Li Qia, as the Dark Crow, noticed her talents and he expended a lot of blood and effort in order to bring this woman to be by Min Ren's side. The effort of Li Qia was not wasted. This woman, by Min Ren's side, was like a gentle wife, always helping immortal Emperor Min Ren. With her talents, she recruited many geniuses to Min Ren's side. His heavenly declaration to the world, when he became an immortal emperor, was also written by her. From Li Qia's perspective, she was the most suitable candidate to become the empress. Plus, for many hundreds of years, she was always meticulously standing by Min Ren's side. Him becoming an immortal emperor was marked by her unerasable presence and effort. What was even more valuable was that she had always loved immortal Emperor Min Ren. This was why, as the mentor of immortal Emperor Min Ren, Li Qia had always hoped that Min Ren would marry her and declare her to be the empress. However, what almost killed Li Qia was that Min Ren fell in love with a different woman. Regarding this girl, Li Qia once held this criticism, pure to the point of stupidity. This was not the most staggering part. For an immortal emperor, 3 wives and 4 concubines could not be considered as anything. Li Qia could allow immortal Emperor Min Ren to marry many virtuous wives. The most murderous part was that this simple woman, to the point of stupidity, did not like Min Ren. She was in love with an enemy of Min Ren, someone who was considered Min Ren's strongest opponent when he was still a teen. Immortal Emperor Min Ren, time after time, was in love with this simple woman. Li Qia had nothing but praise for Min Ren throughout his life, but, in regards to only this matter, Min Ren made him want to raise his foot and kick him. When Min Ren was still a teen, Li Qia scolded him many times by calling him a blockhead. There were even times when Li Qia wanted to break open his head and erase the memories of the simple woman. No matter how much Li Qia, as the Dark Crow, scolded him, the young Min Ren was extremely loyal to the simple woman with his heart. Li Qia didn't have any other choice as there was no medicine for this Min Ren. After Min Ren shouldered the heaven's will and became an immortal emperor, he didn't marry anyone. Li Qia naturally knew the reason. However, this was not something Li Qie wanted to see, especially when he, as the Dark Crow, was not stable as he could fall into a deep hibernation at any given point. At that moment, he didn't know how long his next hibernation would be, so before he fell asleep, he decided to do something. Leaving a descendant for immortal Emperor Min Ren. Of course, the best candidate for this matter would be Su Ru. Li Qie expended a huge amount of effort in his schemes to trick Min Ren into the honeypot. Of course, as an immortal emperor, Min Ren didn't expect his mentor to throw him into a hole. The moment when Min Ren's godly spirit traveled to the most dangerous area of the 9 worlds, Li Qie made his physical body sleep together with General Su on the same bed. The borrowing of Min Ren's seed was successful. When Min Ren came back from fighting in the most dangerous place, this matter was already completed. The grains had become rice. This matter caused immortal Emperor Min Ren and Li Qie to almost completely break up. Both sides loudly roared, and the sound reverberated throughout the entire heaven. At that moment, Min Ren was enraged, and there was also a storm brewing inside Li Qie. This monstrous atmosphere swept through the entire 9 heavens and 10 worlds. Under the fury of the immortal emperor, all existences in this world were anxiously trembling. Of course, everyone was afraid to ask what happened. All in all, even the heavens curtain was pierced through after this matter. Immortal Emperor Min Ren's attitude caused Su Ru to be dispirited. In the end, Su Ru left immortal Emperor Min Ren. Regarding this matter, Li Qie always felt guilty towards Su Ru. That year, he personally brought her to Min Ren's side when her family completely opposed it. She ultimately still chose to be in Min Ren's camp. One has to remember that year, Min Ren was only a boy with absolutely nothing, but Su Ru came from a prestigious clan and had a peerless beauty. More importantly, her own talents could have soared in the sky with a wisdom as deep as the sea. At that time, Su Ru's clan naturally didn't want her to be an assistant for Min Ren, a boy who only had empty hands. Li Qie, as the Dark Crow, finally convinced Su Ru to stay behind, and this resulted in Su Ru being deserted by her family and friends. After this matter happened, Li Qie had always felt guilty. She paid so much, but in the end, she could only leave in sadness. He knew that his hibernation was not far off, so he used his most priceless treasures and a heaven-defying method to create a home for Su Ru. Chapter 95. Her beautiful eyes gazed intensely at Li Qie in astonishment, and she gravely said, "Who on earth are you?" The solar immortal physique was not passed down by immortal Emperor Min Ren. Even inside the Su clan, it was a big secret. "You should know that I am a disciple of the cleansing incense ancient sect, your disciple, Li Qie." Li Qie calmly smiled. Su Yonghuang's eyes became chilling. Her gaze became as sharp as a sword. It was as if invisible blades were approaching one's body, causing others to fidget. However, Li Qie was still leisurely sitting there. He shook his head and said, "Don't make a move against me. Coming from the Su clan, I know that you are truly powerful. However, inside the cleansing incense ancient sect, if I want to kill you, it would be easier than killing an ant. I believe that young brother too has told you about my matters." After a while, Su Yonghuang finally withdrew the coldness in her gaze. Li Qie looked at her for a very long time. Finally, he gently shook his head and said, "The solar immortal physique stemmed from the word yang within the 6 words of the physique scripture. It is one of the 2 strongest and extreme yang physiques." Su Yonghuang coldly said, "Even though Grandpa Tu had spoken of your miracles, I know that you have some talents even considering the patriarch teaching you in your dreams. However, regarding physiques, don't boast ignorantly. If you know that I am a solar immortal physique, then you should know that, as his descendant, this physique is proven." In fact, Su Yonghuang was very angry at the moment. Her origin could be considered very mysterious, but Li Qie easily found out her true details. In turn, she didn't know anything about Li Qie. This made her very nervous. Su Yonghuang's words made Li Qie laugh out loud. Regarding the different types of physiques and physique methods, throughout all of the 9 worlds and 10 earths, if he claimed to be second, no one would dare to claim to be first. He spent countless years with the physique scripture, and the number of immortal physiques that came out from him was more than just immortal Emperor Min Ren's solar immortal physique. Seeing Li Qia's laughing, Su Yonghuang retorted with a deep tone, "What are you laughing at?" Li Qia shook his head, "Even though you don't believe it, my words are the truth. The solar immortal physique merit law might be the ultimate technique of your Su clan, but you truly practiced the wrong physique. The 6 words of the physique scripture were not allowed to be circulated because of him. Immortal Emperor Min Ren learned the solar immortal physique from him, and the Black Dragon King also learned an immortal physique method as well. However, they had a pact with Li Qia and used their true fate to make the oath. There was only one exception, and that was Su Ru. Because Su Ru gave birth to the son of Min Ren, this meant that in the future, this branch would have a high chance of the solar immortal physique appearing. No matter whether it was the sky physique within the saint physiques, or minor sky physique and mutual sky physique within the king physiques. Li Qia was always ashamed when he saw Su Ru, so he broke his own rule and gave her the solar immortal physique. It was not for Min Ren, but for her own achievements and contributions. You said that I practiced the wrong physique, then come up with some solid evidence. Staring at Li Qia and noticing that he was not joking, she gravely said. Li Qia looked at Su Yonghuang and finally said, "An ancestral grandmother from your family in a random generation must have been the heavenly devil physique at grand completion, one of the 12 saint physiques, correct?" Hearing these words, Su Yonghuang's expression slightly moved. She stared at Li Qia in amazement and said, "How did you know?" "I calculated using my fingers." Li Qia smiled, "Moreover, with regards to your inner physique. Whenever you channel the incantations of the solar immortal physique, it became as hot as the blazing sun, right? This is a characteristic of the solar immortal inner physique. The solar immortal physique is an extreme yang method, one of the 12 immortal physiques. The inner physique becoming as hot as the blazing sun, nothing is wrong with this. Su Yonghuang could be considered an expert regarding this physique. After all, their ancestor, Min Ren, was a solar immortal physique. Thus, they had a very deep understanding of this physique. Li Qia gently shook his head, "The problem is in this matter. In the center of your inner physique that is as hot as the blazing sun, there is a strand of yin energy that isn't affected by your heat." Li Qia saying so caused Su Yonghuang to be shocked because this was an extremely private matter, outsiders had no way of knowing about it. However, Li Qia just revealed the secret of her inner physique, which she thought was a normal aspect of the solar immortal physique method. At this moment, Su Yonghuang was a little moved as she asked, "If I practiced the wrong physique method, then where is the mistake?" Li Qia continued, "From within the yin, the yang was born. The woman with the grand completion heavenly devil physique was pregnant with the descendant carrying the solar immortal physique. This was a bit outside of my expectations. If my guess is not wrong, then you thought you were a natural minor sky physique, one of the 24 king physiques, correct?" Su Yonghuang emotionally replied, "Is this not correct?" Li Qia shook his head and said, "Wrong. You are a natural-born complete yang saint physique. It is because your physique seemed to be very similar to the minor sky physique, one of the 24 king physiques. In reality, your physique is similar to the minor sky physique but also the minor yang physique, another king physique. Your first impression was that because you are the descendant of immortal Emperor Min Ren, you assumed that you were a natural-born minor sky physique. The complete yang saint physique." Su Yonghuang was in a daze, and she said, "One of the legendary 6 special saint physiques, the complete yang saint physique?" There were 48 types of Xiantian physiques and every 2 branched into a king physique. King physiques have 24 different ones and every 2 branched into a saint physique. As for saint physiques, cultivators in this world considered that there were 12 saint physiques that corresponded with the 12 immortal physiques. However, true saint physiques altogether totaled to 18 types. Whenever a saint physique was brought up, cultivators usually ignored the other 6 saint physiques. Natural-born saint physiques were an extremely rare occurrence. The 6 special saint physiques were even rarer and was less seen than true dragons and godly kings. This was because the 12 corresponding saint physiques could be cultivated from the corresponding king physiques, but the 6 special saint physiques didn't have any other king physiques preceding them. In another sense, the 6 special saint physiques were impure. Li Qie nodded his head and said, "It seems that your understanding of physiques isn't too bad, ah. Correct, you are a natural-born complete yang saint physique, one of the 18 saint physiques, and not the minor sky physique like in your imagination." Su Yonghuang's expression was vigorous at this moment. Even though she was normally elegant and calm, she couldn't help it at this moment. This news to her was good news because a natural-born saint physique was much stronger than a natural-born king physique. However, this was also a bad thing. If she was a natural-born minor sky physique, then she would be one of the 2 king physiques within the solar immortal physiques family. She had an advantage that others didn't because the Su clan had the solar immortal physique method. Plus, it was the strongest, highest, and earliest method within all of the immortal physique methods. With such a method, she hoped that she could one day achieve the solar immortal physique just like their ancestor. This was a grand wish of the Heaven's Edge Su clan. Currently, she was a natural-born complete yang saint physique. This meant that she will never have the chance to cultivate a completed solar immortal physique. The complete yang saint physique at grand completion is my limit? Li Qie shook his head and said, "Not necessarily. The complete yang saint physique still cannot escape the word yang. The physique was simply given birth by the fusion between the solar immortal physique and the heavenly devil physique. The complete yang saint physique is 9 parts yang and 1 part yin, and yang was born from yin. As long as the immortal physique method is strong enough, the complete yang saint physique could still become the extreme light immortal physique. The extreme light immortal physique was one of the 2 extreme yang immortal physiques, along with the solar immortal physique. Su Yonghuang couldn't help but ask, what type of immortal physique method would allow for it to become the extreme light immortal physique? The strongest, the highest, and the earliest immortal physique method. Hearing this, Su Yonghuang's heart was shaking. The strongest, highest, and earliest immortal physique method could only come from the physique scripture, but there was no one in this world who knew where it was. How their Su clan and immortal Emperor Min Ren obtained the solar immortal physique was not written down. However, they do know that their physique method was the strongest, highest, and earliest method from the physique scripture. This was a highly guarded secret, outside of the direct descendant. No one else knew that their method came from the scripture. In reality, the Dark Crow, Li Qie, passed down the God of War formula along with the solar immortal physique to Su Ru, but Su Ru made a vow to never reveal the Dark Crow or the physique scripture to her descendants. After a long time, Su Yonghuang looked at Li Qie and said, "I do not know your history nor origin, but after today, I trust in your abilities. If you drive the cleansing incense ancient sect, I trust that there will finally be a day of revitalization, and the will of my ancestors will not be destroyed. The sect master's seat will be passed on to you since you are the most suitable candidate." Passing the seat to me? Li Qie was a bit surprised. Su Yonghuang smiled, and she elegantly said while looking at Li Qie, "The elders do not willing serve me when I am the sect master, I know this in my heart. If this sect was not founded by my own ancestor, I wouldn't be willing to be involved in this muddy water. Revitalizing the cleansing incense ancient sect, such an easy thing to say. Letting a little 13-year-old girl at that time to become the new sect master. This was an impossible matter. If Elder Su didn't think that I could successfully cultivate the solar immortal physique and let me become the sect master, I wouldn't have stayed behind." Su Yonghuang's words were very candid and direct. Finished speaking, she paused for a moment and stared at Li Qie, then she continued, "Today, there is a successor to the cleansing incense ancient sect. Plus, I do need to go back to the Heaven's Edge Su clan. You and your ancestral grandmother," Li Qie almost blurted something out, but then he shut his mouth.